A few years ago, we did a video about the top 5 Tier 0 decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's been long enough since then that there have been several more Tier 0 formats. Enough that we can finally make a full top 10 Tier 0 decks in the game list. To be clear, a Tier 0 deck is defined as being 65% or more of a top cut at a major event, not simply being the best deck in that format. We tried to be pretty strict with this definition when selecting decks for this video. So starting us off at number 10, we have For Hires, which was specifically considered Tier 0 in Duel Links. Now, this segment of this list is mostly here to represent all of the non-TCG Tier 0 formats, of which there have been many. OCG Sprites, OCG Exodia before Sangan got eroded, and many other Tier 0 Duel Links decks. The For Hires were one of the first absolutely dominant and recorded Tier 0 decks in Duel Links, though what qualifies as Tier 0 in this game is a bit different. Since Duel Links doesn't have anywhere near as many competitive events as the TCG, Tier 0 formats are mostly defined via shared numbers and win rate on ladder. The For Hires were incredibly strong after their release in Clash of Wings, a bit of an earlier Duel Links set at this point. The For Hires can be split into a couple of groups. The level 4 and lower For Hires that each have an ability to special summon another For Hire from hand, and the high level For Hires that do other stuff that you want to special summon for free. This setup allowed the deck to do a ton of damage very fast, which was extremely valuable in the earlier days of Duel Links, and is still pretty good thanks to the lower starting life points of only 4,000. The For Hires could deal a ton of damage in a single turn thanks to their amazing swarming ability, and they had lots of utility on top of summoning big monsters. Recon Scout For Hire not only lets you special summon a For Hire from hand, but when you do summon a For Hire, you can destroy a set card in the field. On the other side of things, Dampa Marksman For Hire can instead pop face-up cards in the field when you summon another For Hire monster. These cards will let you cheat out cards like Dinah, Hero For Hire, and Wiz, Sage For Hire, both of which have an effect when they're summoned as well as powerful on-field effects. Dinah has the most attack of any For Hire, and also has the effect to force your opponent to attack it first, protecting your other smaller For Hires. It also allows you to banish cards from your opponent's graveyard for each For Hire in your field when it's summoned, which is very useful for messing with your opponent's strategies. Wiz gives you 500 life points for each For Hire on field when it's summoned, which isn't as useful, but it allows you to discard a For Hire card to negate the activation of an opponent's spell or trap card or effect, which is great protection for your field. However, the most important card in this deck is probably Beat Bladesman For Hire, which is a great consistency booster. This level 3 For Hire not only lets you special summon a For Hire from hand once per turn, but also adds a For Hire card from your deck to your hand when you special summon a For Hire while it's on the field. This means that Beat plus any other low level For Hire gets you into any of your big For Hires, as you can special the smaller one, add the big For Hire with Beat, then use the other small For Hire to add the big one and summon it out with the other small For Hire. This will even net you a pop off of either Dampa or Recon, as you'll be meeting their condition. The combination of the potency of these cards with their variety of powerful effects and amazing swarming ability, alongside just how consistent Beat made the deck, made For Hire incredibly difficult to beat. You have to remember, the game wasn't where it is nowadays all the way back when Clash of Wings released. A single Wiz Negate was hard to play around, and the deck's multiple disruptive effects gave the deck a good going second potential. The deck's ability to get huge OTKs was made even more potent by the beatdown skill, the most common skill the deck played, which, once per duel, let you increase the attack of all your monsters by 300 times the number of level 5 or higher monsters you controlled. After you drew a few Dinahs and Wizzes on field, you could just use beatdown to push for 1200 to 2700 extra damage, which is huge in Duel Links. For Hires may not look impressive to the modern eye, but being a powerful, flexible, and overall consistent deck at this point in Duel Links was far too much for most of the rest of the metagame to handle. While we don't exactly have tournament data for the deck, it was listed as Tier 0 by Duel Links Meta, one of the most reliable sources of data for the game. Of course, this is only Duel Links, and there are many other decks that were extremely dominant in their time, and none of them are quite what this list is about. So For Hire takes the bottom spot here, representing a myriad of broken decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! That weren't quite as dominant in the TCG. And at number 9, we have Kashtira. This deck is practically synonymous with frustration in the minds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Players. The archetype focuses around restricting your opponent's options in a variety of ways. Kashtira Unicorn is a level 7 monster that can special summon itself from your hand if you control no monsters. Once per turn, it allows you to add a Kashtira spell from your deck to your hand, and whenever it attacks or your opponent activates a monster effect, You can look at your opponent's extra deck and banish a card from it face down. All of these effects on a hard once per turn. This can stop you from accessing important plays if you're not careful. And that's not the end of the deck's ability to stop your plays. Kashtira's Shangri-La is a rank 7 Xyz monster that requires 2 or more level 7 monsters to make. Once per turn, it can summon a Kashtira monster from your deck during the standby phase. Every time you banish an opponent's card, you choose one of your opponent's monsters or spell and trap card zones and lock it down, preventing it from being used. And if it would be destroyed, you could instead remove one of its materials. This is the most infamous card in the entire deck, creating 9 to 10 zone locks that essentially meant your opponent couldn't play the game at all. As we'll see, this deck excels in banishing cards, so Shangri-La was able to trigger many times a turn with ease. One of the best ways to banish cards is the deck's biggest, baddest boss monster, Kashtira Arise Heart. This is a rank 7 Xyz monster that requires 3 level 7 monsters to summon. However, you can also summon it over any single Kashtira monster you control if a player activated Shangri-La's effect this turn. Any card sent to the graveyard gets banished instead. Once per chain, when a card is banished, you can target a banished card and attach it to this card. And you can remove 3 Xyz materials from Arise Heart to target any card in the field and banish it face down. The Macrocosmos style effect not only stops many decks from working at all on its own, but it also means that Arise Heart will be getting a ton of materials to banish even more cards, as well as giving your Shangri-La more chances to activate and lock your opponent out of play every time you use its ability to banish a singular card face down. On top of having ways of cutting off your opponent from the game, the deck also had a slew of other powerful cards. Kashtira Fenrir was strong enough and splashable enough that many decks outside of Kashtira used it as well. Once per turn, if you have no monsters, you can special summon it from your hand. When it declares an attack, or an opponent activates a monster effect, you can target one face-up card your opponent controls and banish it face down. And you can add a Kashtira monster from your deck to your hand during your main phase. Both of these effects on a hard once per turn. And it can add copies of itself, by the way, which made the card extremely annoying to play against regardless of what deck your opponent was playing Fenrir in. Kashtira Birth allows you to normal summon a level 7 monster without tributing, and once per turn, special summon a non-Xyz Kashtira monster from your banishment or graveyard. Also, if your opponent activates a spell card or effect, you get to banish 3 cards in their graveyard face down, just to mess with them even more. Other support like Pressure Planet Racewath and Kashtira Theosis both gave the deck more consistency and extension, as well as more grind game and power, meaning the deck was actually able to pull off its win conditions somewhat consistently. However, Kashtira did have some notable weaknesses. If you try to lock your opponent out of the game with Shangri-La, you were kind of putting a lot of eggs in one basket. As soon as your opponent outed Shangri-La with something like a Kaiju, they'd be able to play as normal once again, or at least have access to way more zones than they did before. This led to cards like Book of Moon becoming common sideboard cards to help against the deck, as it was very hard to lock all 10 of your opponent's main zones before your opponent got at least their standby phase and could use a quick play spell, and you definitely weren't locking 9 zones and getting an Omni Negate up consistently. While cards like Arise Heart are very powerful, they aren't impossible to beat either, just very difficult to navigate around. Not to mention that the deck was a bit clunkier than some of the other decks we'll be seeing later on this list. At least clunkier than most other top decks post Power of the Elements have been. This relative level of inconsistency and the fact that, even after they got full combo, your opponent often did have some meaningful counterplay meant that Kashtira wasn't completely unbeatable at any point. It was the best deck in the game considering just how powerful its individual cards were, and how difficult to beat a 9-zone lock is for most of the decks in the game. But it never took over the entire game like some of the other cards on this list. At events like YCS Los Angeles in 2023, it took 11 of the top 16 spots and 19 of the top 36 spots, which would translate to 69% representation in top 16 and 53 representation in top 36, which overall would lock it in at a tier 0 status. However, even if Kashtira isn't quite a tier 0 deck via the strictest definition of the tier, it's at least one of the most feared and hated tier 1 decks to ever dominate a format. Thanks to barely sneaking into tier 0 and being one of the most infamous decks ever released, Kashtira is barely able to slide into this list. And at number 8, we have Nekroz. This is a deck of ritual cards, a famously underpowered mechanic in Yu-Gi-Oh! Since most ritual strategies require you to have a ritual spell, a ritual monster, and a tribute in hand to summon a ritual monster, which is both very resource intensive and extremely clunky. To make this mechanic better, the Nekroz archetype were given many upsides. Their ritual spells, Nekroz Cycle, Nekroz Mirror, and Nekroz Kaleidoscope, all have their effects to banish themselves and a Nekroz monster from grave to add a Nekroz spell from your deck to your hand. but only if you control no monsters. The Necron's monsters themselves also all had abilities that could be activated when they were in your hand to make the deck more consistent. Necrons of Trishula can discard itself from hand to negate the effect of a card that targets one of your Necron's monsters. Necrons of Brionet can discard itself to add a Necron's monster from deck to hand, including Necrons of Clausulus, which can discard itself to search any Necros spell card. Necrons of Unicorn discards itself to add back a Necron's monster to your graveyard. Necrons of Gungear discards itself to make a Necron's immune to destruction by battle and card effect for a turn, and Necrons of Catastor discards itself to special back a Necron's monster. On top of these incredibly useful and versatile hand effects, they also had great effects while on the field. Necrons of Trishula banishes a card from your opponent's hand, field, and graveyard on summon, a very powerful removal option. Brionet can shuffle 2 monsters special summon from the extra deck back into the deck. Necrons of Valkyrus allows you to tribute up to 2 monsters on your field or hand to draw the same number of cards. Necrons of Gungear was a repeatable removal, and Necrons of Unicorn negates the effects of all special summon monsters from the extra deck. As you can tell, this deck not only had a lot of consistency and removal, but several effects that could stop the average deck from completing their game plan. However, Konami still had a few tricks up their sleeve to help this archetype shine. Shurit, Strategist of the Necrons, not only allows itself to be the full requirement of a ritual summon for a Necrons monster, it also adds a Warrior Necrons ritual monster from deck to hand when you use it for this purpose, giving the deck more card advantage, more consistency, and lowering the cost of bringing out its powerful ritual monsters. The final nail in the coffin for this deck's power was Jin Releaser Rituals. This level 3 Dark Fiend can be banished from the graveyard as a material for ritual summon, and when it's used as a material for ritual summon, your opponent can't special summon monsters for as long as you have that ritual summon monster face up on the field. The Jin lock was terrifying and weirdly consistent to pull off, forcing your opponent to play a ton of cards like our good friend Book of Moon to try and even be allowed to play the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! This put a lot of pressure on your opponent during deck building, which was great for the Necrons player, as it meant that your opponent would be packing a ton of cards that were overall worse than the Necrons engine. The thing is, even if you outed the Jin lock as it was called, it's not like you won the game. The Necrons deck was more than capable of making the lock without overcommitting, and had a ton of ways to stay in the game for many turns as well as deal with whatever board you put up. Remember, this was decades ago. Not every deck was able to easily OTK your opponent yet. It's not like with Kashtira, where if your opponent legitimately did just go for a 9 zone lock with no other threats, you could just unlock your zones and do a 1-card combo to win. Every deck's combo needed multiple cards to work. So, needing to have enough outs to the Jin lock on top of drawing enough cards to do your own combo was very difficult, especially since Necrons was already a strong enough deck to compete with the rest of the field without the Jin lock even coming up. The combined assault of one of the most consistent and powerful archetypes the game had seen yet, released alongside one of the most powerful lingering floodgates a combo deck had ever seen, being able to incorporate it into its engine, created an almost insurmountable deck, one of the most powerful the game had ever seen. It's no wonder this led to a Tier 0 format, where nothing except Necrons was able to compete. Unlike with Kashtira, nothing else was even really able to sneak into the top 8 when Necrons was around. At YCS Paraguay in 2015, the deck took 24 of the top 32 spots. It took 20 of the top 32 spots in the YCS Chicago, and took 12 of the top 16 in YCS Bogota. You get the picture. Necrons was just about the only thing even in striking distance of winning a YCS at the time. Still, the gap in pure power between Necrons and the other decks in the game at the time wasn't anywhere near as high as in some other formats, with the next spot on this list being a great example of this disparity. And at number 7, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon Envoy of the End, the flagship card of Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG's first proper Tier 0 format, and the deck that caused the first real ban list. While cards had been restricted before, this deck pushed Konami to finally pull the trigger and take cards behind the shed for good. Chaos Emperor Dragon is a dark level 8 dragon with 3000 attack and 2500 defense. It can't be normal summoned or set, and can only be special summoned by banishing a light and dark monster from your graveyard. It also originally had the effect where you could pay 1000 light points to send as many cards in both players' hand and on the field to the graveyard as possible. Then inflict 300 damage to your opponent for each card sent to the graveyard by this effect. This alone is a really strong effect, especially all the way back in 2004 when the card was first released. The game was just a lot slower, so having a card that could either be a free 3000 beater, or a reset button in a pinch, would have already been good enough. However, there was a way to go further with this card. The cards Sangan and Witch of the Black Forest both had the effect to add a monster from your deck to your hand with 1500 or less attack or defense respectively when the cards were sent to the graveyard. And this would trigger if they were on the field when you activated Chaos Emperor Dragon's effect. This can allow you to go and find Yatagarasu. This is a mere level 2 Wind Fiend with only 200 attack. It's also a spirit, so it has the same downside where it can't be special summoned and bounces to your hand at the end of the turn if it's normal summoned or flip face up. However, when it inflicts battle damage to your opponent, they skip their next draw phase. This can be a very powerful effect, as it stops your opponent from ever drawing an out if they're in a losing position. Combining all three of these cards gives you the infamous YuGioh. You simply need to get Sangan or Witch on the field, then activate Chaos Emperor Dragon and use its effect. Then you use the Sangan or Witch to add a Yatagarasu to your hand and normal summon it. You use its effect to stop your opponent's next draw, who at this point on an empty hand lacks a board and won't get to draw, so they'll have no possible game actions they can make. This is effectively the end of the game, and this kind of combo was way too much for the game at the time. All of these cards outside of Yatagarasu are already staples in that metagame, worth playing on their own. Getting to sometimes win the game out of nowhere if your opponent lets a Sangan or Witch stick around for a turn, and having a Chaos Emperor Dragon in your hand was just pretty crazy. Now, this combo is pretty awful by today's standards, but we're not looking at which of these decks would be the best if they were legal today. That would just be ranking these decks by order of release. We're ranking them by how powerful they were in their original context, and Chaos Emperor Dragon was much further above the power level of the rest of the format than any of the other decks we've mentioned so far. However, the deck wasn't unbeatable. The combo is a bit inconsistent, and good draws can allow you to beat CED before it even has a chance to lock you out of the game. We don't have much data from this time, as the resources for collecting top results and the like at the time were incredibly sparse. But we do have what indicates that the deck was having a huge impact on the metagame. The fact that it led to bans for the first time ever is proof enough that at least Konami felt like it was too oppressive. All in all, for being the first Tier 0 deck in the game, and being the deck to literally create the ban list, is quite the legacy to leave. And at number 6, we have Teledad, named after Emergency Teleport and Dark Arm Dragon. E-Tele is a quick play spell that allows you to summon a level 3 or lower psychic type monster from your hand or deck, but it's banished during the end phase. Dark Arm Dragon is a level 7 Dark Dragon with 2800 attack, which can't be normal summoned or set, but can be special summoned from your hand if there are exactly 3 monsters in your graveyard. It also allows you to banish a dark monster from your graveyard to target one card on the field and destroy it. This deck came into being right at the start of the Synchro era, and it quickly established itself as the top dog in the new format. Dark Arm Dragon had already proven itself to be a menace in the format before it got its partner in crime in E-Teleport for a variety of reasons. For one, being able to special summon a huge monster from your hand and then blow up 3 cards on the field for no investment was kind of just insane at this point in the game. Even heavy hitters like Blackluster Soldier and Envoy of the Beginning, who was banned at the time, required banishing monsters from your graveyard to bring it out, and had to skip out on attacking to use its banish effect. Not to mention that the effect was a once per turn. In contrast, Dad didn't need to banish anything to bring itself out, and could use its effect as much as it wanted as long as you had the materials in your graveyard. This was made even better by how priority worked at this point in the game, as you got to act before your opponent after summoning a monster, letting you use Dad's Spell Speed 1 Destruction effect before they could use a card like Bottomless Trap Hole to remove it. You could also easily swarm your opponent with Dads if you drew more than one at once, letting you put out up to 8400 damage out of nowhere. Of course, it didn't become a Tier 0 format just because of Dad. It had a lot of help thanks to the mountains of dark attribute support in the game at the time, as well as playing extremely well with the Destiny Draw package. It also played well with Return from the Different Dimension that was still legal for some reason, which allowed you to special summon back all of your banished monsters. Emergency Teleport made this entire strategy far more flexible by allowing you to special summon a Krebons from your deck without taking up your normal summon. This level 2 tuner could pay life points and negate attacks, but more importantly, it was a dark monster that you could synchro off with your normal summon for a powerful synchro monster, while also filling up your graveyard with more darks for Dark Arm Dragon to come in and sweep up. Emergency Teleport was kind of just the straw that broke the camel's back, the thing that pushed Dark Arm Dragon from being one of the best decks in the format to being the undisputed best deck in the format, by allowing the deck to access both powerful synchro boss monsters and letting them set up their graveyard for Dad even more easily. All of this allowed the deck to absolutely destroy big tournaments at the time. It took 11 of the top 16 spots at SJ Tulsa, was the entirety of the top 8 at SJ Seattle, took 7 of the top 8 at SJ Chicago, SJ San Francisco, took 5 of the top 8 at SJ Atlanta, and 15 of the top 16 at SJ Houston. The deck was seemingly unbeatable during its heyday, and Konami took frustrating little action to curb its success. For nearly a year, Teledad was drowning out every other strategy at a tide of value that they simply couldn't keep up with. And at number 5, we have Zodiac. This is an archetype with a very simple gimmick. All of its Xyz monsters had an effect where, once per turn, you could summon them using any Zodiac monster as their full material. This on its own sounds very powerful. After all, essentially all other Xyzs require at least 2 materials, so getting a monster that should require at least 2 monsters to make for only 1 sounds like a great deal. Of course, this wouldn't matter if the Xyz monsters themselves weren't any good, but the Zodiac lineup had plenty of good Xyzs. Among these, the most important are Zodiac Trident and Zodiac Broadbull. On top of the standard effects of all Zodiac Xyzs to rank up over another Zodiac and gain the attack and defense of all Zodiacs attached to them as material, Trident had the ability to detach an Xyz material to target a face-up card in the field and destroy it as a quick effect. Broadbull had both of the standard effects and could detach an Xyz material to add a Beast Warrior type monster that can be normal summon or set from your deck to your hand, which describes the entire archetype. Essentially, Broadbull lets you turn any Zodiac name in your deck into a search, and Trident lets you turn any name into removal, which was the bread and butter what Yu-Gi-Oh decks need to work. This alone makes Zodiacs very consistent, as no matter what you draw, you'd be able to at least make a play. However, the deck had a secret weapon up its sleeve, Zodiac Ratpier. This was a level 4 Earth Beast Warrior that allowed you to send a Zodiac card from your deck to your graveyard on a normal summon, which combos well with cards like Zodiac Tiger Mortar and Zodiac Combo. But the second effect is what's most important here. All the main deck Zodiac monsters give any Zodiac Xyz they're attached to an effect. Ratpier gives them the effect to detach an Xyz material to summon another Ratpier from your hand or deck. This means that you could make plays such as summon Ratpier, rank up into any Zodiac, then detach to summon another Ratpier from your deck. Then you rank up the original Xyz monster into a Tiger Mortar, use its effect to reattach the original Ratpier from your graveyard to it, and since it's a new monster, the soft once per turn has worn off, and you can use the effect again to summon another Ratpier from deck, allowing you to summon any rank 4 you want. Then you can simply rank up Tiger Mortar into Trident, usually ending on either 2 forms of Disruption, or Disruption plus follow-up off of a single normal summon. A common monster to summon was Daigusto Emerald, which would allow you to attach material to shuffle 3 monsters from your graveyard back into your deck and draw a card, netting you even more card advantage and resetting your Ratpiers for later. And this didn't even need your normal summon, because Zodiac Barrage and MX Saber Invoker could summon Ratpier from your deck. Invoker is a rank 3 that asks for generic materials, so with an engine of 3 Speedroid Terratop, which if you have no monsters can special summon itself from your hand for free, and then add a Speedroid monster besides itself from your deck to your hand. You grab Speedroid Takatomborg, which can special summon itself since you have a wind monster on field, and use them to make Invoker, giving you 6 cards between Barrage and Terratop that can allow you to start this full combo without committing your normal summon. But that's not all. Remember, every Zodiac in your deck is essentially any Xyz, including Zodiac Broadbull. So even if you don't open Ratpier or one of your other 6 optimal starters, you can just go grab Ratpier for next turn and then rank up into Trident anyway. This was much earlier in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, so the threat of an OTK was severely lower. On top of that, since your Zodiac lineup is so lean and consistent, the deck could afford to play a lot of non-engine, letting it play a plethora of powerful spell and trap cards to keep them alive for the next turn, even if they were scared of their opponent. Zodiac may not put up the most impressive boards to the modern eye, but it's the most consistent deck in the game and, at the time of release, had the ability to generate so much card advantage each turn that almost nothing could keep up with it. Nearly every deck that we know of that topped an event around this time was on Zodiac. Out of the 19 decks we have lists for in the top 32 of the YCS Paraguay, Zodiac was in 14 of them. Out of the 23 decks we have data for from YCS Atlanta, only 3 of them didn't play Zodiac, and 11 of the 12 decks we know from the top 32 YCS Seattle were also playing Zoo. It was hard to find a top cut that wasn't infested with countless Zodiacs during this year's release, and took heavy action on the ban list to finally stop the deck's reign. And at number 4, we have Pepe, named after the Performapal and Performage archetypes. This deck is remembered for being when pendulums finally went too far and completely broke the game. The deck had multiple cards that broke the rules of pendulums. The first was Performapal Monkey Board, a level 6 beast pendulum with a pendulum scale of 1. Its monster effect allows you to discard it from hand and reveal a Performapal or odd-eyes monster in your hand, and reduce the level of all monsters in your hand with that name by 1 for the rest of the turn, which can make them easier to summon. However, the pendulum effect is the main attraction here. Its pen scale becomes 4 if you don't have another Performapal in your other pendulum zone, but that's not really an issue thanks to the next effect. During the main phase of the turn this card is activated, you can add one level 4 or lower Performapal monster from your deck to your hand. This could add a ton of cards, but important among them are cards like Performapal Guitar Turtle and Performapal Lizard Draw. These are pendulum monsters with pendulum effects that can draw you a card, a very powerful effect on its own. But they're also search targets for Monkey Board with pen scales of 6. This means that a single Monkey Board can set up scales of 1 and 6 on its own, letting you spam the board with low-level monsters with a pen summon for only 1 card, and even 0 cards if you use Lizard Draw to cycle after you pendulum summon. This was exceedingly rare not only at the time, but even to this day. Pendulum's only real weakness as a mechanic, especially all the way back in Master Rule 3 before they were restricted to summoning pen monsters from the extra deck to link zones, was that it was just very card intensive to actually set up scales, eating 2 entire cards from your hand. Monkey Board basically removed this downside altogether by making setting up your scales card neutral in terms of advantage. Of course, it's not the only absolutely insane pendulum monster in the deck. There was also Performage Plushfire. This level 4 pendulum monster had the effect where, if it was destroyed by battle or card effect, you could special summon another Performage monster from your hand or deck, and this effect was not once per turn. This effect would also trigger if it was destroyed while in your pendulum zone, so you didn't even need to get it to the field proper. So you could do things like scale it and then use a card like Luster Pendulum the Draco Slayer to pop it from your pen scale to add another Plushfire from deck to hand, while also getting a free special summon from the deck. Unfortunately, there's no Performage you could summon from the deck to pop your second Plushfire in your skills, but the deck had tons of ways to go even further for more advantage. Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer on summon lets you target up to 2 of your own cards and destroy them to add the same number of Performapal monsters with different names from your deck to your hand, which can find the previously mentioned Performapal Monkey Board and Guitar Turtle to draw extra cards, while also setting up the pen scales. There was also the infamous Wavering Eyes, a card that somehow did literally everything in this format, and is maybe one of the most singularly powerful cards in any Yu-Gi-Oh format ever during Pepe's Tier 0 reign. This quick play spell destroyed all pendulum scales in play, then applied each effect in sequence based on the number destroyed. Popping 1 lets you deal 500 damage to your opponent. Popping 2 scales lets you add a pendulum monster from your deck to your hand. Popping 3 lets you banish 1 card in the field, and popping 4 scales at once lets you get another copy of Wavering Eyes from your deck to your hand. Using Wavering Eyes to pop your own scales allowed you to trigger your Plushfire while also getting Monkey Board, and as a result, full scales again. But if your opponent was playing Pendulum as well, and they were because this was a Tier 0 format, this not only did all of that, but it also worked as a powerful form of interaction against your opponent's board. The banish effect from Wavering Eyes was essential in this format, as banishing cards in the field was one of the only ways to get removal against pendulum monsters that actually stuck, instead of just putting them back in the extra deck where they could be resummoned. Wavering Eyes was so powerful that Performage Damage Juggler was a constant 3 of in Pepe lists because, in addition to be summonable off of Plushfire, it also had a hand trap effect that could stop your opponent's Wavering Eyes from working because one of its multiple effects did burn you. After doing all of this ridiculous pendulum summoning, the deck would swarm the board with 5 or so level 4 monsters and start stacking them on top of each other to make powerful monsters, like Abyss Dweller, Castel the Skyblaster Musketeer, and Cyber Dragon Infinity by going through some extra hoops. Essentially, this deck consistently ended on an Omni Negate plus another Xyz monster while also having infinite material do the same thing next turn. And again, this was back before every deck had OTK out of nowhere in every game, and a single Omni Negate was extremely difficult to play through. So having this amount of disruption, plus this much guaranteed follow-up, as well as getting to draw multiple extra cards over the course of the turn, was basically impossible to play against. It of course took massive chunks of top cuts at the biggest tournaments of the year. Of the 13 topping decks we know of from YCS Sydney, only 4 of them weren't on Pepe. Of the 15 lists we have from YCS Atlanta, only 2 weren't a Pepe variant. 8 of the 15 lists we have from YCS Paraguay are Pepe, and 8 of the top 16 slots we have data for YCS Las Vegas, and it was also all but 2 of the 9 topping lists we have from YCS Costa Rica. Pepe was one of the most dominant decks the game had ever seen during its prime, but there are still just a few decks that were even more impressive. And at number 3, we have Snake Eyes. This is a deck centered around a lot of level 1 fire monsters. The deck had a couple of gimmicks. Most of the level 1 monsters, Snake Eyes Ash, Snake Eyes Birch, and Oak, have the effect to send themselves another card on the field to the graveyard to special summon any Snake Eyes from the deck. The other gimmick is most obvious when you look at their boss monster, Snake Eye Flameberg. This guy has a lot of effects, but among them is the effect to target one monster on the field or in the graveyard and put it into its owner's back row as a continuous spell. During your opponent's turn, you can target one spell card in either its back row, that's a monster, and summon it to your field. It also lets you special summon 2 level 1 fire monsters from your graveyard when it's sent from the field or hand to the grave. Other cards like Sinful Spoils of Subversion Snake Eyes allows you to target a monster in the field and push it into the back row as well. A very strong form of removal. Not only did this allow you to get rid of monsters so you could attack directly and don't have to deal with its effect, but it also didn't send it to the graveyard or banishment for any floating effects. And also it wasn't destruction, getting around to multiple forms of insurance. This alone shows why Snake Eyes would be powerful. Its main gimmicks are, similar to Zodiac's, a way to get any important monster from your deck from any monster you drew, and a powerful form of removal that few other decks get access to. However, the deck also had amazing swarming ability thanks in no small part to Snake Eyes Poplar. This is a level 1 fire that, if it's added to your hand except by drawing it, you can special summon it from your hand. And when this card is summoned, you can add any Snake Eye spell or trap from your deck to your hand. Finally, it also has an effect where if it's sent from the field to the grave, you can target a fire monster in your graveyard and set it as a continuous spell. This card combined amazingly not only with all of the effects of the other Snake Eye cards, but also with the other generic fire support cards. Snake Eyes Ash added any level 1 fire from your deck to your hand on summon, which would not only add you Poplar, but it also lets you summon it for free. Then you would get a search off of Poplar, which could find a variety of strong cards. But one of the most important for the deck's success is Original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye. This normal spell allows you to send one other face-up card you control to the grave to special summon a level 1 fire monster from your hand or deck. It also has an effect where you can banish it from your grave to put a Snake Eyes or Diabellstar monster from your graveyard on the bottom of your deck and then search a level 1 fire, but not the same turn you use its other effect. It's also a hard once per turn on both effects, as is every effect of Snake Eyes cards, because at this point, Konami finally learned their lesson. Original Sinful Spoils, or OSS for short, was an amazing part of this deck for a lot of reasons. But the most important for now is that it gave the deck's main combo a ton of insurance. After adding OSS with Poplar, you would use it to summon a random Link 1, which at the time was Linkuriboh. A Link 1 which could special summon itself from the grave by tributing a level 1 monster, which was occasionally important in specific situations. After linking on Poplar, it would let you reset one of your monsters, which would usually be itself. Then you would use Ash's Summon from Deck effect to send the Poplar that reset itself to summon Snake Eyes Oak, which had the on-summon effect to summon a level 1 fire from your graveyard or banishment. You would get back one of the 2 other Snake Eyes, then use Oak to send your Link 1 and itself to make Flameberg Dragon. Then you'd link off Flameberg and whatever other material you resummon to make an IP Masquerena, which triggers Flameberg to reborn 2 monsters. You use one of the 2 monsters you got back and an IP to make Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames, one of the most insane Link 3s Konami has ever printed. This 2700 attack monster locks you out of summoning non-fire monsters while it's on the field. However, once per turn, it can summon any fire monster from your grave. And if your opponent summons a monster while it's in your graveyard, you can special summon it by destroying 1 fire monster you control and 1 monster your opponent controls. Princess is broken by herself, but Snake Eyes was the best fire deck for a long time. After you make Princess, you use her effect to get Flameberg back and use its effect to reset IP. Then you link off Princess and your last material to make Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. This Link 4 fire monster has multiple effects, but the important one is that if 1 or more fire monsters you control are destroyed while it's in your graveyard, you can target one of those monsters, resummon Phoenix, and then give it the attack of the monster on top of its 2800 attack. Then, during your opponent's turn, you can use Flameberg to resummon your IP from the back row, fully resolving your combo. This board has multiple forms of interaction, all of which are incredibly difficult to deal with. Raging Phoenix is a huge pain that just keeps coming back no matter how many times you destroy it. Promethean Princess is removal that works from the graveyard. IP Masquerena can turn into something like an SP Little Knight or an Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess at quick effect speed to stop whatever you're doing. And Flameberg will float into even more materials if you remove it, and you'll even get to re-trigger the effects of your Snake Eyes on the following turn for even more advantage. So the deck has multiple forms of layered interruption that punish you for trying to stop its plays in just about any way imaginable. And we haven't even covered the entire deck yet. Another thing that made this deck so strong is how many one-card combos it had. If you could resolve Snake Eyes Ash, you would always get to this full end board. Not only did you get 3 Snake Eyes Ash in your deck, you also had 3 Bonfire to add it from your deck to your hand, because all of these level 1 Snake Eyes are Pyro. However, you could also access the combo with OSS, and that card could be set directly from your deck by the effective Diabellstar the Black Witch, which sets any Sinful Spoil cards from deck on summon, and can special summon itself by sending a card from your hand or field to the graveyard. On top of that, you can also find Diabellstar from your deck with Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils, which also had a graveyard effect that lets you draw a card and put back another Sinful Spoil spell or trap. So the deck, without dipping into cards like Small World, had 12 cards that represented full combo on their own, and could even flex as extenders in a pinch. This turbo consistency, along with the fact that you only needed 1 card from your hand for combo, let the deck play a ridiculous amount of non-engine, meaning that the deck had tons of hands where you opened 4 hand traps and 1 card that could snowball into their entire end board if you didn't stop it. This is what makes Snake Eyes one of the most absurd combo decks in the game. It only needs 1 card for full combo. A single hand trap often wasn't enough to stop the deck, as most of its starters were also extenders. And all of this took up a small enough amount of deck space that it was always essentially able to interact with your opponent with hand traps going second. And somehow this isn't even the end of what made the deck broken. Linkuriboh lets you dodge cards like Infinite Impermanence on your Snake Eyes Ash or Poplar by tributing them in response, which led to the card being banned in the coming months. Snake Eyes Oak and Ash worked with any level 1 fires, letting you add cards like Jet Synchron from your deck to access synchro plays for certain hands, as well as letting you Jet Synchron's recursion ability and then resummon it after it banishes itself. The deck was all over top cuts around this time. It took 20 of the top 32 at YCS in Indianapolis, took 18 of the top 32 at YCS Sacramento and at the 2024 European WCQ, 17 of the top 32 at YCS Raleigh, and 40 of the top 16 decks in the 3v3 Las Vegas YCS were Snake Eyes or Fire King Snake Eyes variants, meaning only 8 of the 48 decks that topped the event didn't have a Snake Eyes card in them. It was also similarly dominant in the Team YCS San Jose, where Fire King decks with Snake Eyes and Pure Snake Eyes took 39 spots of the top 16. One thing that makes Snake Eyes surprisingly prolific is that it works as a good engine for other decks, allowing it to see play alongside decks like Fiendsmith, Rescue Ace, and Fire King, which let it slide into almost every big event if it wasn't the star of the show by itself. This deck could do anything, and it had basically no real guardrails outside of every effect in the deck being a hard once per turn. However, this simple difference is what separates Snake Eyes from the number 2 spot on this list, which has no such weakness. And at number 2, we have Spiral. This was a deck based on spy thrillers and had a theme where cards like Super Agent got bonuses if you could properly guess the top card of your opponent's deck. Super Agent being able to special summon itself from hand on a correct guess. It could also target and destroy a spell or trap card your opponent controls on summon, and both of these effects are one of the few hard once per turns in the deck. To help facilitate this, the deck had cards like Spiral Gear Drone, which let you look at and rearrange the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck on summon. It also has the effects where it contributes itself for an attack boost based on how many monsters your opponent has, which was decently useful at times, and you can also banish it another Spiral card from your grave to return a Spiral Super Agent from your graveyard to your hand. None of these effects being once per turns. Drone is a very useful card for the deck to have access to, and luckily you could get it with Spiral Quick Fix. This card lets you add a Spiral Gear card from your deck to your hand on summon, and if you control a Spiral Super Agent, you can discard a card to summon it from your graveyard, but then you banish it when it leaves the field, neither effects being a hard once per turn. There were other good Spiral Gear cards to find off of Quick Fix. Spiral Gear Big Red was an equip spell which could reborn any Spiral monster from grave, though it tragically, or perhaps thankfully, has a hard once per turn. Spiral Gear Last Resort was a monster that lets you target a Spiral monster on your field and equip it from your field or hand to that monster. and it protected it from destruction and targeting while it was equipped. There was also Spiral Gear Utility Wire, which was just a trap card that functioned as removal for your end board. All of this had extra redundancy with Spiral Resort, a field spell that prevented your opponent from targeting your spirals, as well as letting you add a spiral monster from deck to hand on a soft once per turn. Though it did have a maintenance cost to shuffle a monster back into your deck during the end phase from your graveyard. Resort could also be accessed via the effects of Spiral Master Plan. This level 7 spellcaster had the effects where, on a soft once per turn, it could add a Spiral Mission card from deck to hand, and on a hard once per turn, when it was sent to the graveyard from field, you could add a Spiral Resort from hand to deck, and also a Spiral monster besides itself. The Spiral missions you could search included Spiral Mission Assault, which you could banish from your grave to special summon a Spiral from hand, and Spiral Mission Rescue, which you could banish from grave to special a Spiral monster from the grave. They have other effects, but those don't really matter. And also, yes, they aren't once per turns. You also had a few extra cards like Spiral Tough that, if you guessed the top card of your opponent's deck correctly, could target and pop one card your opponent controls, and the deck's resident boss monster, Spiral Sleeper. This is a level 8 fiend with 2800 attack, which can't be normal summon or set, but can be special summoned from hand by banishing 3 Spiral cards from your graveyard, and can't be special summoned in other ways. As a quick effect, you can target 1 Spiral monster you control and 2 other cards your opponent controls and destroy them. And if it's destroyed by battle or a card effect, it blows up your entire board and lets you special summon a super agent from your deck. This initial wave of Spiral cards was fine. It was a competent deck, but it couldn't quite get started fast enough to compete when it was first released. A big part of this was that Spiral Master Plan was a bit difficult to get out, requiring 2 tributes and not having an inherent special summon condition. While you could Big Redder out, that required more setup and used your 1 archetype Easy Reborn for the turn. That really stinks because Master Plan not only lets you go +3 if you summoned it and sent it to the graveyard in 1 turn, it also gave you a ton of consistency by letting you get access to Resort easily. So what happens when you get rid of this tiny little restriction on the deck? Enter Spiral Double Helix, the single card that broke this deck for multiple formats. This is a Link 2 monster that requires 2 Spiral monsters. Its name is Spiral Super Agent while on the field, and if you could guess the type of your opponent's top card, you could take a Spiral card from your deck and either add it to your hand or special summon to a zone this card points to, though it may as well have just said special summon Master Plan from deck. This card is a hard once per turn, but that's a small consolation at this point. The deck's main game plan was usually to get a drone out to check the top cards of your opponent's deck, then link monsters off for Double Helix. Then you'd grab Master Plan and use it to add Rescue. Then link her off and trigger Master Plan's second effect. Then, depending on what you had, you would usually find either more copies of Quick Fix or something else that you could summon for free. You would then use the effect of Quick Fix in your graveyard, which most combo lines to Double Helix allowed you to get out beforehand, to discard more Quick Fixes from hand and get a ton of Spiral Gear cards from deck and get Spiral Mission Rescue into the grave. You would then overlink all of your Quick Fixes so they didn't get banished, and then you could use the Rescue you dumped to get back Master Plan. Search another Rescue, link off Master Plan, and then Xyz for another link, and then do this all over again until you've run through all 3 copies of Rescue. At this point, you'll have enough link materials to make basically anything you want, or at the very least, be able to summon Sleeper and equip it with Last Resort that you searched over the course of your turn. The core loop of Master Plan for Rescue, Quick Fix from Grave discard Rescue, Rescue back Master Plan, add another Rescue, generated so many resources that this deck could put up some of the most egregious boards the game has ever seen, at least at this point in history. This deck feels like the point where Konami decided to never print a soft once per turn on an effect that lets you go +1 literally ever again, because 1 card let this deck go from a non-issue to one of the most broken things ever. While it didn't put up infinite negate boards that you'd see in YouTube videos and Master Duel nowadays, the amount of advantage this deck generated back in the day was more than enough for Spiral to essentially clear the entire field. This deck was so good that even after Resort, Quick Fix, and Drone were limited to 1, the deck made a resurgence in 2020 thanks to Magician Souls, and Konami had to finally pull the trigger and just ban Master Plan to stop the deck from looping Rescue for infinite value. At this point in our year 2025, Master Plan might be able to come off the ban list, seeing as it's unbanned at Master Duel and not really causing any problems. As for results, Spiral was 10 of the 15 lists we know of for the top cut of YCS Melbourne, 12 of the top 16 at ARGCS Richmond, and 11 of top 16 at ARGCS Orlando. It was also the most represented deck in YCS Paraguay and Dallas, but almost all of the top 32 of those events are unknown lists. This is another deck where data on tournaments around this time has surprising amount of holes, but most events at this time are filled with Spiral from top to bottom. There is a discussion to be had about if this or Snake Eyes should be higher on this list. Snake Eyes is, in terms of time frame and tournament results, the most dominant deck we've seen in the last decade. But that's mostly just because Konami refused to hit the deck in a meaningful way. While they should have banned Master Plan immediately, at least they limited Quick Fix Drone and Resort, and it actually hurt Spiral a bit. And in the case of Snake Eyes, instead of just banning OSS like they eventually had to, Konami spent months trying to convince everyone they cared about the metagame by limiting one of the Snake Eyes 12 card starters in succession. Usually, whichever one had been out the longest after they printed the next one card starter for the deck. Snake Eyes wasn't that dominant because it was that problematic, but because Konami just didn't want to take meaningful action against the deck. Spiral was, at its time, more broken from a card design standpoint than Snake Eyes were. Still, there's one deck that's even more overpowered when compared to these two titans of Tier 0 formats. And we all know what the number one spot is. Everyone give a round of applause or jeers for Ishizu Tier Limit, the most broken Tier 0 deck ever released. This is a deck of very depressed mermaid ladies who fuse into bigger, sadder mermaids from the graveyard. The small tier names, Tier Limit Havness, Meryl, and Shiren, had a shared effect where, when they're sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can fusion summon a monster by putting materials from your hand, field, or graveyard on the bottom of your deck, including themselves. Most of the effects on these cards are hard once per turns for the record. They also each had their own effects. Merly milling you for 3 on summon, Shiren letting you special it from hand by pitching a card from your hand to the grave, then milling 3, and Havness having the ability where if your opponent activates a monster effect while it's in your hand, you can special summon it and then mill 3. You also had Tier Limit's Rhino Heart, a level 4 that when summoned sends a Tier Limit monster from your hand or deck to the grave. Also, if it's sent to the grave, you can special summon it, but then you have to send a Tier Limit card from your hand to the graveyard afterwards, and it gets banished when it leaves the field. As for fusion monsters, you had a lot of options. Tier Limit's Kid Kolos only asked for a Tier Limit and an Aqua monster. When it was special summoned, you could either add a Tier Limit card from your deck to your hand, or send it to the graveyard. You could also target a monster you control and a Tier Limit monster in your hand or grave, and send a monster on field to the graveyard to then special summon that targeted monster. And finally, when it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you mill 5 cards. Tier Limit's Rukolos requires Kid Kolos and a Tier Limit monster's material and has a ton of powerful effects. Its effects are that your other Aqua monsters can't be destroyed by battle. When your opponent activates a card effect that would special summon a monster, you can send a Tier Limit monster from your hand or field to the grave to negate that card's activation and destroy it. And if this fusion summoned card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can special summon it again. So the first time it's sent to the grave after being fusion summoned, it comes back. There's also Tier Limit's Kaleido Heart, which needs a Rhino Heart and 2 Aqua monsters. It can't be used as a fusion material. And when special summoned, or when an Aqua monster is sent to the grave by a card effect while it's on the field, you can shuffle any one of your opponent's cards into the deck. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can special summon it and then send a Tier Limit's card from your deck to the graveyard. On top of these powerful boss monsters, the deck also had Primeval Planet Pillarino, a field spell that adds any Tier Limit monster from deck to hand on activation, and whenever a Tier Limit you control or in your grave is shuffled back into the deck or extra deck, you can target a card in the field and destroy it, giving the deck even more removal and consistency. You also had powerful back row cards like Tier Limit Crime and Tier Limit Suliek, which not only had strong interactive effects, but also had effects to plus when they were sent to the graveyard by a card effect, including milling. Basically, it was a powerful fusion deck that worked by milling, rather than having to actually draw its card like most plebeian archetypes. This was already enough to make Tier Limits one of the 2 best decks in Power of the Elements, going neck and neck with sprites and slowly pulling ahead as the format was explored. The deck had a bit of a reputation for playing on both players' turns, thanks to Havness's hand trap effect that could mill immediately, letting you fusion summon right away, or get extra cards with lucky mills. And after they got 1 turn to set up, they had so many floating effects that they could fuse a couple of times on your opponent's turn in most games. All of this changed with the release of Magnificent Mavens, which gave it the Ishizu cards. Yugioh, Keldo, Mudora, and Kelback were all designed to work with Exchange of the Spirit in their own little anime archetype. But everyone immediately figured out this was terrible, and they could just play them in good decks instead. Kelback and Yugioh had the effects that, when they're sent to the graveyard from hand or deck, both players mill 5 cards. Mudora and Keldo had the effects that, if they were on the field or grave, you could banish them to target 3 cards in either graveyard and shuffle them into the deck as a quick effect. These cards worked wonderfully in Tier Limits, giving you way more materials when they were milled for fusion summons, as well as powerful forms of graveyard interaction that you didn't even have to draw. Remember that the Tier Shell, before the release of the Ishizu cards, was already proving itself to be the deck to beat in the format thanks to being able to put up so many forms of disruption without eating into many resources. These cards supercharged the deck. It made it so if they happened to mill one of the Ishizu millers and you weren't playing to yourself or didn't have a dimension shifter that you could activate, the game was often just kind of over. The deck's reputation for comboing on your opponent's turn harder than on your own got way worse at this time, as a single Havness had an extremely high chance of milling important targets with all of the Tearlaments and Ishizu cards in the deck, to the point where this was less as something that happened every once in a while, and more of just a core facet of how the deck played. The deck started putting up big results quickly. They got 26 of the top 32 spots at YCS Pasadena, 18 of the top 32 at NA Remote Duel YCS, 18 of top 32 at YCS Costa Rica, 17 of top 43 at YCS Dortmund, and 19 of top 32 at YCS Sydney. The thing about Tearlaments is that it plays on such a different axis than most other Yu-Gi-Oh decks. It doesn't really care as much about things like card advantage as much as it does on how many things it can mill over the course of the game to start its plays, which makes beating it with anything besides an Abyss Dweller pretty much impossible. Its first turn board was immediately threatening. It got almost infinite value over the course of the game, and it was more than capable of stopping your plays with its spot removal and the Ishizu shufflers. The deck was so good that even after its best card, Kit Kolos, was banned, the deck could afford to play garbage like King of the Swamp to make a Root Kolos anyway and still be tier 0. In Tearlaments land, card advantage is a myth and it can't hurt you. As for performance, Tearlaments is in a bit of a strange spot. While it did have great showings at events like YCS Sydney, YCS Pasadena, and YCS Dortmund, there were comparatively less events right at the start of this format, as things were still picking up after the lockdowns. Despite the slowness of tournaments around this time, Tearlaments still picked up a similar number of results to the other tier 0 decks in this video, which really shows how powerful the deck was. The reason Tearlaments takes the top spot on this list is that, despite the fact that we've gone through some pretty intensive power creep over the past couple of years since the deck first came out and was banned, this deck would not only be the best deck in the game if it came back unhit today, it would be another tier 0 format. In fact, whenever people play no ban list tournaments, it's always Tearlaments that just sweeps the events. It's currently the best deck of all time, and still better than the other tier 0 decks that came out after it. Normal monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh are inherently weaker than effect monsters, which is an unfortunate truth that's plagued these amber boarded cards ever since the game's origins. Because no matter what, if you're given the choice between two monsters with the same stats, type, and attribute, with the only difference being that one has some kind of positive effect, you're going to go with the effect monster every time. As a result, there have been several attempts over the course of the game's lifespan to turn these beige bricks into behemoth boss monsters, and this recent engine might just be the thing that finally allows for them to live up to the promise within their flavor text. So here's how the Primite engine works. By normal summoning Primite Dragon Ether Barrel, you can use its effect to set a Primite Lordy directly from your deck, and then you can immediately activate Lordy to add Primite Drill Beam from your deck to your hand. From here, you have a number of options available to you depending on both the strategy that you're playing and the normal monster or monsters that you've chosen for your deck. We've seen a number of different competitively viable Primite lists ranging from Fiendsmith Primite that takes advantage of White Dust Dawn, Ryziel Primite, which will play a level 4 normal monster, and of course Blue Eyes Primite. Out of these three though, Blue Eyes definitely gets the most out of the Primite engine, as after linking off into Spirit, you then get to add Mausoleum of the White from your deck to your hand to get an extra normal summon, and so that you can use his effect to Foolish a Blue Eyes to later revive with Spirit's other effect. But if you're starting off with just the Primite engine, then here you can use Lordy to special summon out a Blue Eyes, then link both Spirit and Blue Eyes into Heraldic Seal the Heavenly Spheres before setting Drill Beam and passing turn. So with just a single card, you have Heraldic Seals to bounce an opponent's card and a free summon for a Blue Eyes White Dragon from deck, which you can use to activate Drill Beam as a target to negate and banish, alongside some free follow-up in Mausoleum. And that's not the only follow-up you'll have either, as when it swings back to your turn, Ether Barrel will let you add itself back to your hand during the standby phase. Primite Drill Beam can be reset the moment you bring out Ether again with its graveyard effect, and Lordy Lode's second effect can be used later in the turn to bring out yet another normal monster. But now that we've seen what the Primite cards can do, let's dig into the engine's ratios. Like we mentioned earlier, the interesting aspect of Primite is just how flexible it is as an engine in facilitating normal monsters, which means that the Primite card that you play will often differ from strategy to strategy. In most decks looking to use Primite, you'll usually see 3 copies of Ether Barrel and 3 copies of Lordy Lode, as both are key ways of accessing the rest of the deck's engine, while also netting you access to your normal monster of choice. Alongside that, it's usually a good idea to run Primite Drill Beam as a recursive source of interaction. But because it's so easy to find with the aforementioned searchers, and because you can keep using it over and over, you only need to run it at a single copy. And if you want to, you could just stop there. One of the biggest benefits of Primite in decks like Blue Eyes is just how compact the engine is for the power that it gives you, which allows you a lot of deck space for alternative options or more hand traps to put a stop to your opponent. But if you wanted to have more ways of getting to your normal monster of choice, you can play Primite Roar at anywhere from 1 to 3 copies, depending on its purpose and how much deck space you want to give up. In fact, you could even play Roar without any other Primite cards at all in the deck, like Plant Link, to have more ways of bringing out Genius Loci to start your combo. Usually in the most expansive Primite engine, this is where most deck builders would stop, although you technically have 3 more options available to you in Primite Howl, Primite Scream, and Primite Imperial Dragon, all of which are solid enough pieces of interaction, and can be played at 1 each if you really want to, but they all just pale in comparison to Drill Beam as a potential payoff, so usually aren't played at all. But now that we've studied these ancient dragons, let's drill into what makes this engine so extraordinary. The most important monster within the strategy is without a doubt Ether Barrel, as it acts as one of the key cards that allows you to access the rest of your deck with its first effect, which allows you to set any Primite spell or trap card directly from your deck when you normal summon it. This is incredible for any Primite strategy that's willing to give up their normal summon, as in an engine that's comprised mainly of powerful spells and traps, being able to set any of them immediately gives you access to your best playmakers and interaction, including both the powerful Lordy Lord and amazing versatile Drill Beam. There are a couple of other minor downsides to this effect, of course. It will always require normal summon, so it can't be splashed into every single strategy out there. But decks that are taking advantage of Primite usually don't mind giving that up in order to use this powerful engine, especially if they have ways of taking advantage of Ether Barrel as a body like Blue Eyes and Fiendsmith Primite decks can. But even better than supplying these kinds of strategies with a strong normal summon is giving them a versatile and repeatable normal summon, because Ether Barrel also comes with 2 amazing bonus effects that you need to be aware of. The first is pretty simple, as by tributing it, you get to foolish any normal monster from your deck. This is fine if you're trying to clear the field to activate something like a Roar or Howl and need to clear your own field, but most decks that use the Primite engine usually value the body that Ether Barrel provides in some way, and a lot of the Primite cards that summon can usually do it from the deck, so this effect usually isn't too relevant in most decks. But it's definitely one that can come up in decks like Blue Eyes if you need to put up a white dragon in gray for the likes of Spirit or Majesty's effect, in case you can't access the Molosseum Foolish. Meanwhile, the second effect of Ether Barrel is one that you'll use all of the time, as if you have a normal monster in your field or graveyard, during your standby phase you get to add Barrel from your graveyard back to your hand. This is excellent as it means you can repeat your Primate combo every single turn. If you're on a small Primate package, this is already great because it means that not only do you get to add another Lordy Load for some free card advantage, or to replace one that's been removed by your opponent, but you'll also always have a Primate monster available so that you can keep resetting Drill Beam every single turn and always have its powerful interruption available. Just remember that you can only activate this effect during your own standby phase despite the card's text, as when it was first released, Barrel was actually misprinted, which allowed for it to be used during both player standby phases, until this mishap was corrected by the Yu-Gi-Oh card database. Speaking of Primite Lordy Load though, it's the second biggest searcher within Primite and one of the strongest cards in the entire engine. Whenever Load is activated, you could add any Primite card from your deck to your hand, which is already absurd as searching for any card within the engine is a huge boost to Primite's consistency. But it only gets better when you realize that Load is capable of searching Barrel, which can find you another back row. And Barrel is capable of getting to Load, which can then find your other Primite cards. So no matter which way your Primite engine starts, you'll always get to the same place regardless. But what makes Load even better are its extra effects. Its third effect isn't too relevant, as all it does is increase the attack of a normal and Primite monster you control by 300 for every normal monster in your graveyard, which, while helpful and important to keep track and beat over your opponent's threats, is rarely going to be a difference maker in most Primite decks that play a maximum of 3 normal monsters at a time. The other effect of Load, however, is incredible, as by declaring a normal monster's name, you can special summon it from your hand, deck, or graveyard to your field in defense mode, but you'll be locked out of using the effects of special summon monsters for the rest of the turn. And make no mistake, while this restriction reads like it should be retroactive, it only applies after you use it, which makes it endlessly more useful than the alternatives, as it means that a single Lordy load is always going to net you 2 free cards worth of advantage. And working with its restriction is actually pretty simple, since not only can you activate it towards the end of your turn to bring out your normal monster of choice after using your important on-field effects, you still have access to effects of monsters in your hand and graveyard no matter what, allowing for decks like Blue Eyes to still take advantage of the likes of Maiden of Light's hand and graveyard effect to go for an extra deck play with the normal monster you just summoned. Although, if you'd rather find a way to a specific normal monster at the beginning of your turn, then Primate Roar will serve you well, as Roar is a quick play spell that, for the cost of 2,000 life points, will let you declare the name of a normal monster and apply a lingering effect that will prevent normal monsters and primate monsters on your side of the field from being destroyed by battle until the end of your opponent's turn, and then allow you to special summon the normal monster you declared directly from your deck in defense mode if you control no monsters. In a standalone Primate strategy, this effect is great, as it gives you a way to access a normal monster during either player's turn, so long as your field is clear, which can be integral for setting up the necessary fodder for Drill Beam or an Imperial Dragon. But it's even better in a deck like Plant Link, where finding a normal monster early is crucial for your combo, as you essentially get to use Roar as a copy of Unexpected Die for your normal monster of choice, without locking you like Lordy Low does, making it a great way to start out a turn even in decks that can't take advantage of a bigger Primate package. But that's not all the card can do, because if your opponent normal summons a monster while it's in your graveyard, you can banish it while there's a normal monster on your field or in your grave to banish an on-field monster who has less attack than your normal monster. This is a solid interruption, and that's easy to use naturally since you basically automatically get access to it the moment Roar resolves and summons a normal monster from your deck, and inconspicuously waits in your graveyard for your opponent to normal summon before banishing a body from their field, which can surprise even the most prepared of duelists. It does come with a couple of issues that make it so it's not usable a lot of the time. Decks like Plant Link that had normal monsters with low attack won't get much use out of Roar's graveyard interaction, since every monster they summon is going to have too high stats to activate it. And other Primate decks often won't be able to reach the same heights as Plant Link with just a single normal monster. But if you're willing to play multiple normal monsters to summon, like in the case of Fiendsmith Primate, then after summoning your low attack normal monster with Roar, so that you can go into your Fiendsmith lines, then to set up its interaction, you can later summon out a high attack normal monster with load, so that you can get the best of both worlds. Although, if you're looking for a way to put a stop to your opponent, then Primate Drill Beam is without a doubt your best bet. In order to activate Drill Beam, you either need to reveal a Primate card or a normal monster in your hand, or alternatively, you need to control a level 5 or higher Primate monster, or a normal monster that isn't a token, and it simply allows you to target a card on the field, negate its effects, and then banish it. This simple piece of interaction is endlessly versatile, as it's capable of representing both a negate and removal all in one, and its applications are immediately obvious as it allows you to negate the effects of an opponent's card that would otherwise swing a duel in their favor. And if you manage to hit a monster with its effect, you also get to remove the body, putting your opponent at a major disadvantage. But even if your opponent's best playmakers are spell or trap cards, Drill Beam is still amazing, as you can just chain it to the likes of Branded Fusion or Fiendsmith Tract to negate it for no charge, putting a stop to your opponent's best cards no matter their super type. This essentially makes Drill Beam as a way better infinite impermanence for any deck that uses Primate. But by far what makes Drill Beam so good is just how easy it is to access and activate. We touched upon this when we discussed both Ether Barrel and Lordy Load, but it's very easy to search Drill Beam and have the necessary requirements to use it in some way, thanks to Load and Barrel's effects, which is already great. But it can also be used multiple times a duel thanks to its graveyard effect. Because during the main phase, if you control a Primate monster, you can set Drill Beam directly to your field, which pairs insanely well with Ether Barrel's graveyard effect, which will ensure that you'll always have a Primate monster to summon to regain Drill Beam's absurd interruption, applying a ton of pressure to your opponent with even a small Primate package. Now that just about does it for all of the Primate cards that see competitive success. The rest of the archetype isn't abysmal by any means, but they don't get you anywhere like Barrel. Load and Roar do, and their payoffs are just a little bit more awkward to use compared to Drill Beam as a payoff. Take Primate Imperial Dragon for example, the only other monster in the archetype. Imperial Dragon can only be tribute summoned by using a normal monster as a sacrifice, and even comes with its own in-hand quick effect, which can be used during your opponent's main phase to let you normal summon a Primate monster, which you'd like to be Imperial Dragon so that you can use its on-summon effect, which, after being tribute summoned, lets you negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent controls, and then banish monsters they control that have the same type or attribute as the normal monsters in your graveyard. By all means, this interaction is solid, because when timed correctly, this could end up turning the tides of a duel in your favor by negating an important effect, or permanently negating an opponent's whole field of strong interaction. And it's not too difficult to set up your field with normal monsters to tribute with your other Primite cards. In fact, a single Lordy load gives you everything you need for this interaction to be online. But it has a couple of issues that deter players from including it in their strategy. One of the big ones is that for as powerful as this effect has the potential to be, it's somewhat awkward to time correctly. You can't activate the in-hand effect in response to an opponent's monster activating its effect, hoping to be able to negate it, as by the time you get the chance to activate your on-field negation, your opponent's effect has already went through. So you need to use Imperial's in-hand effect in response to your opponent trying to special summon something before they can use an ignition effect, or towards the end of the turn to permanently negate their interactions, which can be solid enough, but makes it a lot more difficult to use in comparison to Drill Beam, being able to instantly negate and remove any card your opponent has with precision. The second big issue is that while Drill Beam's removal is guaranteed, Imperial Dragons requires that you have the right normal monsters in your grave for you to remove your opponent's monsters from the field. And don't get it twisted, this effect can be amazing if you end up tributing a white Duston into your opponent's Blue Eyes deck, as it'll wipe away their entire field. But if you're playing against a deck like Mimighoul, and you aren't playing any Earth normal monsters, then suddenly this ability is half as effective as it should be, and trying to prepare for every deck just isn't a realistic option, since you need at least 6 normal monsters engraved to cover every main attribute. But the main issue with Imperial Dragon, as well as most of the other Primite payoffs, is that it just can't hold a candle to Primite Drill Beam. Now, it definitely sucks to hear that you shouldn't run a card because other cards do its job but better, but in the case of Primite, this is really relevant, as you have a limited number of ways of finding your cards. Think of it this way, your main ways of searching for Primite cards are with either Ether Barrel or Lordy Load, and often you'll either use Ether to search for Load or Load to search for Ether, which realistically leaves you with one extra search that you can use for a payoff, which is a spot that every other Primite card that doesn't do anything by itself competes for. And in almost every situation, Drill Beam is the most effective and easiest to use tool that you could possibly rely on, which means that the likes of Howl, Scream, and Imperial Dragon are scarcely ever even considered for play. Since if you use your lone search for Drill Beam, your alternative payoff of choice is just going to rest in your deck. This is particularly bad for Imperial Dragon though, because Ether Barrel can only access your Primite spell and trap cards. So if you start off with Load, you have to choose between setting up Imperial Dragon or going for Barrel into Drill Beam, which is just going to net you way more in comparison. But even the likes of Scream and Howl suffer from the deck's limited number of searches, as by just being a little bit more awkward to use in comparison to Drill Beam, it's very rare that you'll see either in a competitive list. Take Scream for example. It has a genuinely great effect that allows you to mimic the likes of Solemn Judgment within the archetype, as if your opponent would normal summon or special summon a monster, while you control either a level 5 or higher Primate monster, or a normal monster, you get to negate that monster's summon and banish it, all on a counter trap, making it quite difficult to respond to. There's no way to justify this effect as terrible, as you can prevent your opponent's best play starters or extra deck extenders from hitting the field, and if Drill Beam didn't exist, it would probably be the interaction of choice for most Primite decks, but it's still a lot more limited to its quick play cousin. Even though you get to negate summons, Scream is a lot more limited in what it can hit, as you'll never get the chance to negate a spell or trap card with this effect, even if they would summon a monster. So you have to hope that whatever your opponent is playing really relies on summoning a particular monster that you can negate, because otherwise, Scream might go from a strong interaction to merely an annoyance. Even its recursion is a lot worse. Similarly to Drill Beam, you can set Scream to your field from your grave if you control a Primate monster, which sounds great, but it comes with a couple of conditions. The first is that after you use it again, Scream will banish itself, unlike Drill Beam, which will keep coming back every turn and doesn't force itself into banishment. The second is that you can only activate this effect during the standby phase. What makes Drill Beam's recursion so deadly is that you'll always have access to a Primate monster in your main phase thanks to Ether Barrel adding itself back to your hand, so you'll always have a way to apply pressure to your opponent, But in the case of Scream, it's a card that clearly hopes that you've managed to summon out Imperial Dragon during your opponent's turn, and that it's managed to survive until your standby phase. And that's unfortunately just not realistic. If the deck's search power is already spread thin by trying to make Imperial Dragon work, that problem is going to be extrapolated even further if you try to make Scream work too. Your best bet, honestly, is trying to use Scream without Imperial Dragon. But in that case, its effect to reset itself might as well not exist. The last card in this archetype is Primite Howl, which definitely suffers from similar issues to Scream and Imperial Dragon. But just like them, it has some interesting uses. Like Primite Roar, Howl can summon out a normal monster if you control no monsters after applying a lingering effect, which in this case prevents you from taking battle damage from the declared normal monsters or primate monsters for the rest of the turn, but also comes with the added bonus of summoning from the deck or the graveyard rather than just the deck. And this is pretty cool if you're gunning for a pure Primite strategy, as it gives you an extra way to put a normal monster on field for Imperial Dragon summon, or so that you can use your other interactions in case you were hand trapped on your turn, which is nice enough, but it's really rough that you can't use his first effect if you plan on setting up any kind of board. It's fine for a card like Roar to have this condition because it can, at the very least, be the first thing you use. But for Scream to use this effect, you need to have a clear field when you pass turn to your opponent, which they'll be more than grateful for. But the real meat and potatoes behind Howl is the Graveyard effect, which lets you banish it from the graveyard at quick effect speed to take control of a monster your opponent controls with higher attack than a normal monster that's in your field or graveyard. Because if you can get it to the graveyard, you have an on-demand snatch steal if your normal monster of choice has low attack. Now, this is a lot more niche, but if your strategy has a reliable discard outlet like Fiendsmith Primite does, then being able to discard it to use its best effect while creating an actually strong end board is solid, as you'll be able to back up said field with an on-demand snatch steal. And if you manage to take something with a relevant effect, then Howl definitely has the potential to be a game-winning effect, even though it definitely isn't most people's first choice. Still, in most Primite decks, if you're not able to comfortably discard Howl, it's not worth playing. And that just about does it for every potential Primite card that you can play within a deck. But there's actually one more important component to this engine that we've glossed over, because in order to actually use Primite, you need to be playing a normal monster. And the normal monster you play, as well as how you use it, will differ depending on the deck you're pairing Primite with. For example, the most common Primite decks right now are Primite Blue Eyes, a deck that is natively playing normal monsters to begin with. So the Primite cards slot in naturally, especially because the deck actively benefits from bringing out Blue Eyes, and the Primite stuff not only makes it easier with Lordy Load, but also gives you extra rewards for doing so. And Barrel, being a level 4 or lower dragon, is the cherry on top, as you can use it to easily bridge into Spirit with Eyes of Blue, which makes it an excellent normal summon for the deck. But that's not the only deck where we've seen Primite reach the heights of competitive success, because while it's only sparsely used in other strategies, a couple of other decks have managed to use it in their own unique way. For example, in Fiendsmith decks that use Primite, Barrel Dragon being summoned provides half of a Moon of the Closed Heaven, but the likes of Roar can get you to a Light Fiend normal monster, which has strangely allowed for what was once the worst member of the Deston archetype to see genuine meta success, as it can be used to immediately go into Fiendsmith Requiem. Now, because of how easy it is to access Requiem anyways, a lot of Fiendsmith Primite decks will usually play a second normal monster if they can already guarantee access to their Fiendsmith combo, and that's led to some pretty cool choices being used. So much so that we can say the original Summon Skull is a card that's capable of standing up to the meta thanks to its Fiend typing, strong attribute, and fortunate level that makes it great for summoning rank 6 and making a fully unlocked Chaos Angel with a level 4 Lacrima. Meanwhile, Ryziel decks that play Primite will natively benefit from Ether Barrel being a level 4, as you can use it to access your XCs after normal summoning it. So if you pair that with a level 4 normal monster, then you can use the likes of Load at the end of your turn to bring out your favorite one from your deck to give you a little extra extension to end on another rank 4 of your choice, which has allowed for even the original Harpy Lady to see success at a competitive event in the modern format. Overall though, Primite is a really cool engine, and one that gives a lot of lesser known monsters the spotlight. By giving you some powerful incentives and a strong and repeatable engine, Primite has managed to make playing normal monsters a genuinely rewarding experience in ways that we haven't really seen yet. Because now, thanks to the engine, every single normal monster in the game is easily accessible and worth playing since they enable your Primite interactions, making them far more than the bricks they're often made out to be. If you're already playing a deck with normal monsters in it, it's a no-brainer. But even if you aren't, you might just be tempted to include the engine anyways, because the benefits it provides are just that useful. Yugioh is the name of the anime character from the first series who has a duel against Seto Kaiba, who doesn't really have any other duels in the series. The cards she uses are all vanilla monsters with no effects, and Konami basically printed every single card that appears in her deck into the actual game, albeit with changed effects. In order to go over all the cards in this video, I think we should first recap the duel real quick, because it'll make a lot of sense why they created some future support cards for the Yugioh cards, which is the unofficial name for this series of cards that we're going to be going over in this video. Yugioh starts off the duel with the drag down to the grave, summons Keldo, which promptly gets destroyed, uses Swords of Revealing Light to stall for 3 turns, sets Exchange of the Spirit, then Kaiba destroys her deck with both Crush Card Virus and Virus Cannon, which are both much stronger than the animated version and the real life versions, which basically gets rid of all of her monsters with more than 1500 attack and 10 spells from her deck. Then, after her deck is destroyed, she uses Exchange of the Spirit, which swaps both players' graveyards with their deck, giving Kaiba only 6 cards left. Then she uses Muko twice in order to deny 2 of his draws, and slowly summons Kelbeck, Zolga, and Yugioh over the course of 3 turns. Then Kaiba sets Soul Exchange in order to confusingly use it on his opponent's turn, even though it's a normal spell card, they just kind of ignore this, in order to tribute those 3 cards in order to bring out Obelisk from his hand. However, Yugioh had booby-trapped Zolga with a trap card she didn't have to actually flip face up, so that if a monster that tributed Zolga declares an attack, he would be destroyed and inflict damage equal to its attack to its owner. However, on Kaiba's turn, instead of attacking with Obelisk, he uses Silent Doom to bring out a monster. Then tributes both the God card and the new monster to bring out a Blue Eyes White Dragon, which he then uses to attack with in order to win. So, keep all this in mind as we go over the plethora of support that the Yugioh cards received over the years. In 2003, the set Dark Crisis was released in the TCG, and with this set, we received the first round of the Yugioh cards. First up, we have Mudora. This card was changed from Vanilla Monster in the anime to an effect monster that has the ability where it gains 200 attack for each fairy monster in your graveyard. So, how strong was Mudora during its time period? Well, to give some context, the card Breaker the Magical Warrior was released in the previous set, which has 1600 attack, immediately goes up to 1900 when it's summoned and places a spell counter on itself, and has the opportunity to remove the spell counter to destroy 1 spell trap card on the field. And Breaker was such a meta staple that it was constantly restricted on the ban list. So Mudora doesn't really stack up to Breaker on its own, and would need at least 3 fairies in the grave just to beat over Breaker the Magical Warrior's default mode. And fairy-type monsters were not really known for putting a whole bunch of cards in the graveyard outside of Shining Angel at this time period. So it's safe to say Mudora never saw any competitive play. Next up we have Keldo. This card was upgraded from vanilla in the anime to have a floating effect, where if it's destroyed by a battle, you can shuffle 2 cards in your opponent's graveyard back into their deck. I have to assume this effect was given to it, seeing as it was the only card actually destroyed by battle during the duel, and of course the theme of shuffling the graveyard back into the deck was kind of Yugioh's thing. Yugioh is a level 4 Earth Fairy monster with 1500 attack, which was given the effect that if it's destroyed by battle, you can roll a 6-sided die. Then you can special summon a fairy monster from your grave who has a level equal to the dice result, or level 6 or higher if you rolled a 6. Kelbeck is also a level 4 Earth Fairy with 1500 attack, but has 1800 defense, the highest of all the Yugioh monsters, and has the ability where if it's attacked by a monster, it returns that monster to the hand after damage calculation. And finally, we have Zolga, another level 4 Earth Fairy, this time with 1700 attack, which is actually decent, and it has the effect that if it's tributed for a tribute summon, you gain 2000 life points. Out of the 5 level 4 Earth Fairy monsters that make up the Yugioh monsters, not a single one of them saw any kind of competitive play. They were all kind of a little bit too low statted for the time period that they came out, back when the stats really mattered in level 4 monsters. And also, all of their effects were just kind of bad. Fairies did not have enough support to make Mudora have a high enough attack power. Keldo's effect to return cards from the graveyard was just too slow because it needed to be destroyed by battle, even if it was technically useful. Yugioh's effect was basically a joke for how bad it was, and only Kelbeck and Zolga had halfway decent effects. Being able to bounce a monster that attacks Kelbeck is decent, as this was an effect tied to Wall of Illusion, which did see competitive play, and had basically the same effect. However, Wall of Illusion had 50 more defense, which was really a world of difference from 1800, because that was kind of the threshold on a decently statted monster. To put that into perspective, if Kelbeck simply had 1900 defense instead of 1800, it probably would have seen competitive play. But since it was only 1800, it was just not good enough, because it would be destroyed by pretty much anything decent. And with Zolga, while tributes were used at the time, generally the best cards to tribute were ones that special summon themselves in some way, which Zolga did not. Also, getting life points was just not a good effect even in early Yu-Gi-Oh! So if you went through the effort to try to tribute summon using Zilga, there wasn't really a payoff for it. One has to wonder why they gave the Ishizu cards such mediocre effects, when they might have actually been better if they were just left as normal monsters, because then they at least would benefit from normal monster support. These cards were just beyond awful. They didn't work together in any cohesive way, and didn't even really have support, since Earth Fairies were just kind of not a thing, as most support for fairy monsters was generally tied to the light attribute. However, the spells and traps are a little bit different, as some of them did see competitive play. Also in Dark Crisis, alongside the Ishizu monsters, were the Ishizu spells and traps, which also did not share a theme because the archetypes didn't really exist back then. In fact, the pack that included the Ishizu monsters included one of the very first archetypes in the game, that being the Archfiends. First up, we have Cestus of Dagla. This is an equip spell which can only be equipped to a fairy, which gives it 500 attack. In addition, if it deals any damage to your opponent, you gain life points equal to the damage inflicted. One has to wonder why they have so many life point gain cards in an archetype dedicated to a character who only wanted to deal burn damage. Drag Down to the Grave was also released at this time, but was heavily nerfed from its anime counterpart. What it does is allow both players to reveal their hands, then each player chooses one card from their opponent's hand in order to send to the graveyard. Then both players draw one card. In the anime, it chose 2 cards instead of 1, which would have been kind of insane because Drag Down to the Grave has actually seen competitive play over the years, and probably would have been banned if it did select 2 cards instead of 1. Blast Held by a Tribute is a battle trap which can only be activated when an opponent's monster declares an attack that was tribute summoned, in which case you destroy all of your opponent's face-up attack position monsters, then inflict 1000 points of damage to your opponent. So it's basically like a Mirror Force that also deals a little bit of burn damage, which actually made this card really good in early Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, when Mirror Force was still not in the game, and tribute summoning was a normal part of the game as well. However, in the actual TCG, it wasn't even used as a side deck option, because they were just better staple spells and traps to use instead. Of the 3 Ishizu spells and traps, only Drag Down to the Grave has been useful over the years, mainly used with Dark World decks, as it was a great way to trigger the Dark World effects in hand in order to be discarded by a card effect, while also getting rid of choice cards in your opponent's hand in the process. The way you would use it was basically set all your good cards in the field, that way you only had Dark Worlds in your hand, which would all trigger when they were sent to the graveyard. Then your opponent's hand would be ripe for the taking. In fact, Drag Down to the Grave was also used in just normal meta decks during Master Rule 4, because the speed of the game finally got to a point where players had multiple 1-card starters. So they would just use Drag Down to the Grave in order to look at their opponent's hand and get rid of a hand trap that would stop their plays, and just wouldn't care which card of theirs was discarded from their hand because their entire hand could start their combo. Next up, we have Muko. This is a trap card which can only be activated if an effect activates, which allows people to draw cards, in which case both players get to see the cards drawn and then send them all to the graveyard. In the anime, this card worked more like drop-off, as it was just sending the cards they drew immediately to the graveyard without any other kind of effects. Also, fun story about Muko is that when it was first translated into the West, it was actually named Null and Void. And in fact, if you find any copies of this card, that's still its name, as it hasn't actually been reprinted since its name was changed to Muko. Null and Void actually came out after the initial wave of Ishizu cards in 2004, and no other Ishizu cards were released until 2005. And finally, we have Exchange of the Spirit. This card was released as a promo and then later on in the year released in a pack, which has the effect that if you have 15 or more cards in your grave, you can pay 1000 life points in order to swap both players' decks with their graveyard. And in its original effect, this was one of the most broken cards in the game. And the reason for that was it was one of the easiest ways to mill your opponent's deck in one turn with one card. You see, there are a plethora of cards which allow you to draw cards from your deck. So if you simply play a deck full of draw cards, or waste a cycle through your deck, you would eventually get 15 of them into the graveyard while doing this, and eventually find one of your copies of Exchange of the Spirit, in which case you just pass to your opponent, immediately activate the card during the draw phase, and completely deck out your opponent, since they wouldn't have any cards in the graveyard yet. Then you would just have to not lose that turn, and then you'd be able to win on your opponent's next turn. And in fact, in no ban list tournaments, this was the fastest way to win in one turn alongside Mercure the Destructor and Temple of the Kinks, allowing you to activate trap cards from your hand. Exchange of the Spirit was then promptly banned and stayed banned until it received an errata. The errata was twofold. First, they made it so both players need to have 15 or more cards in the graveyard to use it, then they gave it a once per duel clause on top of it. Since both players needed 15 cards in the grave to use it now, if you use the effect when your opponent had exactly 15 cards in the graveyard, that means they would still have 15 cards left in their deck and no longer be instantly decked out as soon as you got 15 cards in your grave, which basically turned it from an overpowered juggernaut of a card to a funny card you might be able to use to FTK with if you get your opponent's entire deck into the graveyard and then swap it. Basically, the card wasn't really played competitively anymore, But for a short time, this is one of the strongest cards in the game, and still is considered a very strong card in its pre-eroded version. And with Exchange of the Spirit, this is every single card which was shown in the anime that Ishizu played, having all of them put into the real game, with one of them even breaking the game a little bit. Then, randomly in 2021, Zulga got a retrain. It was given the exact same stats as the original, but with an entirely new effect and a slightly different name, as it was now called Zulga the Prophet. And it was given 3 effects, all of which are more in line with its anime version, and no longer being tied to life point gain. First off, it could special summon itself from your hand if you controlled an Earth Fairy. Next, when it's special summoned, you can look at the top 5 cards of both players' decks. And finally, if this card was used as a tribute for a monster, and that tribute summon monster declares an attack, you can banish this card from your graveyard to destroy that monster and deal 2,000 points of damage to your opponent. So, first of all, they finally fixed the part of this card that made it bad in the real game. In that, it was a monster with an effect tied to being tributed for a tribute summon, but could not special summon itself. Also, it finally dealt damage to your opponent, which is more in line with the anime version of the card, but only deals 2,000 points of damage instead of the full attack of the monster, to, I guess, pay tribute to its old version of the card, which gained you 2,000 life points. And finally, it lets you look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck, which is just a nod to the anime and how Ishizu always knew which cards were being drawn because of her ability to see into the future. And since you could see the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck, you now knew exactly the next 5 cards they would draw. Now, when Zulga the Prophet was released, people were kind of perplexed as to why they only retrained one of the 5 Ishizu monsters, because it seemed kind of random. Well, don't worry, they were just cooking in the oven a little bit, as they definitely would be retrained as well really soon. In the meantime, Zulga the Prophet saw absolutely no competitive play, but at least it was no longer an awful card. Later in 2021, they released a whole bunch of God card support, including the card Soul Crossing. This is a quick play spell card which allows you to tribute 3 monsters in both players' fields in order to summon a God card from your hand. And in the artwork, you can see Kelbeck, Agito, and Zulga, as they were the 3 cards used by Kaiba in order to summon out Opposite Tormentor. However, they finally created a card that allows you to do what he did in the anime. As in the anime, he just used Soul Exchange during his opponent's turn, which doesn't work that way. And also only allows you to use 1 monster to tribute and not 3. Then, at the tail end of 2022, Konami finally released a brand new set of Ishizu cards, basically retraining the rest of them, and made them just a tiny bit better than Zulga. First up, we have Mudora the Sword Oracle. It has the same stats as the original, and none of its original effects. All of these new retrained Ishizu monsters have 2 effects, with 2 parts to each of those effects. The first one of Mudora is that you can discard 1 Earth Fairy from your hand in order to special summon it from your hand. Then, place the card Gravekeeper's Trap directly from your deck into the field face up. Its second effect can be used while it's on the field or in the graveyard, where at quick effect speed, it can banish itself in order to target up to 3 cards in both players' graveyards and shuffle them back into the deck. Or if you have the trap card Exchange of the Spirit on your field or in the grave, you can instead shuffle back 5 cards. The card that starts out, Gravekeeper's Trap, has the effect where you can discard a card from your hand in order to add an Earth Fairy or Gravekeeper monster from your deck to your hand. When your opponent draws a card, you can declare a name, and if you declare the correct card they drew, it's sent to the graveyard. And finally, if you have Exchange of the Spirit in the grave, it turns into a floodgate, where your opponent can't activate card effects in the graveyard or special summon from the grave. Next up, we have Keldo the Sacred Protector. This card can also special summon itself from your hand by discarding another fairy. Then if it's summoned this way, you can add Exchange of the Spirit or a card that mentions it from your deck to your hand, which basically includes all of the new Ishizu monsters, as they all have a bonus effect if Exchange of the Spirit is in the graveyard. Where in Keldo's case, it's the exact same as Mudora, where you can banish it from the graveyard or field in order to shuffle back 3 cards from the graveyards, or 5 if Exchange of the Spirit is on the field or in the grave. Agito became Agito the Ancient Sentinel. Its special summon effect is triggered if a card is sent from the hand or deck to your opponent's graveyard, in which case you can special summon this card from your hand, then you can special summon a level 4 Earth Fairy monster from your grave. This effect pays tribute to the original Agito card, which could also special summon a fairy from the graveyard, just on a much worse effect. And also, Kelda was the card that originally shuffled cards in the graveyard back into the deck. They just kind of tacked that ability onto Mudora for some reason. Anyways, Agito also has the effect where if this card is sent from your hand or deck to the graveyard in any way, you can send the top 5 cards of both players' decks to the graveyard. With its bonus effect being, if Exchange of the Spirit is in the grave, you can send 5 more cards from the top of either player's deck to the grave. Lastly, we have Kelbeck, which becomes Kelbeck the Ancient Vanguard. This card is modeled like the Agito retrain, where it special summons itself from the hand on a trigger, and also mills cards when it's sent to the graveyard. In this case, it triggers exactly the same as Agito, where if a card is sent from the hand or deck to your opponent's graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand, but only if your opponent controls a special summoned monster, which you have to bounce back to their hand. Obviously referencing its original effect, where it could bounce monsters to the hand that attacked it, which actually turned Kelbeck into a legitimate hand trap which could also just be played outside of its archetype. Additionally, if this card is sent to the graveyard from your hand or deck, you can send the top 5 cards of both players' decks to the graveyard, just like a yugioh. However, its bonus effect if Exchange of the Spirits is in the grave is that you can set any trap card from your graveyard to your field. There were also 2 more trap cards released: Exchange of Despair and Hope, and Blast Held by Destiny. Blast Held by Destiny is a battle trap where if a monster declares an attack, you get to destroy your opponent's highest attack monster, then both players take damage equal to that monster's attack. Or if you have Exchange of Despair in the grave, only your opponent takes the damage. Additionally, if this card is sent from your hand or deck to the graveyard in any way, you get to add a level 4 Earth Fairy monster from your graveyard to your hand, which means all of your Ishizu monsters. Blast Held by Destiny finally plays proper homage to the anime version of the trap card Ishizu was trying to use, even if it was only played sometimes for its graveyard effect now. Exchange of Despair and Hope is a trap card which can only be activated if you control 3 more Earth Fairy monsters, where you send all monsters on the field to the graveyard. Then basically each player gets to special summon their opponent's monsters to the field that were sent to the graveyard. Then if Exchange of the Spirits is in the grave, you get a bonus effect to also set any trap card directly from your deck to the field, and it can be activated this turn. Now, this new wave of Ishizu monsters were insanely broken, like legitimately some of the strongest cards ever made, and were played in basically every single deck that existed in the time period in which these cards were released. And all 4 of these monsters are restricted in the ban list in some way to this day. And what was really unfortunate was they were released when tier limits were still basically at full power, which is an archetype all about milling cards from the deck to the graveyard in order to go into fusion summons, and was basically one of the strongest archetypes ever made. So when you have one of the most legitimately broken set of 4 monsters combined with one of the most overpowered archetypes that directly benefits from its effects, you have a combination that is easily a tier 0 format, comprised of one of the best stacks that has ever existed, called Ishizu tier limits. In the OCG, they had no ban list tournaments during this time, where you could use any copies of any card that has ever been banned. And the deck that won the event was basically just a normal tier limits Ishizu deck. They didn't even need to use Pot of Greed because they were just so consistent without it. The Ishizu cards don't have this video for being bad, they're in this video for being so incredibly broken that they're more failures from a design standpoint, and that they were just too strong for the game. Even though this series is called Failed Cards and Mechanics and Archetypes, we should probably add designs to that as well, because that's the only place where these cards fail. Now let's talk about why this is. The 4 Ishizu monsters are categorized into the millers and the shufflers. The millers allow you to mill 10 cards every turn if you're able to hit both a yugioh and Kelbeck, and the shufflers allow you to shuffle back 6 cards every turn if you're able to hit Keldo and Mudora, because funny enough, most people did not play Exchange of the Spirit in order to gain their bonus effects. So most of the time it was these numbers that we were dealing with. In the game currently we have a card called Needlebug Nest. This is a trap card which only has the effect to send the top 5 cards of your deck to the graveyard. This card has historically seen competitive play because there are tons of good decks that have good graveyard effects, and this is one of the best ways to put 5 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard without any other kind of fuss. And this is despite the fact that it's a trap card, which means most people won't play it specifically because of that, as having to wait a turn in order to use a card is just way too slow in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! However, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a card called Transaction Rollback, which allows you to banish it from the graveyard and pay half your life points to use the effect of a normal trap card in your graveyard as its effect. And currently, tier limits are top in events using the effect to copy Needlebug Nest, because this 2-card specific combo to only mill 5 cards is so good that it's absolutely worth running. And a yugioh and Kelbeck could do this for a 1/4 of the amount of effort. You could easily get a yugioh or Kelbeck in the grave in a vast majority of ways, including during your opponent's first turn. There's a card called Herald of Orange Light, which is a hand trap that can negate and destroy a monster, but requires you to discard it with another fairy monster from your hand to use it. So, if you use it on your opponent's first turn in order to get one of their monsters and destroy it, you could also pitch a yugioh or Kelbeck if it was in your hand, in order to start the mill train and get 5 cards in the grave. Where if you then milled another one, you could mill 5 more cards and get 10 cards in your graveyard right there. Additionally, during your turn, there's a card like Diviner the Herald, which could send it directly from your deck to the graveyard, or of course Foolish Burial, milling it incidentally with the tier limit mills, or through Mudora and Keldo, which could search them both out, as Mudora could bring out Gravekeeper's Trap, which could then search out either a yugioh or Kelbeck, and Keldo could be used to search out either a yugioh or Kelbeck, or it could search out Mudora, who can then search them out through Gravekeeper's Trap. Then, the 2 cards which you used to search out a yugioh and Kelbeck were also ridiculously good. You see, there's a card in the game called Transmigration Prophecy, which is a normal trap card which has the effect to target 2 cards in either graveyard and shuffle them both into the deck. This card was so good it was actually restricted on the ban list for a long time, and only stopped seeing play in the modern days simply because trap cards are just too slow, but the effect was always good. There's also a card in the game called DD Crow, one of the very first hand traps ever made, which simply has the effect to banish one card from your opponent's graveyard by sending itself from your hand to the grave. And being able to disrupt a single card from your opponent's graveyard was considered so good that DD Crow has never stopped seeing competitive play since it came out. And Mudora and Keldo are both power-crept versions of the Transmigration Prophecy and DD Crow, who also could search out the overpowered millers in the process of getting themselves into the grave, and can also use their effects from the graveyard instead of having to be on the field or in the hand, which means if they're randomly milled through a yugioh or Kelback, they're live. And since they're both quick effects, you can absolutely use them in order to disrupt your opponent's graveyard plays. Mudora and Keldo are so powerful that while Ishizu was at full power, you could not play other decks that relied on the graveyard in almost any way, besides other Tearlament Ishizu decks, because Mudora and Keldo completely shut down the graveyard. In fact, even today, when both of the millers are banned and Mudora and Keldo are only available at one copy, they're still played quite regularly because their shuffle effects are just that overpowered. On top of it all, they're all level 4 monsters that can special summon themselves from the hand, which means you can use them to go into rank 4 Xyz's plays, who can then later on go to the graveyard to trigger their effects, except for a yugioh and Kelback, who specifically have to be sent to the graveyard from your hand or deck. And this meant that if you played the Ishizu engine, you also had access to number 41 Baguska the Terrible Attired Tapir, and Abyss Dweller, 2 floodgates which could just shut down all your opponent's monsters or turn off your opponent's graveyard entirely. To give more of an indication of just how strong milling 10 cards and then being able to disrupt 6 of them is, we're going to go over a couple of very good graveyard effects. Fairy Tail Snow is a level 4 monster which can special summon itself from the graveyard by banishing 7 other cards from your hand, field, or grave. Then when it's summoned, you can book a moon one of your opponent's cards. Destrudo, the Lost Dragon's Frozen, can special summon itself from the grave as long as you control a level 6 or lower monster, which gives you a 2-turn board to allow you to go into synchros. Rainbow Bridge of Salvation allows you to search out any field spell with its graveyard effect, and Metal Foes Fusion just straight up allows you to draw a card. Then there's really good cards which activate when they're sent to the graveyard, like all of the Tearlaments, which allow you to go into fusions and mill more. Shadow Beast will let you draw a card, Triclown, Wolf, Felis, Dotscaper, Nightsword Serpent, and Revival Golem, which can all special summon themselves if they're sent to the graveyard, Goki Pole, which can search out Danger Mothman, Eva, which can search out Herald of Arclight, Tackle Crusader, which can book a moon a monster, and even Farfa, which can banish a monster. Then there's cards in the graveyard which can gain advantage if they're banished from the graveyard. Cards like Giant Rex, Algul Mazura, Dotscaper, DD Scoutplane, Shinobi Necro, Ascan, and Zeb, which can all special summon themselves if they're banished from the graveyard. Or cards like Thunder Dragon Roar, Resident Insect, Ghost Wyvern, Chaos Witch, Shiranui Samurai, and the 3 Sword Soul traps, which can all special summon other monsters if they're banished from the graveyard. Or cards like Thunder Dragon Dark, Dragon Matrix, Neptune, Ascension, Mercurier, Shiranui Squire, and all 4 Dragon Rulers, which allow you to gain advantage if they're banished from the graveyard. So not only are there a lot of really good cards with graveyard effects and cards which can use resources from the graveyard, these are also all really good targets to be removed from the graveyard with Mudora and Keldo, which shows you why they see play despite the fact that the other cards have been banned. And let's talk about the bannings. Currently, Kelback and yugioh are banned in all formats, with Keldo and Mudora being limited in all formats. And with how many decks have archetype-specific cards that are good in the graveyard, or archetype-specific ways of reviving cards in the graveyard, it really shows how ridiculously powerful these 4 cards were. It's kind of insane that literally all of them are good and worked together so well, and came out with one of the best graveyard-centric decks ever made with the Tearlaments. As long as people are using transaction rollback to copy Needlebug Nest from the graveyard, the game is not at a point where Ishizu cards can be lifted off the ban list. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just too revolved around the graveyard, and being able to get so many pure resources into the graveyard so easily just kind of speeds up the game into a new level of power. Modern Tearlaments Ishizus can still beat pretty much any meta deck that currently exists, and it's kind of hard to see how they could possibly power creep again to get away from this, other than making floodgates more abundant. To say it again, the Ishizu cards do not fail because they're bad. On the contrary, they're so incredibly good that I doubt we'll ever see cards like them again. And in fact, I'd be surprised to see a yugioh or Kelback unbanned without some kind of errata. You know they messed up when basically all of their main cards are on the ban list, just like they did with the Dragon Rulers all those years ago. The Orcus are a series of dark machine monsters based on brass instruments and heavenly imagery, and they're also a part of the World Legacy lore. They're also quite a potent deck and engine that play well with a surprisingly large number of decks. The engine's end board usually consists of IP Masquerita in the extra monster zone, with Galatea, the Orcus Automaton, co-linked with it. Galatea will have searched out an Orcus Crescendo, a counter trap which negates a monster effect or a spell trap card's activation, and banishes that card as long as you have an Orcus on field. Importantly, you'll also have an Orcus Harp Horror and a Dingirsu, the Orcus of the Evening Star, in your graveyard, alongside a banished Orcus Simple Skeleton. This board represents an Omni Negate and the materials to make a play, such as summoning an SP Little Knight, alongside the ability to do the entire line on your next turn again. While this board on its own isn't that impressive, the amount of follow-up it gives you, as well as the ability to pivot the Orcus monsters into materials for another deck's extra deck plays, makes this engine very powerful. The thing is, the deck's main draw is often how versatile it can be, and the way you do its combos also differs between Master Duel and the physical TCG. Let's go over that combo, noting where things differ between the TCG and Master Duel currently. You always want to start by normal summoning Girsu, the Orcus Mech Knight, and use its effect to send Orcus Harp Horror from your deck to the graveyard. Then you activate Girsu's other effect to summon a World Legacy token to both players' boards, specifically summoning your opponent's token in their middle main monster zone if their board is clear. You use this token to either summon Galatea I, the Orcus Automaton in the TCG, or Linkuriboh in Master Duel. Galatea I is the more powerful card in this combo, allowing to discard any card in our hand to add an orchestrated Babel from our deck to the hand. You go ahead and activate Babel, which will make all of your Orcus monsters' effects quick effects, which makes the line a lot more flexible in interaction. In Master Duel, you just use Linkuriboh because we need an effect monster and not a token for the line. So you won't be able to search Babel, but the rest of the combo works exactly the same. Afterwards, you use Harp Horror to summon Orcus Nightmare from your deck. Use the Nightmare in the Link 1 you just summoned to make the Link 2 Galatea from your extra deck in the left extra monster zone so it points to your opponent's token. Then we can summon Dingirsu, the Orcus of the Evening Star, using Galatea as a material thanks to Dingirsu's effect. On summon, we'll reattach our Harp Horror and Banishment if we're going first, or send an opponent's card to the graveyard if we're going second and need the interaction. Afterwards, we'll use Orcus Nightmare's effect Engrave to banish itself to dump Orcus Simple Skeleton from our deck. Link off Dingirsu and Girsu to summon IP Masquerena, then use Simple Skeleton to reborn the Link to Galatea, pointing to our IP. Then activate Galatea to shuffle Orcus Nightmare back into the deck, and set an Orcus Crescendo from deck. And voila, we've done Orcus combos. To understand all the variations of this basic line, we'll need to talk about the individual cards. So let's start with Girsu. This is a level 4 Dark Machine with 2 abilities, each on a hard once per turn. When it's normal or special summoned, you can send an Orcus or World Legacy card from your deck to the graveyard. Then, if there are 2 or more cards in this card's column, it becomes a tuner until the end of turn. Also, if this is the only monster you control, you can special summon a World Legacy token, a 0 attack and defense Dark Machine monster, to each player's fields and defense position. Girsu is your best starter by far, as all of your monsters want to be in your graveyard, and its ability to summon tokens gives you free bodies that you can't get if you start with any other card. Generally, your first turn will be built around trying to get access to Girsu to start your plays. There are 3 cards that are usually sent to the graveyard with Girsu, those being Orcus Harp Horror, Orcus Simple Skeleton, and Orcus Nightmare. Harp Horror and Simple Skeleton are both very simple cards. They're level 4 and 3 Dark Machines, respectively, that both banish themselves from your graveyard to summon an Orcus monster from a particular place. Harp Horror summons from the deck, Skeleton summons from your graveyard. However, they're both hard once per turns and lock into only summoning dark monsters for the rest of the turn. Generally, neither of these cards are cards you want to be normal summoning, but you do want to get them into rotation quickly. Though, the printing of Galatea I, the Link 1, made Harp Horror a much better normal summon, as we'll soon discuss. Orcus Nightmare is a level 7 Dark Machine with 100 attack and 2000 defense. It can't be destroyed in battle with a Link monster, and while it's in your grave, you can banish it from your graveyard to send a Dark Machine from your deck to the graveyard, then give a monster attack equal to 100 times the level of the monster you sent. This effect is a hard once per turn and locks you into darks just like the other 2 cards. Orcus Nightmare is incredibly important for the deck, as it's one of the ways you can pivot into World Legacy cards, including the last main deck monster in the engine, World Legacy World 1. As we'll discuss in just a bit, finding Nightmare in the combo is imperative, both to give you more options against hand traps, and to get enough materials in the graveyard and banishment for your entire combo. However, it is a brick, so you'll usually just play 1 copy. On the topic of bricks, we have the brickiest of all bricks, World Legacy World 1. This level 8 Dark Machine has 500 attack and 2500 defense. It has an effect where, If it was normal summoned or set, it can't be destroyed in battle with a monster special summoned from the extra deck, but that honestly never comes up. Finally, it has two effects that are both hard once per turns. If it's sent to the graveyard, you can special summon a World Legacy monster from your hand, which does nothing in this engine. However, while it's in your graveyard, you can banish it to special summon a banished Orcus monster, and then you're locked into Dark for the turn. This card is a complete garden, as it does nothing when you draw it, but the recursion it gives the deck is invaluable on your second turn, so you do need to play it to help clean up longer games. It's not a part of the main combo, but it's something you'll send with your second or third activation of Girsu most games. Moving from main deck monsters, we'll talk about the few spell and trap cards that the engine uses. First is Orchestrated Babble. This is a field spell that, as we said, makes all of your Orcus monsters' effects quick effects. However, it also has the effect where, while it's in your graveyard, except the turn it's sent there, you can send a card from your hand to the grave to pick it back up. The second effect is nice to have, but it comes up very rarely. If it didn't have the restriction, you could send it off of Girsu and get it back in a pinch, but since it doesn't work that way, it really only comes up in specific situations in very grindy games. Making your entire deck operate at quick effect speed is so powerful that you'll play the card anyway in any deck more dedicated to the Orcus engine. Orcus Crescendo, as we said earlier, is a counter trap that negates almost anything and then banishes that card. However, it also has a graveyard effect. You can banish it from the grave to add back any banished Dark Machine monster or add one from your deck to your hand. However, the turn you activate this effect, you can't summon any of the monsters except for Dark Machine monsters before or activating the effect. Also, you can't activate more than one Crescendo effect a turn, and only once that turn. Crescendo is a powerful form of interaction that also gives you more follow-up in the late game, and is a linchpin of the strategy. You always play it, but usually only one copy. Finally, we have Orchestrated Return. This is a normal spell that sends an Orcus or World Legacy card from your hand to the grave and lets you draw 2 cards, and it's a hard once per turn. This is amazing in the archetype, as most of your cards want to be in the graveyard anyway, so this is basically just a pot of greed with no downsides. It does send as a cost, however, rather than as part of the effect. So Ash Blossom will stop you from drawing, but you'll still have to pay the cost. Though again, if you're relying on this to send a Harp Horror to the grave, this can actually be a good thing. Return is extremely powerful, but you don't really want to draw multiples, and it isn't important enough to put up with that. So it's usually played at about 2 copies. Next up, we have the extra deck monsters, which are very powerful. We'll start with Galatea Eye. This is a Link 1 Dark Machine that requires a World Legacy or Orcus monster as a material. You can only Link summon it once per turn, and it can't be used as a material for an XC summon. You can send a card from your hand to the grave to add either a World Legacy monster, or Orchestrated Babble from your deck to your hand. While it's in your grave, you can banish another Orcus card from your graveyard to special summon it, and both of these effects are hard once per turns. For old-time players who probably don't recognize this card, Galatea Eye is a later support card for Orcus, and it's one of the craziest cards the deck could possibly have received. For one thing, it fixes a problem we'll talk about a lot in this video, which is that Galatea, the Link 2, is a hard once per turn, and the only way to search spell and trap cards in the deck. This meant that before Galatea Eye, you had to choose between either adding Babble or Orcus Crescendo if you didn't hard draw one of them. This meant that a lot of versions of the deck just skipped on Babble entirely because you really needed Crescendo to give the deck teeth it needed to compete. So having access to both of these cards as part of your setup combo every game makes the deck a lot more competitive. However, the biggest advantage of Galatea Eye is actually that it's just a Link 1 that uses any Orcus monster. This means that Harp Horror, which used to be a bit of a brick, is now actually full combo. You can simply normal summon it, then use it as a material for Galatea Eye, then activate it from grave to get Girsu, and then go from there. Before, you would need to play a Link monster specifically to eat up your normal summons if you wanted to do this line, and all that was available was Clara and Rushka the Ventrilo duo, which could only be summoned after your battle phase, and couldn't be summoned on turn 1 at all, so this wasn't much help. All of this to say is that Galatea Eye is one of the best cards the deck could have possibly received. Next, we have OG Galatea. This is a Link 2 monster that requires 2 effect monsters, including an Orcus monster to summon. It has the effects where, as long as it points to a monster, it can't be destroyed by battle. And you can target one of your banished machine monsters, shuffle into the deck, then set an Orcus spell or trap card directly from your deck. The effect is a hard once per turn. Galatea is your main way of accessing your spell and trap card lineup and resetting your banished monsters, which makes it a pretty pivotal card to the deck. You also don't need to have an Orcus spell or trap card to set from your deck to use its effect, which means you can activate it to just shuffle an Orcus Nightmare or something back into your deck in the late game. While this doesn't give you direct card advantage, this does make sure the Harp Horror always has something to summon even in later turns. So you'll be wanting to do this essentially every turn if you can. Galatea is a critical part of the deck and something you'll always be summoning as part of your combo. Finally, for the monsters in the main combo, we have Dingirsu, the Orcust of the Evening Star. This is a rank 8 Dark Machine monster with 2600 attack and 2100 defense. It requires 2 level 8 monsters, but can also be summoned by ranking up on top of any Orcus Link monster you control. You can only special summon it once per turn. If a monster you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can detach an Xyz material from Dingirsu instead. Finally, when it's special summoned, you can activate one of the following effects. You can send one card your opponent controls to the graveyard, or attach one of your banished machine monsters to it as a material. Dingirsu is a very powerful piece of interaction that also has applications during your combo turns. Recurring a banished Harp Horror without shuffling back into the deck with Galatea means you're guaranteed to have follow-up on your next turn. The removal mode is incredibly strong too, as it gets around both targeting protection and destruction protection. It's a very potent form of interaction that can even function as interruption on your opponent's turn if you combine an Orcus Symbol Skeleton and an Orcus Babel to reborn Dingirsu on your opponent's turn. Dingirsu is a potent and flexible card that any Orcus deck would be remiss to go without. The final staple of the engine is one that we haven't actually talked about yet, that being Enlingirsu, the Orcus Mech Knight. This is a Link 4 Dark Machine monster that requires 2 or more monsters as materials, including an Orcus Link monster. As an ignition effect, you can target a banished Orcus or World Legacy card and add it to your hand. Then shuffle a card from your hand into your deck. Then you gain control of an opponent's monster. Also, while this card is in your graveyard, during your main phase, if it was sent to the graveyard this turn from the extra monster zone, you can banish it to send one card on the field to the graveyard. Enlingirsu is extremely powerful and can work as a form of interruption during your opponent's turn thanks to Babel. However, you may make the mistake of summoning this monster too early if you think of him as the new Orcus boss monster. Enlingirsu is best used on your second or third turn to wrap up games or recur important resources such as Orcus Crescendo, as this is the only card in the archetype that can grab Crescendo back from your banishment. The combination of this card being resource intensive to summon and being so good at giving you more gas in the late game means that summoning it on turn 1 is often just a waste of resources. You won't likely play more than one copy of Enlingirsu, so wasting him when you can't use its effects to their fullest is inadvisable. Generally, stick to summoning IP and Galatea or your other engine's main end board on turn 1, and use Enlingirsu to wrap up games, not to start them. There are a few Orcus cards that you probably shouldn't play despite being part of the archetype, so let's go over those cards real quick. We'll start with the more useful ones of the bunch, Longirsu, the Orcus Orchestrator. This is a Link 3 with 2500 attack, which requires 2+ effect monsters, one of which has to be an Orcus monster. On a hard once per turn, you can shuffle 2 of your banished machine monsters back to the deck to send a card that it's linked to the graveyard, but it can't attack the turn you activate this effect. Also, while this card is linked, it can't be destroyed by card effects. Longirsu is fine, and it can be useful in pure Orcus builds to allow you to recycle your monsters more often. However, its actual effect will rarely come up. It's just difficult to actually get it linked with an opponent's monster that you want to remove. And you can't even use it with Babel to send as a quick effect, because your opponent will just not summon to either of the zone Longirsu points to. Your extra deck space is usually just better spent on other cards. And speaking of waste of extra deck slots, let's talk about Orcustrion. This is a Link 4 monster that has 3000 attack and requires 2+ monsters, one of which must be an Orcus monster. It can shuffle 3 of your banished machine monsters into your deck to shrink the attack and defense of any linked monster your opponent controls to 0, and negate their effects. And this effect is a hard once per turn. While this card is linked, it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. Orcustrion asks for too much for too little. It can easily be played around and requires you to banish 3 monsters and keep them banished until you want to go for your big negate play. You won't be able to use Galatea to set Crescendo and have Orcustrion set up in the same turn with almost any hand. It's just not worth giving up your Crescendo setup for the chance of negating multiple cards with Orcustrion. Next on the docket is Orcus Brass Bombard. This is a level 1 tuner with the effect where you can banish it from your graveyard to special summon an Orcus monster from your hand, but you're locked into dark monsters for the rest of the turn. This is a card that was fine in the past, but has been power crept out of relevancy. The most it can do is allow you to unbreak an Orcus Nightmare in your hand, which is nice, but it's not worth a card slot considering it's not the best normal summon if you don't have exactly Nightmare in hand. It's ultimately just not worth including when you have far better normal summons available. Next, we have a suite of spell and trap card support that don't make the cut. Orchestrated Core, Orchestrated Attack, Orchestrated Einsatz, and Orchestrated Release are all spell and trap cards that don't do anything the turn you draw them, and compete with Orcus Crescendo for your search off of Galatea. That's all that really needs to be said about them, since you can only really search one spell or trap card with Galatea, and on Master Duel you can't even get both Babel and Crescendo consistently. You really have to be choosy with the spell and trap card support that you play. Orchestrated Return is good if you draw it, and Crescendo is the more powerful spell and trap card in the archetype, so they essentially outmode all the other support cards, unless a second way to search them shows up in the archetype. Now that we have a good idea of how the Orcus engine works, we can talk about the various other decks you can play with them. A really important set of cards for the deck in Master Duel at least are the Nightmares. Nightmare Mermaid is a Link 1 that can be made with any Nightmare card, and on summon you can discard a card to special summon a Nightmare from your deck. This can be made easily with Nightmare Phoenix, which can function as back removal and just requires any two monsters with different names to make. By using Mermaid to summon Orcus Nightmare, you can then go into Galatea, the Orcus Automaton, and use Orcus Nightmare from Grave to send Harp Horror, getting into the Orcus engine that way. This means that any two monsters with different names can represent a full Orcus combo in Master Duel, which increases the way you can build Orcus and what decks you can combine with it drastically. This is the main advantage of Orcus on Master Duel over the TCG at the moment. While in the TCG, Harp Horror is essentially a starter, and you can find both Orchestrated Babel and Orchestrated Crescendo every time you combo. On Master Duel, this combo is extremely accessible with basically any random pile of cards that you draw, as long as you can put two monsters on the board. So, besides the Nightmares, what other engines can you play alongside Orcus? A very obvious and powerful engine to play with Orcus is the Bystial engine. All of the Bystials, except for the Bystial Lubellion, are darks, so you don't get locked out of them by using Harp or Skeleton. They also make it very easy to summon Chaos Angel by giving you a dark level 6 monster to summon to combine with your level 4 monsters, and can even let you summon Bystial Dispater if you can make Gersu into a tuner. Dispater being able to summon back any of your Orcus cards is extremely powerful, and often drawing a Bystial at the start of your combo means that you get a free monster pop or a negate alongside your normal Orcus setup. However, the most attractive part of the Bystial engine is the card Branded Regain. This card is already great, but it's kind of crazy in Orcus specifically. This card, on a hard once per turn, allows you to put a banished dark or light monster on the bottom of the player's deck when a light or dark monster is banished, and then draw a card. On a soft once per turn, when your opponent normal or special summons a monster, you can reborn a Bystial monster from your graveyard. Considering the Orcus banishes dark monsters as the cost for essentially all of its effects, you'll be able to draw an extra card basically every turn with a Regain up, even more consistently if you have Orchestrated Babel in play. Lubellion can also search this card from your deck and activate it right away, so it's even easy to access without having to play 3 copies of the card in your deck. If you can afford to play Bystials alongside your Orcus engine, it's probably worth considering. Orcus also plays pretty well with most decks that pitch cards from their hand as a cost, as pitching Harp Horror completely takes away this downside. For some examples, Horus and Runic can both pivot into Orcus later in their turns if their opponent stops their combo. The Horus cards all revolve around King Sarcophagus, which can send a card from your hand to send an Orcus monster from your deck to the grave. The Orcus are great cards that pitch with this effect, and they even like being milled with the Zombie Vampire on your long combo turns. Similarly, Runic will also use Hugin the Runic Wings to discard a card and add a Runic Fountain from deck to hand. This is a magnet for Ash Blossom, but if you pitch an Orcus with your Hugin, your opponent is in a lose-lose situation. They can stop you from refilling your hand every turn with Fountain, or they can stop you from getting a ton of advantage by starting an Orcus combo. They're suddenly no longer a good target for their Ash Blossom, just a less bad target. Besides that, almost any Dark Focus deck or deck that's capable of sending cards from the deck to the graveyard can splash Orcus to generate extra advantage. And that's it in the simplest of turns, the Orcus engine. The deck strikes a unique balance of recursion and explosive plays that not many other archetypes can mimic. While it isn't the most powerful engine in terms of end board, the Orcus engine remains extremely versatile and splashable in a number of decks that makes it hard to ignore, even as more powerful archetypes get printed every set. Another year has gone by and we've had a bunch of new decks, as well as some previous contenders from last year make a huge impact on the game in 2023. Today we'll be going over some of the best decks of the year based on how well they did at major events, focusing on big tournaments like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, or YCS for short, as well as the National and Continental World Championship Qualifiers, WCQ for short, and even the first World Championship we've had since 2019. Now, let's get started. And at number 10 on this list, we have Purely. This is an Xyz-based archetype that revolves around the effect of Purely and Purely, which each have an effect that dig for other Purely cards, most notably Purely quick play spells. Purely itself by excavating to search for any Purely card, and Purely by accessing non-quick play options like My Friend Purely, a continuous spell that works to search Purely cards and refills your hand with them if your opponent answers your Purely monsters. The quick play spells are the most important, as while they each have a minor primary effect and powerful secondary effects when used as an Xyz material, but their primary function is to be an emergency teleport style effect, meaning each card searches out Purely and Purely, thus searching you more cards. This does come with a discard to summon the Purelis, but that's a small price to pay for this much value and consistency. With Purely itself not having a once per turn on its effects, this lets the deck keep summoning Purely and Purely multiple times a turn, so long as it can keep up the materials in hand to pay for the discard cost of the quick play spells. Purely and Purely can both set up specific rank 2 Xyz monsters by combining with particular memory quick play spells. For instance, Purely can use a Purely Delicious memory in your hand to Xyz into a Purely Plump. And there's a different Purely Xyz monster for each Purely spell. E Purely Noir and Purely Sleepy Memory, E Purely Beauty with Purely Pretty Memory, and E Purely Happiness with Purely Happy Memory. Each of the quick play spells also imparts special effects onto the Xyz monsters they're attached to, like how Sleepy Memory lets you draw cards during your opponent's standby phase if it's attached. All of the Purely rank 2s can attach more quick play spells to them with their effects, with Plump being the best at stacking up a ton of materials. All of this is to concentrate several Xyz materials into one big bad boss monster, X Purely Noir, an unaffected tower style monster when it has 5 or more materials, and has a non-once per turn ability to send any card in your opponent's field or graveyard to the bottom of the deck by detaching 2 of its materials. Purely is a very involved and unique deck, and ever since the archetype got its full lineup of cards release, it's been one of the strongest threats in the game. Purely's existence alone has led to the resurgence of boss monster removal cards like Kaijus and even Herald of the Abyss, just because decks can't be caught without a way to beat Noir out of the field, or else they'll usually just forfeit the matchup. And even then, it's not so easy, as if you don't kill them the same turn, My Friend Purely's recursion will completely restock their hand, and they can do it all over again. Purely was strong enough to receive a limitation to its best extender, Purely Delicious Memory, making it hard to set up E Purely Plump, the best rank 2 at snagging materials, and therefore the best at making a powerful Noir who can both be unaffected and have materials to spare for its insanely strong removal ability. Purely has been a constant threat in the TCG, but really hasn't performed to the level people were expecting. It's only represented in major TCG wins with 1/3 of the 3v3 YCS Sao Paulo winners playing it, and only has one more national championship in Belgium to its name for premier tournament success, despite being a constant feature in top cuts with over 30 YCS tops in its name that year. And while these lists do focus primarily on the TCG, Purely gets a minor exception because over in the OCG, it won the 2 biggest tournaments of the year, winning the very competitive Asian and Japan Continental WCQs. While it's hard to get info on the OCG metagame sometimes, Purely taking 2 of the biggest and most public OCG tournaments that even the TCG gets to hear about is a big deal, and enough to let Purely just squeeze on this list for overall impact of the year. And at number 9, we have Floowandereeze. This is our first returning archetype from 2022, and the deck is still basically the same now as it was last year, with the only major change being the barrier Statue of the Stormwinds was banned for the entirety of the year. Floowandereeze is an archetype that revolves around chaining normal summons of monsters who have the effects to add other cards or other utility effects, all while avoiding special summoning of any kind. The primary starter cards are Robina and Eaglin, and with Magnificent Map and Advent of Adventure being archetypal cards to help get those starters out. Also, thanks to its lack of use of the extra deck or special summoning, Floowandereeze makes great use of powerful draw spells like Pot of Duality, Pot of Extravagance, and Pot of Prosperity to increase its consistency, as the deck is usually reliant on starting with Robina and needs as many ways to find it as possible. The deck's plan is bringing out its archetypal boss monster, Floowandereeze and M-Pen. This powerful penguin sets up a floodgate against attack mode special summon monsters and searches the mass interaction trap card Floowandereeze in Dreaming Town that can both flip all of your opponent's monsters face down and set another normal summon sequence on your opponent's turn. That ability to play on your opponent's turn lets Floowandereeze set up other Wingbeast boss monsters at the deck and search with Eaglin's effect. The 2 big ones are Mist Valley Apex Avian and Ryza the Mega Monarch. Apex Avian gives the deck Omni Negation to deal with basically anything, but is only one point of interaction, whereas Ryza can hit multiple cards in the field or in the graveyard with its spin effect, different bosses for different scenarios. Despite the metagame changing so much between years, Floowanderee's type of interaction has always been generally effective against every deck. M-Pen doubles as both an answer to all Link monsters, or any monster that has to special summon in attack mode by preventing them from activating their effects. And Dreaming Town's Mass Book of Moon on your opponent's board can take care of anything that summons in defense mode most of the time. Book of Moon itself had a huge resurgence in play throughout the year due to one particular deck, and Floodgates rarely go out of style, letting Floowanderee's unique combination of interactions survive the ever-swirling tides of the metagame. This was the case in 2022, where Flu was always a pretty solid Tier 1 or Tier 2 deck in basically every metagame, even Tier 0 ones. Flu's best showing this year was its win in YCS Cancun, and, like Purely, was a pretty decently represented metagame threat at different parts of the year with over 30 major top appearances. It even had a resurgence later in the year with its good matchup against the new Unchained Legacy support, making it a top deck as a Link deck that struggles to deal with N-Pen. There's not a whole lot to say about Flu. It's straightforward and pretty good at what it does, with or without the Bearer statue, and that helps it hold on to relevance for a second year in a row. And at number 8 on this list, we have Rika Sun Avalon, or just known as Plants. Another deck that made its big splash into the scene last year, but is a new addition to the list in 2023. Rika Sun Avalon is an incredibly powerful and even more technical combo deck, synergizing multiple plant archetypes as well as generic plant support like Lone Fire Blossom. The deck is notable for its ability to combo purely off of a single normal monster, Sunseed Genus Loci, being the necessary starter for the full Sun Avalon Link combo through the interconnected Sun Avalons and Sunvines, getting to the generic plant league enablers like Aro Severi Jasmine. Ostensibly, in a Row-Mage support card, Jasmine's requirements only needing plants and effects to search out any plant monster as a soft once per turn lets it access powerful secondary setups that even stretch outside of just the plant monsters, like searching Borea, who can in turn get the deck to access a powerful non-plant Omni-Negate with Regulus. The Rika side of the deck provides more varied and staggered kinds of interactions, like its very powerful field spell, Rika Cone, letting you sacrifice your opponent's monsters to resolve your effects instead of your own. Not too shabby when the decks can search Rika Sheet, which works as a monster negate, and in tandem with Cone, contribute a second monster of your opponent's for cost, something you can't even respond to. Then there's Rika Princess, giving the deck a monster effect negation from the graveyard or hand. These kinds of effects are crucial for the deck, as while the plant Link Climb can get you strong monster-based interactions like Regulus or Bagalancer the Resurgent, these secondary interactions help the combo still win through powerful board breakers like Dark Ruler No More. This one-card combo power and consistency paired with such great payoffs made Rika one of the best hard combo decks of the year. Rika's biggest splash last year was winning the European Continental WCQ, often called Euros, and the deck repeated the performance this year, but it supplemented that performance by even winning YCS Dortmund this year, giving it more notable success despite largely being the same deck it was last year where it barely missed the list. That could be in part because Rika is notable as an extremely powerful combo deck that has a relatively small number of pilots compared to other archetypes. So while it is powerful, its results are few and far between. It has less than 20 major tournament tops this year, far less than other decks in this list, but still managed to take 2 of the biggest wins of the year in spite of that low representation. It's a powerful deck, but is equally difficult and unique to pilot, so it needs dedicated players in order to make the best use of it. But those few focused players managed to excel enough to get Rika Sun Avalon recognition on this list of one of the best decks of 2023. And at number 7, we have Runic. This is an archetype that revolves around its powerful field spell, Runic Fountain, and its ability to recycle the various Runic quick play spells, drawing up to 3 cards per use of the field spell, and with only a soft once per turn. The Runic quick play spells themselves are very versatile, coming equipped with removal effects and monster negation, searching for the rest of the Runic engine and all sorts of other effects, and resolving any of them banishes some number of cards from the top of your opponent's deck, giving the deck an alternate win condition considering using these quick plays also forces you to skip your battle phase. On top of that, every Runic quick play spell can special summon the various Runic fusion monsters from the extra deck in the extra monster zone. The most popular ones are Hyujin and Gary for their ability to search Runic Fountain and recur it from the graveyard, respectively, as well as having great secondary effects to protect your other cards from destruction with Hyujin, or punishing your opponent for attacking with Gary's graveyard trigger destruction effect. Runic in general is usually an archetype that performs at its best when paired with a secondary archetype or engine that benefits from the cheap special summons they provide, and can take advantage of the card draw power and controlling aspect of the deck. Last year, it mostly only saw success when paired with Sprite, thanks to the ability to special summon a level 2 monster like Hyujin, relegating it to an honorable mention as just a Sprite tech, And while it's still paired with Sprite variants this year, even winning the Central American Continental WCQ in that variant, it had additional success above being the Robin to Sprite's Batman. For instance, Runic was paired with Bestials, and a small engine of branded support cards like Guiding Quim the Virtuous and Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous, but not in the usual branded way of focusing on fusions. Instead, their status as tuners and their ability to set up following plays, whether it be Cartesia's ability to return to the hand or Quim's ability to access Cartesia, letting the deck play a comprehensive synchro toolbox to pair with the free special summons and star lines provided by the Runic fusions. With the Bestials and branded regain drawing cards off of Bestials and Runic banishes rounding out the synergies with more free bodies and more card draw. This setup won the last YCS of the year, YCS Bologna, and took Runic from honorable mention territory again to deserving its own spot on this list, racking up over 30 topping appearances on top of these wins in various shells. After all, even before the YCS win, it was a frequent topping contender when paired with the Naturia monsters earlier in the year, as another synchro enabling engine that paired well with Runic's. This version made it as far as second place in YCS Los Angeles, and might have had more success if not for the quick limitation of Naturia's Sacred Tree. This might have put Runic on the back burner for the rest of the year, if not for the Bestial Synchro version getting the late surprise win. Runic broke out of its shell as merely a tech option from 2022, firmly making it one of the best archetypes and decks of 2023. And arriving on the scene at number 6 on this list, we have Rescue Ace. This is a fire-based archetype revolving around the little machine Rescue Ace Hydrant, who is the primary starter that can set up summoning of the super powerful boss monster Rescue Ace Turbulence, a powerhouse of a card that can set 4 different Rescue Ace traps and quick play spells with a single effect, while itself having a retaliation destruction effect if another one of your cards is removed. 5 distinct pieces of interaction or follow-up all in one boss monster is truly a metagame warping setup, and each of these effects get powered up with Hydrant on the field. The best interaction is the trap card Contain and Extinguish. Contain is a monster effect negation that also stops the monster from attacking, and having Hydrant on the field locks that monster from extra plays too. Extinguish is a targeted monster removal, which can also lock the opponent out of using the effects of any extra copies of that monster with the same name if Hydrant's on the field. The usual quick play spells, Rescue and Alert, provide the deck follow-up and potential interaction with Alert, letting you add a Rescue Ace monster from graveyard to hand, or from deck to hand with Hydrant on the field. And with Rescue, special summoning a Rescue Ace monster from your graveyard, or with Hydrant Boost, can special summon a monster from your opponent's graveyard to disrupt their plays. Both of these cards can even set up a Rescue Ace Preventer, giving the deck a Book of Moon style effect out of their quick play spells. But even with all this power, Rescue Ace wasn't super popular or effective with its initial wave of cards. The problem with the deck was needing consistent access to Hydrant, the starter that gets everything going. So Rescue Ace was banished to the depths of Rogue tier for a while. Very powerful when you set up, but just not consistent enough through hand traps. Then came the release of Diabellstar the Black Witch, and the Sinful Spoils archetype related to it. Diabellstar is a starter and extender that can special summon any level 1 fire monster like Hydrant thanks to searching out original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye, perfect for Rescue Ace, who now have a secondary engine with Diabellstar and her accomplished Sinful Spoil cards that could special summon their all-important little guy. And it gave the deck much needed follow-up, as Snake Eye could banish itself from the graveyard to add a level 1 fire monster from deck to hand, setting it up all over again. Considering Diabellstar came with her own search spell and wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils, suddenly Rescue Ace had 6 starters that special summoned Hydrant. Diabellstar and Sinful Spoils debut came with Rescue Ace immediately bursting into the top of the metagame, winning the very next YCS in Indianapolis. Not only did it win, it was both the first and second place deck in a mirror match for the finals. If it weren't for the fact that it took all the way until October for Diabellstar to come out and complete the Rescue Ace Sinful Spoils deck composition, Rescue Ace might be even higher on this list with more tournaments to compete in, as it came out after WCQ season was over and couldn't add any of those tournaments to its trophy case. It still has more than 30 tops despite this late mark on the scene, and more than all the previous decks on this list despite being much newer than all of them. Rescue Ace has been a game-defining deck for the last quarter of the year, and is still one of the best decks in the format that every other deck has to plan for. There's a very real chance, if it can dodge any major hits on the ban list, we'll be seeing it as a returning member of the list next year. And at number 5, we have Dragon Link. This is a deck that focuses largely on a bevy of generic dragon monsters in the main and extra deck to comprise a powerful and resilient combo engine that can end on dangerous dragon boss monsters like Borreload Savage Dragon or Borrelen Dragon, as well as have solid generic link and synchro tools to access other boss monsters like Axis Kotaker or Baronne de Fleur. Dragon Link as a deck and concept has been around for years. It's easily the oldest deck on this list, and that's largely because of the ship of thesis nature of the deck. The deck might lose old dragon cards, either getting banned or fall off in power level, but then Konami inevitably releases some new dragon monsters that fit right into the deck anyhow. In recent memory, that was obviously the Bestials, releasing at the tail end of 2022. These cards are combination hand trap, big bodies, and oftentimes field disruption like with Baldrake and Druiswarm. Dragon Link got another surge of life from these cards to extend its relevance. These play well with the already chaos-heavy engine of Dragon Link, and their 6-star line pairs perfectly with core Dragon Link monsters like Rocket Tracer to give the deck easy Barone access if it didn't have it before. Being good going first extenders and generally powerful going second hand traps have made Bestials a popular choice in a variety of decks, but they're now a core aspect of how Dragon Link functions. That said, in the regular TCG metagame, this has been a relatively down year for Dragon Link. Despite being available for the entirety of the year, it doesn't have as many tops as Rescue Ace, and its best showing at the YCS level is being only one of the 3 decks in the 3v3 YCS San Paulo winning trio, and it has no wins at the National or Continental WCQ level, and it's below most of the decks on this list for overall top cut appearances. So why is it ranked all the way up at number 5? Well, this year marked the return of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship, and with it came the unusual World Championship format with a combined TCG and OCG ban list and an adjusted card pool, where certain region-exclusive archetypes weren't legal, because they weren't available in both formats. It also meant that the ban list of the OCG, which had access to significantly more cards than the TCG, was functionally further ahead and took out many of the viable TCG decks from contention. And that's where Dragon Link snuck its way into the competition. While Dragon Link did lose a few Bestial copies to Adjusted Forbidden and Limited lists, it survived the new format largely intact, and took 2 of the top 4 spots at Worlds, including winning the entire tournament. While World Championship is a unique microcosm and a format upon itself, it's impossible to look at the deck that won the most important tournament in Yu-Gi-Oh! And not give it a place on this list. So, despite a down year in the TCG, Dragon Link is a World Championship deck and earns itself a place on this list for that all on its own. And breaking into the number 4 spot on this list, we have Unchained. This is a Link and Fiend-based archetype whose primary strategy is accruing value off of your own cards, getting destroyed, and floating into different effects. Unchained, while not old, isn't really a new archetype. Its first batch of cards debuted in early 2020, and the deck spent the intervening 3 years as never more than a neat rogue option. While it could set up powerful interactions, such as Unchained Soul of Rage's relatively unique effect to remove a special summon monster from your opponent's field by linking it off, the entire concept of getting value off of your own cards being destroyed didn't really have the flexibility or power to compete with top decks at the time. The core cards of the main deck, the Unchained Twins, formed a decent resource loop summoning each other from the deck, resetting good trap cards like Escape the Unchained, the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained, and could even set up some decent boss monsters like Abominable Unchained Soul or Unchained Abomination, who could further net you interaction and value off of your destruction effects. But decent wasn't really good enough, as the deck was fairly obvious in its play pattern and didn't have a very high power level, and wasn't particularly resilient when setting up or trying to break the board. That all changed with the July release of a bunch of new legacy support for Unchained and Duelist Nexus. Suddenly, the deck had access to a great semi-generic Link 2 in Unchained Soul Lord of Yama. This card did nearly everything for the archetype, immediately getting you into your Unchained monsters when special summoned, and having a great graveyard effect to give you a free special summon by banishing itself if another card you control is destroyed, something Unchained was already going to do. Its pseudo-generic nature of only needing 2 fiends to link summon let Unchained run cards like Tour Guide from the Underworld to more easily access the Unchained engine, while also setting up a rank 3 for cards like DD Stone King Darius as a powerful Zeus enabler, and access to DDD Deviser King Des Machinax. If that doesn't sound good enough, this bombshell card was also accompanied by 2 new great main deck monsters, Unchained Soul of Shayama and Unchained Soul of Shavara. Shayama is typically a card that's only run as a single copy as a searchable back row removal and solid extension in recovery out of the graveyard, but is important as a searchable and summonable level 6. Shavara, on the other hand, gave the deck a quick effect to destroy your own cards to help the deck's important monster effect dodge cards like Infinite Impermanence, while also being level 6 to set up a powerful rank 6 play in DD Wave King High Caesar as a negation for any effect that special summons monsters. Shavara's graveyard effect is similarly great, setting the Unchained traps directly to the field, giving the deck incidental access to those tools through its normal combo. These new cards gave the deck a huge power level consistency and resilience boost that it was missing from before, immediately sending it into top metagame contention. It was the last of the 3 decks in the 3v3 San Paulo Team YCS and won 2 individual YCSs in Vancouver and Richmond. It still released too late to make an impact on the WCQ season and was too new to be used at the World Championship itself. But very few decks have won multiple YCSs in a year, and Unchained has over 50 significant top cut finishes in just YCSs. A pretty staggering amount, showing just how big a deal it's been in the game since its new wave of support. One of the best decks of the year, and still one of the best decks going into 2024. And at number 3 in this list, we have another returning deck with Sprite. This is a deck built around various level 2 monsters, comboing to access extenders like Gigantic Sprite or Sprite Sprint, and built-in main deck interaction tools like Sprite Red, Sprite Carrot, and even some non-monster interactions off of Sprite Smashers or Sprite Double Cross. Sprite Blue and Gigantic Sprite can access main deck Sprite monsters, and Sprite Jet can access the Sprite spells and traps, including the deck's archetypal emergency teleport imitator in Sprite Starter. And every main deck Sprite monster has the inherent ability to special summon themselves if you control a level or rank 2 monster. Sprite is one of the best archetypes of all time. It's loaded with tons of redundancy, the ability to extend through hand traps, and the power to put up multiple interactions with minimal investment, all while maintaining tons of follow-up. Sprite's legendary for its ability to weave in any engine that can provide level 2 monsters, with the most popular being the aforementioned Runics, the Frog Engine, Live Twins, Melfies, and the Nimble monsters. All of these engines can special summon out level 2 monsters one way or another, letting the sprites swarm the board to get their effects. Sprites was, aptly, our number 2 deck last year, and it carried a lot of momentum into 2023. This is in spite of the fact the deck has received numerous hits on the ban list since its debut in 2022. Sprite L, for example, has been banned, both for its use in Sprite and its generic use in other decks, and it even got the Swap Frog engine gutted with the banning of Ronin Totem. Even the deck's most versatile main deck card, Sprite Starter, received a semi-limitation. In spite of all of these hits, Sprite has still had a huge impact in 2023. It won the 2nd YCS of the year, the Remote Duel Latin America YCS, still in the height of the then Tier 0 Ishizu tier limit format by teching into Bestials and extremely anti-tier limit hate like Dimension Shifter and Dimensional Barrier. But even as tier limit's Tier 0 days waned, Sprite remained a relevant part of the metagame throughout the entire year, winning YCS Lima as well as winning the biggest YCS ever, YCS London. Arguably the toughest tournament of all time to win due to the huge player pool. It was also around early enough to participate in WCQ season, winning 2 national WCQs in Greece and Ireland, as well as the already mentioned Central America YCS with a runic variant. Despite being around so long, Sprite is usually just decently competitive, but not too heavily represented in the metagame throughout the year. It has a similar number of top cut performances to Unchained, despite having a half a year head start over, but this list is about the entirety of 2023. And Sprite shouldn't have had its big WCQ wins held against it. Sprite is just one of those decks that's too good and consistent at everything it's trying to do. So long as the core engine of Sprite cards is around, even with Elf banned, it's a powerful deck and an important metagame contender. While decks like Rescue Ace and Unchained might surpass it as we make our way into 2024, 2023 was still a big year for Sprite as one of the best decks. And at number 2 in this list, we have tier limits. More specifically, Ishizu tier limits. Tier limits was the well-deserved winner of our 2022 top decks, ushering in the first Tier 0 format since 2017 at the end of 2022, and it carried that dominance into 2023. Tier limits is a strategy that relies on milling as many cards from their own deck as possible to fill up the graveyard and trigger the graveyard effects of the various tier limit monsters to fuse out of the graveyard into powerful boss monsters, as well as trigger the effects of their spells and traps for more value, like how Tier Limit Celia can search a Tier Limit's monster when it's sent to the graveyard. The deck combines this with the Ishizu monsters, who either mill you for 5 cards further with a Guido and Kelbeck, or to get graveyard interaction out of Mudora and Keldo. On a good mill, Tier Limits put out powerful boss monsters, search cards, and set up staggering forms of interaction with good back row options and engine cards that worked as hand traps like Kelbeck and Havnus. Famously, the most oppressive thing about Tier Limits was that after it comboed off on its own turn, the entire engine worked to recycle and redo these combos over and over on your opponent's turn too. This deck had a near stranglehold during the first couple of months of 2023, winning YCS Sydney, YCS Lyon, and being the deck of choice for all 3 decks in the 3v3 YCS Mexico City. As you might expect, the Tier 0 nature of Tearlaments incurred some incredibly harsh hits on the Forbidden Limitless, banning the critical Tearlaments Kit Kalos, limiting every Ishizu monster to 1, and limiting each of Havnus, Merely, and Shyren to 1, leaving only Tearlaments Rhinoheart of the Tier 0 era main deck monsters at 3. The funny thing is that, despite these enormous hits to the deck, it was still playable, with some unusual tech options to replace Kit Kalos as a fusion material, cards like King of the Swamp being the fusion material used to substitute Kit Kalos when making Rukalos, and even giving the deck access to new powerful fusion monsters like Rafa, Dragon Overlord of Dark World. And it wasn't all bad news, as partway through the year, the deck got a bit of incidental support with Kashtira Tearlaments, a dual archetype monster that had 2 separate effects to mill cards, something Tyr was in dire need of with Kit Kalos banned. The deck remained nominally playable despite the hits, even winning the continental level WCQ in South Korea in its heavily limited state. And while that is in the OCG, the deck has continued to be one of the most represented decks in tops cuts throughout the years in the TCG, racking up over 110 topping performances in major tournaments, an absolutely enormous amount of tops that dwarfs every other deck mentioned so far on this list. This number alone is staggering. And while plenty of those appearances come from earlier this year where Tier was still at its height, as recently as the most YCS, you are still seeing Tearlament decks taking top spots in tourneys. Frankly, if it wasn't for the sudden dominance of a new deck in the middle of the year that specifically countered Tearlaments, we might be talking about Tearlaments as the repeat best deck of the year. And speaking of that hard counter, taking the number 1 spot on this list, we have Kashtira. Undoubtedly the best deck of the year, Kashtira took Yu-Gi-Oh! By storm with the release of their big boss monster, Kashtira Riseheart, in February, and never looked back. Kashtira is a rank 7 based archetype centered around locking zones with Kashtira Shangri Ra and banishing cards, most often face down. But that doesn't really do it justice. What makes Kashtira so powerful is just how much versatility and power is attached to those cards individually. Kashtira Fenrir is famous for being so good that every deck in the format can justify running it on its own, as the Kashtira ability to special summon itself if you control no monsters makes it an easy opening play. It can even search itself as well as any other Kashtira monsters, so you can plus even if you're only running Fenrir. And it has an insane ability to banish a face-up card your opponent controls whenever it attacks or your opponent activates an effect, giving it double duty as a piece of interaction or as a board breaker. But Fenrir might not even be the best main deck Kashtira monster, as Kashtira Unicorn gives the deck a 1-card combo without even committing to a normal summon thanks to its ability to search out Kashtira Theosis, the deck's own version of Emergency Teleport, so long as you control a Kashtira monster. Unicorn also came equipped with a disruption that triggered just like Fenrir, but can instead strip monsters out of your opponent's extra deck and banish them face down. Not quite as powerful as Fenrir, but dangerous, and its presence really affected extra deck compositions. With Kashtira roaming the format, you couldn't get away with running a single critical monster, as one Unicorn stalking the field might collapse your entire strategy. This setup all funneled into the most impactful monster of 2023, Kashtira Riseheart. This format-defining boss monster came equipped with a Macrocosmos style effect that banished any card that would go to the graveyard, and when any card got banished, it could refuel its own materials by attaching a banished card to itself as a material. If that wasn't enough, it had a quick effect to banish any card in the field face down, a grossly powerful interaction that was often enough to win games on its own. These effects are what really took Tearlaments out of the metagame for months, and all of this banishing face down even allowed Kashtira to turn into an insane win combo deck that paired well with the previously innocuous number 89, Diabolus the Mind Hacker. Its ability to banish cards from your opponent's deck whenever an opponent's card was banished face down created a sort of feedback loop with the Kashtira monsters, triggering Shangri-Ra's zone lock multiple times and potentially being able to lock out every spell and monster zone your opponent controls. This setup functionally prevented them from summoning any monsters or playing any spells or traps. If all of this sounds too good or too powerful to you, then you're right, as both Diabolus and Kashtira Riseheart earned themselves a place at the ban list during Kashtira's reign. Though Diabolus was banned earlier on in Kashtira's lifespan, the deck continued to be dominant on its own strengths in spite of that. Overall, Kashtira took home a staggering 5 YCS wins at Bogota, Los Angeles, Santiago, Philadelphia, and being all 3 winning decks in the 3v3 YCS at Las Vegas. Considering the next best deck only had 3 YCS wins with Tearlaments, that's a powerful gap. And not to settle for just that, Kashtira ran amok during the WCQ season, winning 13 different nationals and a mind-boggling 4 continental WCQs. I'd list each region, but it's just too many accomplishments to name. And speaking of too many, Kashtira had over 190 verified major top cut performances of the year, which is a baffling amount. The difference between Kashtira's number of top performances and Tearlaments is more tops than any other deck has had throughout the entire year, and Kashtira was really only a deck for 6 months out of the year. The only thing Kashtira didn't do in 2023 was claim the vaunted status of being a Tier 0 deck. But outside of that, it was clearly the best deck of the year in 2023, earning it the #1 spot by a landslide. The danger monsters all seem to originate from the realm of danger, a treacherous island that happens to harbor mythical legends from various different cultures from around the world, from the Scottish Nessie to America's Bigfoot and Mexico's Chupacabra. These monsters all have different typings to reflect the beasts that they are, but one thing that they all have in common is that they love to scare and surprise humanity, which we can see translated into gameplay as these monsters can jump scare your opponent by revealing themselves in your hand to activate their main effect. Although, unlike a lot of the engines we've discussed in this series so far, there isn't really a defined combo or set way you're supposed to use the dangers. Instead, this engine can theoretically be splashed into any strategy, at least theoretically, because the best part about this archetype is that it provides bodies while also acting as a pseudo-consistency boost. You see, like we previously mentioned, every danger has an effect to reveal itself in your hand, and then after discarding a card, you get to summon the danger monster revealed from your hand, and then you get to draw 1 card, which makes these great as upstart goblin-like cards that also net you monsters on the field for your extra deck plays, all while remaining neutral in terms of card advantage. There's just one big catch that prevents these monsters from seeing play in everything. The card you discard with their effect will always be random, which puts you at risk of discarding a good starter, a power play, or even the danger itself, which would prevent you from summoning and drawing a card. Usually this level randomization is a death sentence for an engine of extenders, but interestingly, in this case, it's not that big of a deal, because every danger also has a secondary effect that will activate whenever they're discarded, including by their own effect. So, while the risk of pitching an important card is still present, you're in a can't lose scenario where if you discard the danger, you'll get a positive effect, and if you don't, you get a virtually free body and a draw. As a result of being such versatile special summons, many different strategies and archetypes across the years have used them in all kinds of ways depending on the deck's goal and the ban list you're working with. For example, decks focused on level and rank 3 monsters will usually max out on Danger Tsuchinoko and Danger Jackalope, because no matter which effect you get to use, both of them guarantee a level 3 body on the board. This package can further be expanded to include 1 to 3 copies of Nessie. Generally speaking, Tsuchinoko, Jackalope, and Nessie are usually the most reliable of the dangers as they all have effects on discard that are guaranteed to net you something no matter the situation, which is part of why they'll appear in deck lists more often compared to the others. If you care about the bodies, but also value the discards that the dangers give you as well, then it's worth playing 1 or more copies of Danger Mothman. And if you're willing to play a copy or 2 of Danger Chupacabra, you not only get greater access to rank 4s, but in certain strategies you can take advantage of its fiend typing. But this package can expand even further, including 2 of the archetype's level 8 monsters in Bigfoot and Thunderbird, at 1 to 3 copies depending on your preferences, because while their discard effect isn't amazing when going first, they have incredible effects on the draw that can help push through a board if discarded to get halfway to a rank 8. The only danger monsters that generally don't see too much play are Dogman and Ogopogo, just because they have mediocre discard effects and are just outclassed by their peers. But because they can help swarm the field anyway, these cards are still potential options that are worth considering depending on the deck. In fact, the cool part about dangers as a whole is that none of these ratios are hard rules. You could choose to play a single copy of Tsuchinoko if you didn't want to give up deck space, or just play 3x Danger Bigfoot with nothing else for its going second strength. Likewise, you might want to enable a rank 7 strategy with Nessie and Dogman, or even just Mothman if you always want to be able to discard something. But for being so versatile, the archetype does have one major flaw that prevents it from standing on its own merits. Every one of the spell and trap cards are terrible and should be avoided at all costs, especially if you're using the dangers as an engine. Now that we've got an idea of the realm of dangers local wildlife, let's put our best researchers hat on to really analyze just how these legendary creatures work. As previously mentioned, every danger monster has 2 effects. The first is an in-hand effect that will cause you to reveal a danger in your hand, and then your opponent will randomly choose a card for you to discard. And then if the card your opponent happens to choose isn't the danger monster you revealed, you then get to special summon that monster from your hand and draw one card. We've already covered most of the nuances behind this effect earlier. Depending on their level and type, every one of the dangers can net you access to all kinds of different extra deck monsters, so getting to bring them out from your hand for close to free is strong. And while there will always be a discard involved, you regain that card advantage by being able to dig one card deeper into your deck if you don't discard your danger, which in a technical sense is entirely card neutral. This doesn't shake up games too much, but when you start to think about the extra consistency that this effect provides, as well as the potential graveyard effects that could give you access to if you discard them, then it's easy to see how the dangers could potentially let certain strategies get out of hand. Now, it's important to note that when you use this effect and don't discard your danger, while the worst case scenario is that you end up card neutral, you'll have one less card in your hand since your danger will be on the field. So if you keep using danger monsters, then eventually you're going to run out of cards to pitch. This is one of the big reasons why you don't just see dangers everywhere, because unless your deck can natively make up for the hand economy you lose, then you're just throwing random bodies on the board. But if your deck is capable of gaining hand advantage in spite of, or even because of your danger discards, such as decks like Dark World, then this engine suddenly becomes maniacal, as every danger activation will net you more and more, while also drawing you into more dangers to keep the chain rolling. This is especially potent because this particular effect isn't a hard once per turn. So if you're playing a particularly dense package, then the likes of Nessie drawn into a second Nessie isn't a problem at all. If anything, it's a solution. The other big nuance you need to pay attention to is that when a card is sent to the graveyard for this effect, it is specifically discarded for effect. Now in Yu-Gi-Oh, there are sometimes a lot of ways of doing virtually the same thing, with the only distinguishing factors sometimes being the specific wording. A card like Forbidden Droplet looks like it's doing the same thing as a danger discard, but not only does Droplets send for cost, as indicated by the position of the semicolon in its text, but its wording is specifically that it sends the card to the graveyard, which doesn't count as discarding. This means that a card like Droplet would never be able to trigger the effect of a Dark World monster, which usually need to be discarded for effect to activate. But this same quirk is exactly why the dangers are such a strong engine for this deck in particular, since they specifically discard for effect, allowing for a Dark World or Telements monster to trigger. Likewise, the fact that they discard also means that they can trigger the second effect of another danger if they happen to be pitched, which is amazing because some dangers have some excellent secondary effects, although these effects can only be used once per turn. This second effect is the main thing that differentiates the power between each danger, because while some of them are so strong that they've seen time of the Forbidden and Limited lists, others really make you question if they're actually dangerous at all. For example, Danger Dogman has a terrible secondary effect, as when it's discarded, all it does is lower the attack of all of your opponent's face-up monsters by 1000 until the end of the turn. And while this definitely makes your opponent's monsters weaker and easier to beat over, it doesn't have any kind of immediate impact on the game state, and no impact at all if you happen to be going first. As a result, Dogman rarely ever sees any use in competitive decks trying to take advantage of the dangers, and when it does pop up, it's usually for its first effect, which makes a fine enough extender if you need a dark or level 7 monster on your field. But if that were the case, you'd be far better served by Danger Nessie. Nessie has the same first effect as any other danger, having the potential to summon itself from your hand and draw a card if you don't discard it, but marks itself as a cut above Dogma, because if it happens to be discarded, then you'll get to add any danger card from your deck to your hand, other than another copy of Nessie. This is great, as it means that if your Nessie gets sniped by your opponent and you were really hoping to get that draw, a body on field, or discard a certain card, then Nessie tilts the odds in your favor by just giving you another shot. Although what drives this effect over the edge is that, just like the other dangers, this effect triggers whenever it's discarded by any means. So if you happen to use the likes of Dark World Dealings or a purely spell that would otherwise cost you card advantage, by choosing to discard Nessie, you'll regain the advantage you just lost. And in doing so, you'll get the opportunity to add another extender to your hand that's also a good discard. Now, there is one more aspect of Nessie and all the other dangers that's easy to miss, as well as being differentiated by level. The dangers also all have different types, which can lend them to see play in different decks that need more of that type. In the case of Nessie, it being a dark aqua monster was a great bonus in a deck like Danger Tearlaments. You see, if you use Nessie's in-hand effect and discarded a Tearlament card, then you'll have the opportunity to trigger their graveyard effect. But even if you hit Nessie, that's still a positive, because not only will you get another danger, you now have a dark aqua monster in your graveyard, which makes it a perfect piece of a fusion material to pair with Tearlament's effect, allowing you to dip into the likes of Gurara, Kaleidoheart, and of course Tearlament Kitkalos. So generally speaking, if you need a level 7 danger monster, Nessie has proven itself more than reliable. But if we get a deck that benefits from level 7 Beast Warriors, then maybe even Dogman might become more common. If you're wondering about the best danger to grab from Nessie's effect, then there are a myriad of different answers that will depend on the situation you're in and the deck you're playing. But you'll rarely ever be disappointed if you choose Danger Jackalope. Because when Jackalope is discarded, you get to special summon a danger from your deck in defense position as long as it's not another copy of itself. This is great if your main goal danger is to use them to swarm a bunch of bodies onto the field. As with Jackalope, as long as you have a second danger in deck, then there's no losing when you trigger its in-hand effect. And like with Nessie, if you pair Jackalope with a card that discards, you get to make them even stronger by turning what would be a loss into an advantage, with material on field that can be used for an extra deck play. And also like Nessie, Jackalope has its own nuanced advantage compared to most of the other dangers because of its stats, but instead of it being due to its type, it's actually because of its level. There are a cavalcade of excellent extra deck cards out there that need level 3 monsters to bring themselves out on the field, while also setting up your graveyard, which has made it the go-to option for the likes of Phantom Knights and dedicated adventure decks for years now. But Jackalope is a danger that's best paired with another. And fortunately for level 3 focus strategies, there's another good danger for them in Danger Tsuchinoko. Tsuchinoko is another danger where, no matter what you hit, you can't really lose, but holds a special place even amongst the best dangers, as when Tsuchinoko is discarded, you get to special summon it out from the graveyard. And so, unlike Nessie and Jackalope, doesn't need another danger monster in the deck to be useful. This allowed for Tsuchinoko to see play even in decks that don't want to dedicate a ton of space to generic extenders, as you can just play it by itself since it's always going to get you somewhere no matter which effect you get. But in decks that have been willing to play a couple more dangers, Jackalope and Tsuchinoko make an incredible pairing, but are great to draw for their own in-hand effects, and by discarding either, you'll get a level 3 monster on your board. Throw in Danger Nessie to the mix and you'll have the basis for an amazing danger engine already. If your deck discards a lot, then by pitching Nessie to activate a card, you'll get to add Jackalope, then by discarding Jackalope, you'll get to special summon Tsuchinoko. This leaves you card neutral with a free body on field, which might not sound like a big deal, but in the same situation without Nessie, you would have been 2 cards down, which makes the danger engine more than worth it. Now, the rest of the danger monsters don't have discard effects that net you any advantage by themselves, but some of them are so good that they'll still see a lot of use anyways, and nowhere is this better exemplified than in Danger Mothman. Mothman's on discard effect is that you can make it so that both players draw 1 card and then both players discard 1 card. On the surface, this sounds mediocre at best. After all, it's an archetypal Dark World dealings that leaves you down a card at advantage while your opponent gets a free opportunity to cycle through their deck and set up their graveyard. But if you're playing the dangers in a deck that wants to get their cards into the graveyard in some way, then Mothman suddenly becomes a danger that always has a positive effect, because you'll either get the opportunity to summon a body while discarding a card, or you'll get to use this effect to discard a chosen card from hand instead, which is really valuable in decks like Tearlaments or Dark World that actively want their other cards to go to the graveyard rather than the dangers themselves. And Mothman is currently the only danger monster with an effect that gives you a choice of discard. So for these decks, any other danger would mean that they were always at risk at losing you the gamble, but with Mothman, you either win by discarding another card with a good graveyard effect, or you win by discarding Mothman to then choose what you pitch, which in the short term might be a direct loss of advantage. But depending on what you pick, it'll likely be more than worth it to activate certain effects. This isn't even where Mothman's utility ends though, because it also happens to have one of the best levels in the game, level 4, which makes the mountain of powerful rank 4 monsters easier to get into in decks like Tearlaments, which would often use Mothman to go into Time Thief or Doer as a way to trigger their Tearlament monsters, and Dugar is the Timeless, a favorite of Dark World strategies both for its Graveyard Revival and its draw effect, which lets you discard a card to keep your combo rolling. There's also another level 4 danger monster that's good to keep in mind whenever you're considering the engine. That would be Danger Chupacabra. Although this one sees a lot less play compared to Mothman, as its second effect requires a little bit of extra setup, since if it's ever discarded, you get to target a danger in your graveyard and summon it out to the field. This effect has the potential to be strong, but it's situational. If you have a danger in the grave, then Chupacabra's effect is virtually synonymous with Jackalope and Tsuchinoko's, as it nets you a free body on the field that you can use for whatever you like. But if you don't, then Chupacabra being discarded does nothing except lose you a card. So for this half of Chupacabra to be useful, you need to make sure you can set it up first. And for a lot of decks that are willing to play dangers, this isn't the hardest thing to do, especially if you start out with Nessie and a way to discard it, as that'll set up a danger in grave for you to summon as well as a way to get Chupacabra in your hand. But as a result of needing this setup to be functional, Chupacabra is rarely ever maxed out like the other dangers are. However, it definitely has a lot going for it, which keeps it in the running of being a pretty strong danger. Because alongside its rank 4 capabilities, its fiend typing is excellent for one deck in particular, Danger Dark World, where it being a fiend is relevant in summoning out the likes of a Bow when it uses its on-field material, and useful for being a good discard for the likes of Gates of the Dark World, the Dark World field spell that discards a fiend monster to banish a fiend from grave to draw a card. Which is pretty relevant given that Gates is a soft once per turn and will be used multiple times before you hit the end phase, giving you multiple opportunities to revive a danger that's found its way to the grave. And if you summon out the likes of Mothman with Chupacabra after banishing a Genta, you're on track to summon a rank 4 of your choosing. Now, the final 3 monsters in the archetype all share an extra common trait. They're all level 8 monsters. This, of course, opens up the rank pool for easier access, especially in decks like Dark World that are natively already playing other level 8s. But this level also has some added utility for dangers, since it opens up the possibility of using a card like Trade-In, a draw 2 that specifically needs you to discard a level 8 monster to activate, which will then let you trigger the effect of whatever you discard. The worst of this bunch, and probably the worst danger monster of all, is Danger Ogopogo. Because on discard, all Ogopogo does is give you the chance to send a danger card from deck to the grave, and unfortunately, this doesn't count as discarding. So any danger monster you send is just going to sit in the graveyard. The reason why Ogopogo has this effect is that you can more easily access the graveyard effects of your danger spell and trap cards, as the likes of Response Team and Second Expedition both have fine enough graveyard effects, and so if you are trying to play a pure danger strategy, Ogopogo's second effect has its uses. But no pure danger deck has ever seen competitive success, as danger has always been used as a supplement to other strategies and help their plays get started. As a result, just like we mentioned before, even the most dedicated of danger decks won't play the archetype's back row, as they're all either hard to use, really niche, or just have terrible effects. But more on that later. The final 2 dangers are Danger Bigfoot and Danger Thunderbird, 2 level 8 monsters with somewhat similar effects, as when they're discarded, they both allow you to destroy 1 card on the field. In the case of Bigfoot, it lets you pop a face-up card your opponent controls, while Thunderbird will let you destroy one of your opponent's set cards. Now, from these effects, it's clear to see that both Thunderbird and Bigfoot's on discards are primarily useful if you're going to be going second while attempting to break a board, as if you happen to pitch them with their own effects, with the likes of a trade-in or through any other means, you'll be able to start chewing through your opponent's interaction with a must-negate effect. And even if you gamble on their in-hand effects and don't hit them specifically, they're still quite useful board breakers due to having the highest attack stats out of every danger monster, allowing you to beat over or at least crash with most of the game's strongest threats, or even build up the resources for a potential push to lethal. As a result, going second strategies that use the dangers will often swear by either of these cards. Gren Maju especially saw value in the dual utility of these level 8 monsters provided when going second to either slap down a rank 8 or get rid of your opponent's most important cards. However, even dedicated going first decks like Dark World would still find utility in something like a Bigfoot, which gives the deck a couple more going second options while also not being too terrible to see when going first. Because while it would definitely suck to hit Bigfoot from a discard if your opponent has nothing to pop, if you summon it from a Jackalope effect, or use it while you have plenty of cards in hand, you mitigate most of that risk and still get to bring out a level A body to extend even further. In terms of the actually relevant danger cards, that just about does it for the archetype, as the rest of the deck is composed of spell and trap cards that have mediocre to terrible effects that genuinely fail to bring the deck together to be its own cohesive strategy. But even with the worst cards out there, it's always a good idea to know your options when you're not playing them despite their potential. So we'll briefly run through these one by one. Realm of Danger is a field spell that prevents your danger monsters from being targeted by your opponent during the turn of their special summon. This sounds okay at first glance, but none of the dangers have any kind of on-field effect that would make protecting against target negation important. And while it does stop removal, most decks using danger monsters use them as a bridge to an extra monster, which will be entirely vulnerable to being hit with any removal options your opponent has. Realm of Danger can also allow your danger to attack directly while preventing them from being targeted for an attack. And while this could be relevant in decks attempting to OTK, it's a somewhat niche use and requires that you have the ability to play through your opponent's board, which is going to be harder if you're a card down due to drawing Realm. Danger Feats of Strength is also a tool that can help with OTKs, as you can equip it to a danger monster to increase its attack by 800 and allow it to perform 2 attacks on monsters per battle phase. There's a lot holding feats back. Even if you equip it to your highest attack danger and swing into 2 monsters with 0 attack, your opponent will still have 400 life points away from being lethal, making it a mediocre OTK tool that needs a little bit of help along the way. But that's honestly just not worth it. For feats to always be useful, you need to be playing a going second strategy that has a high density of dangers. And while there are a couple of those out there, these decks are already more than well prepared to do a ton of damage to their opponent with far easier setups. Danger, Excitement, Mystery, in a perfect world would be a great option for the engine, as it allows you to add a level 4 lower danger from your deck to your hand, but falls short in not only requiring that you have a high level danger to discard to use the effect, but also locks you for the rest of the turn into only being able to special summon danger monsters, which is rough in an engine that seems almost purposefully designed to be able to access generic extra deck options. Although there are a couple of ways to make pure danger strategies function, at least kind of. And that's with a couple of the deck's trap cards, which allow you to discard a danger at quick effect speed. Danger Zone is the best of the bunch, as it's basically a graceful charity, drawing you 3 cards and then forcing you to discard 2, with at least one of them being a danger. Otherwise, you have to shuffle your whole hand back into your deck. This is a cool effect. Not only can Zone draw you into hand traps, but it gives you ways of discarding something like Bigfoot during your opponent's turn, so that you can actually have some archetypal interaction. Although this is seldom played because it's only Bigfoot and Thunderbird specifically that work as something your opponent has to play around, and the rest of the dangers not having any effects that can actually put a stop to an opponent's turn. Notably, Second Expedition to Danger also has a similar issue, but a much worse effect. Like Zone, you get to use it to discard a card at quick effect speed, but only so a single danger monster you control gains 500 attack and defense. It does have a little extra strength at least, since it has a graveyard effect that makes it a target for either Foolish Burial Goods or Ogopogo's effect. And ultimately, this graveyard use of Expedition is fine. You get to discard a danger, put an Expedition to the bottom of the deck, and then draw a card. On paper, this is as great as it gets, as it nets you some advantage and a way to trigger a danger of your choice. It's just a little bit too difficult to set up for the brick that you have to play, especially with Expedition's on-field effect being so abysmal that it becomes a nightmare to draw. There's actually a second card with the same exact graveyard effect, Danger Response Team, giving you a second target for Ogopogo, but it still suffers from the same issues as Expedition in being a rough brick to draw, although one with a slightly better first effect that allows you to target a danger monster you control and another monster on the field and return both to the hand. This isn't the most difficult thing in the world to set up when going second, which makes it a better card than Expedition for sure, but it's still an awkward to use option that's outclassed by better, more generic tools. It's at least not as bad as a card like You're in Danger, a pretty rough option for the deck. It lets you pick from 3 danger monsters in your deck to randomly summon one to the field, but that monster will be destroyed during the end phase. Having this effect on a trap card is so unfortunate. Like we talked about earlier, no danger has any on-field effect, so summoning them out on your opponent's turn is pointless. Your best bet with You're in Danger is to set it to your field, hope that you make it to turn 3, and then use it for extension into something else. But given how much it needs to go right for this to happen, you're probably just better off playing this card as a funny choice when activating Prohibition. The final card in the archetype is Danger, Disturbance, Disorder, and it's the worst the deck has to offer. Its first effect is one that only triggers whenever your danger monster is destroyed by battle, and allows you to destroy the monster that battled it. A form of removal which natively requires you to lose out on a monster to make work, but is made worse because your opponent can see it coming plain as day. So if there's a monster they want to keep, they're not going to use it to beat over whatever danger monster you have on field. So you'll likely be forced to use your own battle phase to get use out of this effect. It also has a bonus effect which can destroy all cards on the field, and this sounds great because you can use it to clear the path for a potential OTK by wiping away your opponent's resources. But just like Excitement Mystery, this effect is held back by having a lock on it, which would prevent you from summoning anything else except danger monsters for the rest of the turn, limiting your options, and by having a condition which needs you to banish 3 danger spell or trap cards from your graveyard so that you can use the effect in the first place. And given that most danger decks aren't willing to play any of the back row due to how bad they are, you're likely not going to be able to get much use out of this effect. Doubly so because most of the semi-playable spell and trap cards have graveyard effects that put them back to the bottom of your deck anyway. But even with the dangers having some of the worst back row in the game, the impact that this engine has had on the game's meta over the course of the history is undeniable. From FTKing in old Danger Dark World decks to being one of the best supplemental engines that helped tier limits dominate the meta prior to the release of the Ishizu cards, the danger monsters, for the most part, are brimming with utility for their powerful extension and great discard effects that can feel downright busted in a strategy that knows how to use them. And with Tsuchinoko and Jackalope both freed from the ban list, now there's no longer any danger cards on the ban list, freeing this engine up to be used creatively in its entirety once again. And while Danger's current strength is mainly found as a pairing for modern Dark World decks, which are far from reaching the heights of meta dominance, it's only a matter of time until we sight these mythical creatures once more, as just as like the legends they're based on, the Dangers are timeless as an engine that's always going to be useful in some capacity. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game that's powered by the inventiveness and innovations of its player base, because every deck, good or bad, has someone behind it trying to figure out just how to break it. But the opposite is also true, because no matter how invincible a deck might appear in the metagame, every deck has a weakness, it's just a matter of finding it. In both cases, deck builders are often led to the game's underbelly, scouring its deck's card pool, and strange new releases in the hopes of finding something forgotten or ignored that they can crack wide open. Often people come back from this search empty-handed. But sometimes, and only sometimes, duelists will find cards that can revolutionize the way a deck, or even the game itself, is played. So today, we're going to look at the strangest and weirdest cards of 2023, why they're so peculiar, and how they managed to sneak into the game's meta. And at number 10, we have the original Gate Guardian, one of the worst boss monsters in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! That's actually managed to steal quite a few top spots this year. But when you actually look at Gate Guardian, the only question that comes to mind is how? Because all Gate Guardian is a level 11 beatstick, and while it does have an impressive 3750 attack, needing to tribute each of its 3 components while you have it in hand has always made it clunky and really gimmicky as a boss monster that's nearly impossible to summon. Or at least it used to be, because 2023 was actually a great year for Gate Guardian. As with the release of Maze of Memories back in March, the archetype was somehow salvaged from a completely unplayable state to actually being a pretty respectable rogue strategy capable of taking on meta decks and sometimes even winning. The best part is that each of the 3 original component parts of the Gate Guardian, Sangha, Suijin, and Kanzajin, despite their mediocre and outdated effects, all play an integral role in the strategy and play well with the deck's new support, which allows you to easily bring these monsters to the field as continuous spells, so they can be used for the contact fusion of the deck's latest boss monster, including the latest retrain of Gate Guardian itself, Gate Guardians Combined. So, you might be forgiven for thinking that the original Gate Guardian was used as a tech choice in a competitive Gate Guardian decks, especially because Combined can actually float into the original Gate Guardian if your opponent manages to deal with it and leave you an impressive beatstick. But the truth is, even Gate Guardian decks don't play the original Gate Guardian. You see, the new support does a great job of facilitating their latest fusion boss monsters and makes the components of the first Gate Guardian very playable, but it actually doesn't make summoning the original Gate Guardian any easier, because the new cards place these components as continuous spells, and you can't actually tribute a spell for Gate Guardian summon. And even if you had the opportunity to summon Gate Guardian with the effect of Combine, you would never want to, because you actually have the choice of summoning any level 11 or lower Gate Guardian monster from your deck or extra deck, which happens to include the new Gate Guardian fusion monsters. So there's no reason to play the OG Gate Guardian when you can summon a Searcher, a Battle Trick, or even a Spell and Trap negate, all of which also flowed into their other components. But then that begs the question, if Gate Guardian decks weren't playing Gate Guardian, then where did it see play? And the answer is surprising, because Gate Guardian randomly shows up in some meta-relevant strategies across last year's regional list from the likes of Vanadium and even Rescue Ace. Now, usually, if there's a one-of in a list that sticks out like a sore thumb, there's some trick or gimmick to it. It could be a bridge for Small World to allow you to consistently gain access to a specific starter, it could be material necessary for a fusion or ritual monster, or maybe it's simply searchable off of some effect for free advantage. But in Gate Guardian's case, the answer is a lot simpler than you'd think. The reason why the card seemingly props up in random deck lists across the year is actually because it's a joke. You see, in Yu-Gi-Oh!, if you manage to do well at a regional or an OTS championship, you automatically get an invite for your Continental World Championship qualifier, but you only ever need to do well at a single event to get the invitation, allowing you to take it easy when playing at other events. So people use this as an opportunity to top with their favorite rogue decks, but in the Melbourne Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, some players will instead choose to enter with a copy of Gate Guardian in their deck that does almost nothing, which is honestly a pretty big flex if you're able to top an event while playing an almost useless brick. So while these strategies don't really get an opportunity to go Gate Guardian mode on your opponent, it's definitely funny to see the Gate Guardian did manage to have a place in the meta this year, even if it wasn't in the way we'd expect. And it's almost encouraging to know that even in the modern day, you can still play decks with some bricky cards that you're just playing for fun and still manage to do pretty well. And at number 9 on this list, we have Mushroom Man number 2. A card whose effect seemingly only serves to give your opponent an advantage, because all it does is allow you to give control of Mushroom Man to your opponent by paying 500 life points. And then, during each of their standby phases, the controller of Mushroom number 2 takes 300 damage. Now, usually it's a bad idea to give your opponent a free monster, especially in the modern era where extra decks are more than likely to have some kind of generic link payoff waiting in the wings. And Mushroom number 2 doesn't do anything to stop that, as the only real detriment to your opponent is that they'll take 300 points of burn damage on the turn, which is less than the 500 you paid to give control of it to your opponent. However, despite how difficult it might be to seem, Mushroom number 2 actually had its place as a powerful tool in the Kashtira arsenal. The idea behind it is simple but genius. At full power, Kashtira was more than capable of comboing off and reaching its oppressive boss monster without normal summoning a single time. And when multiple Shangri-La were paired with Diabolus the Mind Hacker, you could lock your opponent out of 5 of their monster or spell and trap card zones turn 1, and lock even more zones during their turn, potentially floodgating your opponent out of playing the game entirely. However, you didn't always have access to the lock 5 combo, and even if you did, you had to wait until your opponent activated a monster effect so you could banish more cards face down to lock 10. But that's exactly why Mushroom Man's inclusion was so smart, because if you normal summoned Mushroom Man and gave it to your opponent, they'd be forced to activate a monster effect in their standby phase, whether they liked it or not. And this gave you the opportunity to trigger your Kashtira monsters, banish cards face down with Fenrir, Unicorn, and Mind Hacker, and lock the rest of your opponent's zones with Shangri-La. And that's not even where Mushroom number 2's utility ends, because it was even a silver bullet in the Kashtira mirror match, because it did something very annoying for an opponent playing the same deck: it gave them a monster. This was a huge detriment for a deck whose best starters relied on not controlling any monsters, which made it a very funny counter to one of the strongest decks of the year, especially when you could thrust for reinforcements of the army to search Mushroom Man, who for some reason happens to be a warrior monster. Now, technically speaking, this tech was discovered in 2022 in the OCG, but it only had a chance to shine in the TCG in 2023 after Kashtira finally managed to reach full power. And while it was a card that saw some solid experimentation, it wasn't really too successful purely because it wasn't really necessary. Zone locking wasn't the only way for Kashtira to win the duel, and even if they were going for that, your opponent had to activate a monster effect at some point, which you could just use as an opportunity to clear up the rest of their zones. But it did lay the foundation in the idea that Kashtira could spend their normal summon on just about anything, including Ibli, which, like Mushroom Man, would give your opponent a free monster, but was much stronger since it could lock your opponent out of spectral summoning anything but links while you controlled it, which often led to decks being floodgated from playing anyways, zone lock or not. So while Mushroom Man was barely around in the TCG Kashtira lists, its strange utility and ability to shut down opposing Kashtira strategies made it a somewhat viable option. And its use opened the floodgates for experimenting in a deck that realized that they could spend their normal summon on pretty much anything else. And infesting the number 8 spot is Naturia Stinkbug, who proved itself more than capable of protecting your Naturia monsters. But not from card effects, from battle, because Naturia Stink Bug is an archetypal negate attack that's managed to see play in the modern metagame. Because while you control Stink Bug, if an attack is declared on a Naturia monster you control, you can send it from your field to the graveyard to negate the attack and then end the battle phase. And the reason why this card is so weird is because in the modern era, you rarely see battle tricks like it ever see any kind of success. Back in the days of classic Yu-Gi-Oh!, cards that could fade a battle phase or prevent your monsters from being destroyed by battle were actually quite valuable, as they would guarantee that you'd survive to the next turn, and then you'd hit follow up in whatever monsters you had on field, which could often be the difference between being in a controlling position or a losing one. Meanwhile, in the modern day, while the battle phase is still a solid option to remove your opponent's monsters in the field, no one really plays battle tricks anymore, since it's pretty easy to set up a negate prior to the battle phase, or access a piece of removal to get rid of it from the field before it can be activated. But while this is conventional wisdom, it's by no means a hard rule, and certain strategies actually get a lot from denying their opponent a battle phase, including Naturia Runic. Runic decks in general benefit a lot from stopping your opponent's battle phase, as it means they can keep acquiring advantage every single turn with fountain draws without the risk of being OTK'd, allowing you to gradually whittle away at your opponent's resources until they have nothing left while you drown in card advantage. But in Naturia Runic specifically, Stink Bug was a uniquely powerful way of ending the battle phase because of the threat the Naturia cards represented. You see, modern Naturia is centered around the use of Naturia Camellia and Naturia Mole Cricket. These cards do so much for the strategy, with Mole Cricket essentially being an emergency teleport for any Naturia in the deck that can summon 2 monsters if your opponent happens to control the highest tag monster on the field, and can even bring itself back from the graveyard if your opponent summons a monster from the extra deck, or even if you summon a Naturia monster from yours. Meanwhile, Camellia is a level 4 tuner that's a Foolish Burial on summon, allows you to send Naturia Sacred Tree for a search, or even the aforementioned Mole Cricket to revive later. This formed a really tight and compact engine, and with the straight of Camellia and Mole Cricket combined, they enabled Naturia Sunflower, a pretty busted monster negate that you could use twice against your opponent, thanks to Camellia's cost replacement making it so all you had to do is mill 2 cards instead. There was just one small issue with Sunflower though. It was tiny. So as long as your opponent could establish a single monster on board, they could easily beat over your 2 monster negates with 1 attack. And that's exactly where Stink Bug came in, because Mole Cricket can summon any 2 Naturia monsters with this quick effect, and there are a lot of solid options. But if you really want to protect your Naturia Sunflower, you could just summon a Stink Bug alongside it. This puts your opponent in a terrible position, because now they no longer have the luxury of just beating over your Omni Negate, since the moment they declare an attack, Stink Bug will take the hit and Sunflower is protected, and they don't go to the battle phase. They have to play in the Sunflower regardless, so it's a lose-lose situation. And all without considering the Runic engine backing up your deck, because if your opponent can't end the game on their turn, they're going to be quite behind on card advantage. And that's honestly cool to have seen, that even in the modern era, battle tricks aren't as useless as people think, and when paired with the right deck with something to protect, they can still be just as important in deciding the winner of a duel as they ever were a decade ago, when paired with the right strategy at least. But regardless, it's still peculiar to see. It's hard to imagine losing to Negate Attack in 2023, but in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anything is possible. And at number 7, we have number 30 Acid Golem of Destruction, a card that used to only see utility as a beat stick, but has now somehow managed to evolve into a turn 1 threat. And it doesn't really indicate why at first. It's not really basic. You can make Acid Golem with any 2 level 3s, but it's almost more of a detriment than it is a benefit, because while you control it, you can't special summon monsters. And during each of your standby phases, you're either forced to detach a material or take 2,000 points of damage. But despite how damaging these detriments are, Acid Golem actually has a pretty storied history in Yu-Gi-Oh's metagame, specifically because it's the rank 3 monster with the highest attack, and it has been for quite a while, standing at a respectable 3,000 attack, which gives decks like Burning Abyss a way to deal with monsters that were a bit too strong for the hide-and-seek champion to contest. So while Acid Golem's seen meta success isn't the wildest thing to hear, what makes this card so peculiar in the modern era is that people are making it on their very first turn, which seems completely useless. Worse than useless even, because you're locking yourself out of doing anything else. But the fascinating thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the downsides of cards are only downsides because we haven't figured out a way to use them to our advantage yet. And in 2023, the stars aligned to allow for Acid Golem to return to the meta once again, thanks to a genius use in Mikanko strategies. Mikanko is a deck that's mainly known for its solid trap interruptions and OTK potential, but it flexes the extra deck quite well. Since they have some great extenders allowing them to flood the field with material, but was even more versatile with their extra deck when they had access to Isolde, a now banned Link monster that could summon any warrior from the deck by using equip spells, and Mikankos just so happened to have a level 3 warrior and a ton of equips. And Isolde might just be the reason why Acid Golem was so playable, because it gave Mikanko decks near constant access to either Gen the Diamond Tiger or Ken the Warrior Dragon, two level 3 warrior monsters that will summon their other counterpart to your opponent's side of the field, who will then have a mandatory effect triggered by your opponent to benefit you in some way. These effects were generally quite strong, almost verging on toxic, since they also made your triple tactics talents and thrust active. But strangely, the part of these effects that enabled Acid Golem to be strong was the fact that they gave an opponent a monster that you got to choose the zone of. So, if you don't have access to Gen or Ken through drawing it, you would go through Isolde, summon one to your side of the field and another to your opponent's zone, and any one where a Geneator Transverser could point to, a card that changes control of the two monsters that its link arrows are pointing at. Then, after actually summoning Transverser with Isolde and another body, you could summon out your level 3 Mikankos, or even use the Gen or Ken you summon to your side of the field to summon Acid Golem to the Geneator zone. You'll be locked out of special summoning when you do this, but only so long as Acid Golem is on your side of the field. And if you use Geneator to switch control of Acid Golem with the warrior on your opponent's side of the field, freeing you of Acid Golem's special summon lock by giving it to your opponent, essentially preventing them from playing the game. And that's really inventive, really inventive. It's actually really interesting to see just how Acid Golem's utility has evolved, having reinvented itself from merely a blue-eyes white dragon to a card that can lock your opponent out of the game thanks to its weirdly beneficial downside. Scratching the surface at number 6 is Cyber Dark Claw, an amazing card that managed to see some real competitive success, but not in the deck you'd expect. Claw has 3 effects. The first being that if it's sent to the graveyard while equipped to a monster, you can target a Cyberdark monster in your graveyard and add it to your hand. The third is that if the monster code that battles, you can send a monster from your extra deck to the grave. But most importantly, its second effect, which lets you discard it to add any Cyberdark spell or trap from your deck to your hand. And for Cyberdark decks, this effect is incredibly strong because not only does it put a level 3 or lower dragon in your grave for your Cyberdarks to equip, but getting to search any Cyberdark spell or trap gives you a lot of options, from Cyberdark Invasion being a solid interruption to even the original Cyberdark Impact. But the best card to search by far is Cyberdark Realm. Realm lets you add any Cyberdark monster from your deck to your hand, and even has an effect that lets you normal summon a Cyberdark from your hand for free, allowing you to use your regular normal summon on something else. Anything else, because neither Realm or Claw have any kind of restriction or lock on them, meaning they can theoretically be played in any deck that likes either level 3 or level 4 bodies. And it just so happens that Exosister was an incredibly powerful deck that really valued level 4 bodies. The reason why level 4 bodies are so valuable in Exosisters is because they can be used to go into the generic Exosister rank 4 monsters, which can search out archetypal engine pieces or disruption before overlaying into Exosister Magnifica, their main boss monster. But they can't rely on traditional level 4 extenders, because of the archetype lock on Exosister Martha, which prevents you from special summoning any monster that isn't an Exosister for the entire turn if you want to use your effect to summon yourself in Elis, forcing your deck to only rely on extenders that normal summon themselves to the field to play around your own lock. Thankfully, there's a lot of choices. The Spirit Engine of Sakitama and Aratama can get you a free rank 4 with just a single normal summon. The Dynamorphia package gives you a level 4 and plays around your lock with only a special summon on your opponent's turn, with a pretty impressive floodgate to boot. And of course, the Cyberdark engine gives you a free normal summon body that you can do anything with. But there's one small detail that makes this particular engine even more interesting. Because every Exosister has an effect to actually summon an Exosister from your extra deck with just themselves the material, if a card is moved out of the graveyard. Usually your opponent has to be the one to move the card for their effects to trigger. But Exosister Martha specifically can use her rank up effect when any player moves a card out of the graveyard. And when you normal summon Cyberdark Edge, Horn, or Keel and equip Cyberdark Claw, this counts as moving a card out of your graveyard, giving you a free rank 4 on top of Martha. And that's amazing, because while Exosister Dynamorphia Spirit Cyberdark sounds like a deck made of a bunch of random cards, the small synergies these level 4 packages have managed to combine into making a really interesting deck. One that sounds insane on the surface, but is astonishingly well thought out. And swinging into number 5 is Axe of Fools, an equip spell that at first seems like just a worse version of Axe of Despair, because Axe of Fools and Despair do pretty much the same thing. Give a monster 1000 attack, except Axe of Fools also negates the monster's effects it's equipped to. And during each standby phase, the control of the monster Fool's equipped to also takes 500 damage. Thankfully, however, because Axe of Fools can also be equipped to an opponent's monster, This negation is actually quite beneficial, because you can use it in a way to negate the effects of your opponent's monsters to break their board, which is pretty nice utility, even if the card is utterly outclassed by Forbidden Chalice. But strangely enough, there was one strategy this year that was able to take advantage of Axe of Fools, not just as a board breaker, but as an interruption tool, Mikanko. Acid Golem locks and OTKs aren't the only thing this deck is capable of. In fact, even on its own, it actually has some pretty powerful interruptions, especially with Hu Li allowing you to search out any of your deck's powerful trap cards. But it was Mikanko Rivalry that made Axe of Fools into a genuine meta threat. Because with Rivalry, as long as you control any Mikanko monster, you can target a monster on either player's field and equip it with an equip spell from your deck. Normally, Mikanko decks use this to equip Mikanko Reflection Rondo onto an opponent's monster to take control of it, depriving your opponent of a body that you can use on your own turn. But Rivalry isn't limited to just equipping Mikanko spells, it can get any equip spell. This opens the door to a ton of different possibilities for cards to equip both to your monsters and your opponents. But one of the best alternative options to Rondo is Axe of Fools, because it pretty much turns Rivalry into an infinite impermanence. You see, the moment your opponent activates an on-field monster effect, you can use Rivalry and equip Axe of Fools from the deck. Then, because Axe of Fools negation is continuous, it'll start applying the moment Rivalry resolves, negating your opponent's monster's effect. And the best part is that there's no downside to Fools in this scenario because of the way the Mikanko monsters work. So as long as they have cards equipped to them, they cannot be destroyed by battle, and your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken. So increasing the attack of an opponent's monster is actually a benefit for you, because it means on the following turn, you have an easier route to OTK by crashing your Mikankos, and then 500 burn from the Fools gets you even closer. Overall, Axe of Fools' utility is relatively simple, but there's no denying that as foolish as this axe makes it out to be, you have to be pretty smart to find the right synergies to use it competitively. And at number 4, we have Nimble Sunfish, the most surprising feature of the Nimble package played in Sprite. And the reason why it's so surprising is that Nimble Sunfish is pretty similar to old recruiters like Mystic Tomato and Shining Angel, in that it needs to be destroyed by battle in order to activate its effects. And to its credit, Nimble Sunfish's effect is strong, not only summoning another copy of itself from the deck, but also letting you send a fish-type monster from your deck to the graveyard. In the modern era, if a card's only effect triggers whenever it's destroyed by battle, it's very likely that monster will never see any real competitive success, because waiting for your opponent to attack into your monster is unreliable, and giving up your own battle phase in an attempt to get destroyed is often giving up too much, where you'd much rather just play cards that start your plays naturally. Even Sprite, the deck that was known for being able to take advantage of the Nimble package, initially never really considered the utility of Sunfish, as both Beaver and Angler generated a ton of bodies already without the need for the battle phase. Especially with the release of Sprite Sprint, an easy way to send Angler to the graveyard that solidified the Nimble package as the premier choice of level 2s for the Sprite-focused strategies. And so Sunfish was almost fated to fall into obscurity. But just a month after Sprint's release, Sprite received another tool to add to its extending arsenal. Number 2, Ninja's Shadow Mosquito. Shadow Mosquito was an insane extra deck tool for Sprite, as it gave the deck a really unique way of OTKing by turning the attack of your opponent's monsters against them, by placing hallucination counters on your opponent's monsters on the first attack that you declare, and then burning your opponent for the attack of that hallucinating monster on every subsequent attack declaration. This covered up one of Sprite's main weaknesses, in that the monsters had relatively small attacks, which often made it difficult to OTK if an opponent had a monster on board, and this gave Nimble Sunfish a chance to shine. Because if you can get both Mosquito and Sunfish on board, you had an absurdly easy OTK path. By attack with Mosquito first, you put your hallucination counter onto your opponent's monster, then by crashing Sunfish, you burn your opponent for the attack of that monster. After that, you can use Sunfish's effect to summon another copy of itself and send a fish to your grave. And as it turns out, Nimble Angler is a fish, allowing you to summon 2 beavers from your deck in attack position by sending it to the graveyard. This means you have a further 3 attacks to burn your opponent with, and if they're still not dead, you can crash the other Nimble Sunfish you summoned, because it just so happens that none of the Nimble monsters have a hard once per turn. So you get to send another Angler to the graveyard, summon out the final Nimble Beaver, and then the 3rd Nimble Angler from your deck, letting you burn 2 more times for a total of 6 burn with Mosquito's effect. This means that with Sunfish and Mosquito on field, if your opponent has dared to leave a monster with 1400 more attack in attack position, they've already lost and just didn't know it yet. In general, it's easy to write off similar recruiters in the modern day for being a relic of an ancient era, and in a lot of cases, you'd be right. But Sunfish's wild synergy with Mosquito and incidental strength of the Nimble package in Sprite allowed for it to shine as one of the coolest but weirdest OTK enablers for the year. And a little late for Halloween at number 3, we have Ghost Trick Succubus, who managed to pull off an impressive cosplay of X Purely Noir this year. Succubus is a rank 2 monster with a couple of pretty decent effects. Your opponent can't target it for attacks while you control another Ghost Trick monster, and it even has a decent removal effect, allowing you to detach a material to destroy a monster in the field with an attack less than or equal to the combined attack of all Ghost Trick monsters you control. And if you manage to destroy something, you even get to block out an opponent's monster zone. However, these effects are middling and didn't really stand up to the power level of other rank 2 monsters, so it's pretty hard to see why it saw play at first. But the key component of Succubus is that it's a Ghost Trick Xyz monster, and every Ghost Trick Xyz monster can theoretically be used to rank up into Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief, who lets you add any Ghost Trick spell or trap from your deck to your hand. This enables a pretty solid and compact engine, because if you can make any rank 1, 2, or 3 Ghost Trick, you can overlay into Mischief and detach the Xyz you use to summon it to search out Ghost Trick Shot. Then you can use Shot to revive your Xyz, overlay into another Mischief on top, and then overlay both of those angels into Utopic Future, which you can then overlay into Utopic Draco Future, a monster negate that's also a Snatch Steal. Now, this has been a pretty well-known entity ever since MBT Yu-Gi-Oh's war on the Ghost Trick community, and it isn't too surprising to see since UDF is a great feature as part of an end board. But what's weird about Succubus specifically is that it was played in a deck that couldn't really make rank 2 monsters outside of its own archetype. So when Purely played the Ghost Trick engine, it used Ghost Trick Dualhan as the material for Angel of Mischief, since Purely and Pure Lily are both level 1. But despite that, Succubus still featured as part of the Purely extra decks, and there's a specific blink and you'll miss it reason as to why. X Purely Noir, who doesn't need a Purely monster in order to fulfill its alternative summon condition, it just needs any rank 2 monster with 5 or more Xyz materials. So Purely would play an expanded Ghost Trick package, not only playing Ghost Trick Shot, but also Ghost Trick Renovation, a trap card that has a graveyard effect to let you Xyz summon any Ghost Trick monster on top of a Ghost Trick you already control, and Purely is a deck more than capable of getting cards in their hand to the graveyard. So Purely would go through their entire Ghost Trick line to make UDF, with one notable change. The second angel they summon would search Renovation, so they could later discard it for memory. Then, with UDF on the field and Renovation in the grave, you'd use 2 Purely monsters to overlay into another Dualhan, and then into your third Angel of Mischief, who you could then attach another material to with the graveyard effect of Ghost Trick Shot. And last but not least, you could use the graveyard effect of Renovation to overlay your Mischief into Succubus. This will give you exactly 5 materials in your Succubus, allowing you to Xyz summon X Purely Noir with at least 1 Purely monster attached as a material, which means it's not only a towers, its spin is a quick effect. And this line enables Purely to make 2 X Purely Noirs, which actually has some pretty neat applications. With just 1 Noir, Purely is pretty weak to targeted silver bullets, like Herald of the Abyss, Xyz Encore, and Kurikara Divicarnate, which is especially a problem if you want to use Noir's effect to draw during the standby phase. Likewise, with just a single Noir, sometimes you have to choose between being defensive and keeping your tower's protection, or being proactive by detaching materials and spinning cards at the bottom of the deck, which can sometimes put you in an awkward spot. But with 2 Noirs in the field, these issues simply don't exist. The silver bullets that were once busted against you now only deal with a single Noir, leaving the other standing. Even Kurikari is ineffective because, while you might want to use the effect of one of your Noirs to draw or spin, the Ghost Trick Noir just needs to stand there menacingly without using its effect unless its friend is outed. Sometimes it's hard to intuit why a card might be good at first, and this is especially the case for Ghost Trick Succubus. Nothing about the effect of the card itself actually tells you what it's capable of. It's all about the cards surrounding it. But for Ghost Trick Purely, it was the linchpin that held the synergy between Purely and the wider Ghost Trick package together, allowing the archetype to combine in an incredibly unique way. And pulling the strings at number 2 is Marionette Might, a very specific mind control card. You see, Marionette Might's effect is simple but effective. You can discard it to target any fiend or zombie opponent controls and take control of it until the end phase. And there are a couple of other cards with similar utility for different types too, like Puppet Plant and Electric Virus, both of which have seen decent competitive play in the past because taking control of the opponent's monster is just that good. But a card like Might seen play in the past year is odd. Taking control of an opponent's monster is an amazing effect to have, but theoretically, it should be redundant with plenty of other, better mind control cards available that can take control of any monster and not just a specific type. But Marionette Might has one strength that these cards don't have. It doesn't put a card on the field. Spell cards like Change of Heart are technically more effective on the surface, But because they commit a card to the field, if you try to steal Unchained Soul of Rage, your opponent then had the opportunity to chain Escape from the Chain to pop their own dog and Change of Heart steal the field, preventing the card from being stolen. And because one of their monsters has been destroyed, they can trigger the graveyard effect of Unchained Soul Lord of Yama to revive Rage, whose interruption is still alive. But Marionette Might discards itself from the hand and never puts itself on the field, meaning there would be no valid target for Escape, preventing it from being able to activate and dodging the mind control effect. And if they don't have a Shavara in hand ready, you effectively cut Unchained off from 4 points of interaction. Rage was now on your side of the field and wasn't destroyed, preventing your opponent from blink summoning or adding back Shavara from the graveyard. Escape then can't be used since your opponent won't have an Unchained on the side of the field, and Yama now has no opportunity to trigger in the grave. Now, eventually, Unchained strategies adapted to mind control cards like Marionette Might, specifically by putting Rage in the grave on their turn with Shavara in hand, allow them to revive Rage at the perfect moment with the effect of Yama triggering from Shavara's quick effect. But it says something that the minutia of how a card is activated can completely alter how it's used, and makes the world of difference between a card like Change of Heart and Might. And that's awesome. It's reminiscent of the philosophy that we see in the anime and is intrinsic to Yu-Gi-Oh itself, that no card is truly redundant, even if there are cards with wider utility or just stronger versions than others. These small differences allow them to exist as equals in their right context. And disturbing the piece at number 1 is Disturbance Strategy, the weirdest card of the year. Disturbance is an old obscure card with an effect that reads like it does nothing, allowing you to shuffle your opponent's hand into the deck to force them to draw the same number of cards, effectively resetting their hand. But with the right combination of cards, Disturbance Strategy has potential to be an FTK, but only with the right combination. On its own, Disturbance Strategy is a terrible card that does almost nothing, or at least not enough to justify its use. You can technically mess up an opponent's hand and using it after an important surge to get rid of that card from their hand or replace it with something new, potentially even breaking them. But there's an equal or higher chance that you end up giving them an even stronger hand than they had before. It's essentially a big gamble. However, Disturbance Strategy still shuffles your opponent's hand into the deck. So if you can find a way to resolve it while your opponent can't draw cards, you will have gotten rid of their entire hand. And there are a couple of ways of doing this, but the reason why Disturbance Strategy saw play this year is because of how Chimera strategies were able to take advantage of both the card and their support of Beast, Fiend, and Illusion monsters. You see, with the release of Age of Overlord, Chimera got Baphomet the mythical king of the Phantom Beasts, an alternative Chimera to King of the Phantom Beasts that's just as easy to make, requiring any two monsters of different types so long as those types are Beast, Fiend, or Illusion. And on Fusion Summon, Baphomet can send any Beast, Fiend, or Illusion from your deck to the graveyard, and you have a lot of great potential targets for this. But if you want to take advantage of Disturbance Strategy, the card you'll be sending is Protector of the Sanctuary, which while on the field has a continuous effect to prevent your opponent from drawing cards in any phases that isn't the draw phase. After that, it's just a matter of getting Chimera the King of Phantom Beasts to the graveyard, which is laughably easy to do in the deck designed around summoning it with Chimera Fusion. With this setup, you have everything you need. By activating Disturbance Strategy as Chainlink 1, you can then use Chimera's graveyard effect as Chainlink 2 to revive the Protector of the Sanctuary that you sent with Baphomet. Then, because cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Try to resolve as much as possible, Disturbance Strategy will shuffle your opponent's hand into the deck, but with Protector of the Sanctuary on the field, they won't be able to draw their cards, which means that if you sequence this combo correctly, your opponent is left with literally 0 cards in hand and no way of fighting back. And that rules that these modern versions of Chimera fulfill the promise of nostalgia not only by calling back to the olden days of the game, but by making not one, but 2 old, weird cards playable together. Protector of the Sanctuary and Disturbance Strategy have it all. They're strange, fun-looking cards that you would think nothing of. But with a little bit of inventiveness and ingenuity, any card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is playable. But some, like Disturbance Strategy, are definitely weirder than others. So here's how the Punk engine works. You use Emergency Teleport for Noah Punk Zia Min, search out Noah Punk Foxy Toon with Zia Min, and then use Foxy's effect to discard itself and send another card from your hand to the graveyard to bring out Noah Punk Dear Note. You then Synchro Summon Chaos Ruler the Chaotic Magical Dragon and Chain Block its effect with Dear Note's graveyard effect to bring back Zia Min. After resolving these two, you link them off into Crystron Halki Fibrax to bring out a level 2 tuner from your deck, which you later synchro off with Chaos Ruler Revive by its own effect to go into Baron de Fleur. Now, the most common ratios for this engine is the maximum number of copies of Emergency Teleport, as well as one each of Foxy Toon, Zia Min, and Dear Note. However, depending on how fine your deck is with needing to spend your normal summon on it, you could run more copies of either Zia Min or Foxy Toon, and even Noah Punk Ogre Dance to search it. For the Halki Fibrax target, you're often looking at either Plague Spider Zombie or Shinobi Necro if you want to go for Barone. Now let's go over what all the cards in this engine actually do. Emergency Teleport is a quick play spell card, which special summons a level 3 or lower psychic type monster from your deck, but it gets banished during the end phase. This is the best way to go into the main starter of the engine. Noah Punk Min is a level 3 psychic tuner, which lets you pay 600 life points to add any other punk monster from your deck to your hand. It also has another effect, which rarely comes up, where when it's sent to the graveyard, you can make a punk monster you control gain 600 attack. Noah Punk Foxy Toon is a level 8 light beast monster, which can either tribute a punk monster to special summon itself from the hand, or send itself from the hand to the graveyard to be able to special summon a non-level 8 punk monster from your deck, while also pitching another card from your hand to the graveyard as part of its effect. Also, if it destroys a monster by battle, it lets you gain life points equal to that monster's original attack. No Punk Deer Note is a level 5 Earth Warrior monster, which while in the field can reveal itself another punk monster in your hand to special summon either itself or that monster, and then sends the one you didn't summon to the graveyard. When it's sent from the field to the graveyard, it can revive another punk monster from your graveyard except a level 5 one. Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon, is a generic Synchro 8, which on Synchro Summon activates the top 5 cards of your deck. Then you can add a light or dark monster out of those, but the rest are sent to the graveyard. It can also bring itself back from the graveyard by banishing a light and dark monster from your hand or graveyard, but it gets banished when it leaves the field. Kriston Halki Fibrax is a Link 2, which can be made with any 2 monsters, including a tuner. It special summons any level 3 or lower tuner monster from your deck when it's brought out, but it cannot activate its effect on the field that turn. Additionally, it can also tag itself into a Synchro tuner monster from your extra deck during your opponent's main or battle phase. Baronne de Fleur is a generic level 10 Synchro monster, which has a costless Omni Negate once while it's face up on the field. It can also pop a card in the field on a soft once per turn, and it can also tag itself out into a level 9 or lower monster from your graveyard during either player's standby phase. Plague Spider Zombie is a level 2 Dark Zombie tuner that can special summon itself back from the graveyard by making you put a card from your hand to the top of your deck, but it banishes itself when it leaves the field. Shinobi Necro, the other level 2 tuner option, can special summon itself when it's banished from the graveyard to activate an effect, but it banishes itself when leaving the field. This makes Shinobi Necro work pretty well with Chaos Ruler's revival effect, since it'll come back for free. Now, this engine can be used in most decks that have the space and don't have any meaningful summoning locks. It's usually way better in decks with tons of graveyard effects due to Chaos Ruler though. In the current format, both of the top decks in Tier Elements and Sprite could make use of punks, but it was generally preferred in Tier Elements. This is because Chaos Ruler, Foxy Toon, and even Baronne de Fleur all give you very good ways to send monsters from the deck, hand, and field respectively to the graveyard by a card effect, which triggers the floating effects of the Tier Element monsters to fusion summon. It also helps making the deck a bit more resilient to hand traps like Nibiru the Primal Being, which the deck could struggle with otherwise. The synergy with Sprite comes with most of the main deck Sprite monsters can be fetched with Chaos Ruler due to being darks. Additionally, Halki Fibrax bringing out a level 2 tuner from the deck represents full Sprite combo by itself, since you can overlay both of them into Gigantic Sprite due to its unique summoning condition. That deck's locks through either Gigantic or Sprite Starter don't matter if you use the punk cards before resolving those effects. Before either of those were popular though, this engine was really popular in Synchro Adventure and Therion decks, but in a slightly different way, and usually with Jet Synchro as the target for Hulk. Jet Synchron is a level 1 Fire Machine tuner monster with the ability to special summon itself back from the graveyard by discarding 1 card from your hand, but it banishes itself when it leaves the field afterwards. It was a more valid option in adventure decks since they had other ways to go into Baronne de Fleur, such as Rose Dragon Engine, as well as not needing their negate to come down so urgently due to the backing up of Griffin. The discard cost made it way more appealing than Plague Spider for these decks, since they do have way more graveyard effects they could trigger off of Jet. Not only that, but since Jet Synchro's level 1 monster, that means you can link it off into a Link Karibo after it's been brought up by Hulk, and then revive it with its effect to use itself and the Link Karibo into an artifact Dagda. Dagda can set an artifact size straight from the deck, which works really well with Halki Fibrax, as it can banish itself to summon TG Wonder Magician during your opponent's turn to pop the Scythe and lock your opponent out of the extra deck for the turn. This Scythe lock, as it was called, was one of the biggest threats of the past few formats, and that's no small part in how easy it was to get into it through combos like this. In Therion decks, you'd often use Deer Note to bring back Foxy Toon instead of Zia Min, so that you could use that in Chaos Ruler to go into a rank 8. The Zombie Vampire was pretty much always the choice, as it can detach material from itself to mill the top 4 cards of both players' decks, and then it gets to special summon one of the monsters sent to the graveyard in this way. Milling is a very important part for Therion decks, since you need specific monsters in your graveyards to be able to summon your Therions in the first place. However, it's way too risky to go for that play in the current metagame, since milling your opponent's tier elements with Zombie Vampire can easily make you lose the duel on the spot. And even in the previous meta, going for that effect could still be risky due to how prevalent graveyard effects are in the modern metagame. Now, let's go over some variations to the engine. Because you're already running Emergency Teleport, it's not a bad idea for decks running this engine to include a copy of Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit as a possible target. Uniquely, Ghost Ogre is one of the only Ghost Girl hand traps that can activate its effect on the field and not just in the hand, which can make Emergency Teleport into a quite decent going second option against something like Appaloosa Above the Goddess, or even an extra layer of interruption, if you set E-Telly when going first. This engine does allow for quite a large degree of customization, since there's really no restriction to the body that the punk cards put out. You can technically go into any generic Synchro 8, Link 2, or Rank 3 of these cards depending on your ratios. The only thing stopping this engine from being used from a wide variety of plays is how powerful Chaos Ruler lines are, as that card is easily the best level 8 Synchro monster of the game when it comes to how much advantage it generates you. However, there have been a bunch of tech options which people have ran alongside that card. For decks running Jet Synchron, a Hot Red Dragon Archivine Abyss was a pretty common card to see, since it can be made with Chaos Ruler and Jet to give you a targeted negation during your opponent's turn. Psychic and Punisher is also often seen alongside Punks, since the card becomes unaffected by card effects and can gain a lot of attack as long as your life points are lower than your opponent's, which will always be the case before the first battle phase even happens, due to the cost paid for Zia Min and the like. Additionally, if the time of the round is almost up, you can go for a Scarlight Red Dragon Fiend Archfiend to inflict burn damage to your opponent. In official tournaments, the player with the highest amount of life points will win when the game time is up, so it can be pretty valuable to be able to deal damage or gain life through the extra deck. Before No Punk Deer Note came out, a different kind of punk engine sometimes saw play with Halcyon and adventure decks. The engine was comprised of just 3 emergency teleports, a couple of Zia Mins, and 1 Foxy Tune. Because there wasn't any better target to bring out from your deck, you just bring out 2 Zia Mins through the cards, and then have a couple level 3 tuner bodies on the field. Halcyon decks would then use it to go into Halk to bring out Despot 001 and go about their Auroradon comp. Adventure decks would just link them off to go into Cherubini, Ebon Angel the Burning Abyss. Cherubini gets to send any level 3 monster from your deck to the graveyard through its effect, and since sending a monster is considered the cost for what it does, it can't be negated by something like Ash Blossom or Infinite Impermanence. By sending Water Enchantress to the temple, you can use its graveyard effect to get into your adventure engine by searching Right Devour Messir. In either case, you could also choose to run Jory Punk Madame Spider instead of the Zia Min, because it can search you Jory Punk Dangerous Rabu, a targeted negation as long as you're okay with running an extra deck break. Another main deck punk monster you can run is Yugioh Punk Sharakusai. While drawing into Zia Min gives you full combo by itself, Foxy Tune does not by itself. However, if you run Sharakusai, you can use Foxy to bring out Zia Min and search Sharakusai to then normal summon it and use the effect to fusion summon Yugioh Punk Rising Carp. And that card can then tribute itself to summon 2 non-level 8 punks from your deck. Those usually being Zia Min and Deer Note, which you can then synchro off into Chaos Ruler and continue the combo as usual. However, since this requires at least 2 Zia Mins in the deck as well as another extra deck, it's usually reserved to only decks with heavy punk engines. With the release of the September 2022 Forbidden Limited list, this engine has received 2 major hits. Both Christian Hockey Fibrax and Chaos Ruler have been put on the Forbidden list, heavily limiting the splashability of punks in almost any deck. While there are still some other good enough extract monsters to go into, there's simply no other monsters which does the same thing as these 2 did together currently in the game. You can still use the punk cards to go into Cyframe Lord Omega for a hand rip, or Punk Jam Dragon Drive to search Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, but neither of those are giving you even half the card advantage of a Chaos Ruler into a Hulk play would. As of now, there's probably no deck which would want to play these cards outside of dedicated punk strategies, which is also several times less competitive due to those hits. It's very unlikely for either of these cards to leave the list anytime soon, so unless they release more punk support which makes this worth running soon, this engine will likely not see playing competitive decks in the near future. In Master Duel, this engine's use for making Cherubini has almost always been a bit more valuable since Adventure Engine was already on the list by the time it hit the game. However, it's about to get knocked down a peg due to the banning of Christian Hockey Fibrax in there as well. Because of Master Duel's unique card release schedule, the punk engine will never be able to be used to its full potential there, since Deer Note was never legal at the same time as Hockey Fibrax. A hand trap is a term for a card which can be activated from your hand during your opponent's or your own turn. Mainly during your opponent's turn though, with the vast majority of hand traps actually being monster cards and not traps. And hand traps are kind of required in order to play the modern metagame, because of just how game-changing they can be if you're able to resolve their effects. So in this list we'll be going over the best ones of all time. And at number 10, we have Effect Veiler. This is one of the OG original staple hand traps, as it simply has the effect where you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard in order to negate one monster effect until the end of this turn. It can only be used during the main phase, although it can be used during your opponent's turn from your hand, which is still kind of a novelty when the card first came out in 2010. Hand traps weren't super prevalent when Effect Veiler came out, but they did exist. They just didn't get really good until much later on in the game's history. And then once decks started coming out which had ridiculously good first turns, and could win you the game if they weren't stopped from the hand going second, like the wind-up hand loop combos, Effect Veiler started seeing tons of competitive play in order to try to curtail those first turn kill combos. In fact, it became all but required to try to open a hand trap, otherwise you would instantly lose by just having all the cards in your hand discarded to the graveyard before you had a chance to play the game. But opening a single Effect Veiler would have prevented the whole situation from happening. So over the years, being able to negate one monster effect until the end of the turn has always just been kind of good. As Effect Veiler even keeps negating monster effects even if it leaves the field. Like if you use it on one of your opponent's Lone Fire Blossoms or Rescue Rabbit, 2 cards which remove themselves from the field in order to activate their effects. Those effects will stay negated even though they're no longer on the field. Although Effect Veiler has been kind of power crept, so it's only really seen play in decks that just want to play extra copies of the card which is technically better than Effect Veiler, which happens enough where it still sees play even in the modern era. Effect Veiler is also a level 1 tuner, which situationally makes it useful as a card to bring out on the field if you want to go into Crystron Helki Fibrax combos. Effect Veiler is one of those rare cards that still sees play even after being power crept, and has just seen a whole bunch of play over its history of being in the game for over 10 years, but not as much as some of the higher spots on this list. And at number 9, we have DD Crow. I have DD Crow on here to represent 4 different cards, essentially, because we also have Skullmeister, Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, and even Ally of Justice Cycle Reader. All 4 of these hand traps accomplish basically the same thing. If your opponent is activating an effect in the graveyard, chances are one of these 4 cards can stop it. And DD Crow was the first of these cards to be released, coming out in 2007, and being one of the first modern hand traps to see widespread competitive play, being the only card on this list which predates Effect Veiler. And all DD Crow does is allow you to banish 1 card from your opponent's graveyard. It can be used whenever you want as long as you have a card in your hand, unlike Effect Veiler which can only be activated during the main phases. So if your opponent's trying to resolve a card, like Monster Reborn for example, you can chain DD Crow to that card in order to remove the target of Monster Reborn from the graveyard, so the effect fizzles out and just goes to the graveyard, wasting that card. You can also use DD Crow to preemptively remove something from your opponent's graveyard so they can't activate it, like an Orcust Harp Horror. But for the most part, you do have time in order to chain DD Crow to the effect, so you don't have to use it preemptively too often. However, cards like Skullmeister, which simply has the effect to negate a card effect which activates in your opponent's graveyard, can be activated in response to pretty much anything your opponent's trying to do in the graveyard. And because of this tiny little distinction, Skullmeister sees more competitive play than DD Crow in the modern era, even though they're both good for basically the same reasons. Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion allows you to negate pretty much any effect that it has to do with the graveyard. If your opponent tries to move a card from the graveyard to their hand or deck or extra deck, or tries to spectral summon a monster from the graveyard, or tries to banish a monster from the graveyard, you can use Ghost Bell in order to shut down any of that. And it's one of the few Ghost Sister hand traps which actually negates the activation of the effect instead of just the effect itself, which means it can be used to proc something like Witch's Strike. The reason Ghost Bell isn't played as much as DD Crow or Skullmeister, even though its effect is clearly superior to both of them, is because its effect is a hard once per turn, whereas Skullmeister and DD Crows are not. So if you draw into multiple copies of Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, you can only use one of them in your hand, whereas you can use all copies of Skullmeister or DD Crow in your hand in the same circumstances. And then Ally of Justice Cycle Reader just has the same effect as DD Crow, except it's able to target 2 cards instead of 1, but only if those targets are exactly light attribute monsters, which means it sees the least amount of play of all the 4 cards, but is definitely better than all 4 of them if you're just trying to counter a light-based deck. And with light being a very popular attribute, this comes up more often than you'd think. With DD Crow being the longest lived card out of all the 4 Graveyard Disruptors, seeing play ever since it came out and still sees play in the modern era, I have to have it a little bit above the other 3, taking the number 9 spot on this list, even if it technically is not as played as much in the modern era as Skullmeister, which was released in 2010, and also has a long history of competitive play, just not as much as DD Crow. And at number 8, we have Droll and Lockbird. This card has a hand effect, where if your opponent adds a card from their deck to their hand, except during the draw phase, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard in order to make it so that for the rest of the turn your opponent cannot add cards from their main deck to their hand. So it doesn't actually stop the first effect, which triggers the effect, it simply applies a lockdown to your opponent for their entire turn, where they can no longer perform any searches, or draw extra cards from their deck, which is actually incredibly good for shutting down combo plays. In fact, it's so good that if you ever play in a traditional format where every card is unbanned, Droll and Lockbird will probably be the only way to stop your opponent from performing a first turn kill, as pretty much all of those combos require tons of drawing or searching in order to accomplish their complicated broken strategies. Which is also why Droll and Lockbird sees the most amount of play whenever there is a ridiculously broken deck in the meta. Back when Spirals were tier 0, Droll and Lockbird shot up to being one of the most played hand traps in the game, But then as soon as Spirals got hit in the ban list to no longer be crazy overpowered, Jolt and Lockbird shot down in popularity again. You can kind of see how broken the game is when Jolt and Lockbird is being played in droves. And the less Jolt and Lockbird sees play, the more healthy the game is to an extent. Jolt and Lockbird was also just used as a good way to get rid of every card in your opponent's hand because of how its triggering works. You see, there's this rule in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you can't activate effects if they can't be resolved. So if you have something like Protector of the Sanctuary on the field, which only has the effect where your opponent can't draw cards, then you're not allowed to activate cards like Disturbance Strategy or Trickstar Reincarnation, as both of these cards have effects to get rid of your opponent's hand in order to cause them to draw the same number of cards that they got rid of. With Protector of the Sanctuary on the field, this would be super easy combo to just get rid of every card in your opponent's hand. But with the ruling where you can't actually do that, you just straight up would not be able to activate the effects of those two cards. That's where Jolt and Lockbird comes in. You see, the trigger for Jolt and Lockbird is just your opponent adding a card from their deck to their hand. Although, the activation window of this trigger is kind of generous, as it happens after the fact but not during the chain which is doing the search. So, if your opponent searches out a card with Elemental Hero Stratos, for example, after they add the card to their hand, you have the trigger available to activate Jolt and Lockbird. But what you could do is then just activate Trickstar Reincarnation first, and then chain Jolt and Lockbird to Trickstar Reincarnation, which will resolve backwards and applies the effect where your opponent cannot draw any cards. And then Trickstar Reincarnation will banish their entire hand, and then not refill it. Now, there's technically ways to do something similar with Protector of the Sanctuary, but it's much easier to just use Jolt and Lockbird combo since it doesn't require any other setup. Just playing an already good hand trap in a deck that could realistically pull off the Trickstar Incarnation combo. And what do you know, Trickstars used to be a competitive deck, and loved to use Trickstar Reincarnation. So this hand trap was basically just a combo tool in order to get rid of every card in your opponent's hand in that deck, and it was really easy to pull off too. In fact, they could kind of pull it off while just doing their plays like normal, and for some reason, none of the cards in this combo ever got banned, just some light limitations on the ban list. And then the power creep of the game got to the point where people weren't really playing Trickstars anymore anyway. And at number 7, we have Artifact Lancia. This card has a hand effect where you can tribute this card from your hand or face up on your side of the field in order to make it so that neither player can banish cards for the rest of the turn. Now, when this card first came out, it did see some competitive play, but only a minor amount. It was kind of one of those lesser known tech cards that people would sometimes use, as the best artifact at the time was Artifact Moral Touch, which was so good it was actually limited on the ban list for a long time. And then when they released Artifact Scythe, it was basically just Artifact Moral Touch and Artifact Scythe that were the only artifacts that saw any competitive play. But then the metagame kind of shifted, and people started playing decks which love to banish cards in order to do their combos like normal. Like the Dinosaur Engine, for example, which basically requires them to banish cards in order to do all of their plays. So against a Dinosaur player, who are able to protect a lot of their effects normally from hand traps because of Miscellaneousaurus, you could completely shut down their entire turn with a single Artifact Lancia, which could straight up just win you the game in most cases. And ever since then, there have just been more and more meta decks released that require them to banish cards to use effects, and Artifact Lancia has been a staple of the metagame ever since, to the point where it is now the most played artifact card in the game's history, and people rarely play Artifact Moral Touch or Scythe, which is kind of funny for me, because I made a joke skit years ago about how useless the other artifacts were besides Moral Touch and Scythe. Because Artifact Lancia is so good that it's kind of single-handedly kept a handful of meta decks in check, to the point where they can never become tier 1 because Lancia just shuts them down way too easily. And at number 6, we have Infinite Impermanence. This is an actual trap card, which can be activated from the hand if you control no cards on your side of the field. And what it does is negate the effects of one face-up monster until the end of the turn. So basically the same effect as Effect Veiler. Although Infinite Impermanence can be activated at any point, rather than just the main phases, as long as you don't have any cards on your side of the field. Which does give it some more utility over Effect Veiler, if you just want to be able to negate the effect whenever and not during one particular phase, even if it is the most common phase where combos happen anyway. Additionally, this card has an extra effect if it's set on the field, where if this card is set and then activated, in addition to the effect of being able to negate the effects of one monster, you also gain the effect where, if you successfully negated the effect of a monster, then you also negate the effects of all spell and trap cards activated in the same column as this card, which means it doubles as spell and trap card negation as well. If you simply set this card in the same column as one of your opponent's spell or traps, then whenever they activate that card, you can just chain infinite impermanence to it in order to both negate that spell or trap card and also one of your opponent's monster effects for the turn. Or if you just use it to negate one of your opponent's monster effects, you're going to permanently shut down that column for the rest of the turn. And because it has the dual purpose of both of its effect being good and useful, it's definitely played over Effect Veiler almost every time, if you just need a hand trap in order to negate monster effects. Because it has Effect Veiler's hand trap effect, but it also has an even more useful effect if you set it as a normal trap card. And another niche benefit that Infinite Impermanence has over Effect Veiler is that it's actually a trap card instead of a monster effect. Since most hand traps are monster effects, people will sometimes play monster effect negation cards in order to stop hand traps, like Apollousa, Bo the Goddess, or Amano Iwato, which does nothing against Infinite Impermanence, which can actually be used on both of those cards in order to shut them down so you can use your other hand traps like normal. And at number 5, we have Psyframe Gear Gamma. This card has the effect where, if you control no monsters on your side of the field, and your opponent activates the effect of a monster card, you can then negate the activation and destroy that card, in order to both special summon this card and Psyframe Gear Driver from your hand deck or graveyard. But both itself and the driver are then banished during the end phase if they're still face up on the field. So, in order to use this hand trap, you do have to play a level 6 vanilla Garnet in your deck, although one of the advantages of Gamma over cards like Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler is that it both negates and destroys a monster card, rather than just negating the effects of the card for one turn. And more importantly, it can be used on hand traps. In fact, that's the best way to use this card, because you see, if you use Psyframe Gear Gamma during your opponent's turn, then it's just going to banish itself in the driver during your opponent's end phase, and you won't really be able to make use of the fact that Gamma is a level 2 tuner, and can use driver in order to go into a level 8 synchro monster, like Psyframe Lord Omega, or even Borreload Savage Dragon. Although, take for example, you activate a card like Reinforcements of the Army, and your opponent tries to activate Drone Lockbird to stop you from searching for the rest of the turn. You can then activate Psyframe Gear Gamma in response to Drone Lockbird in order to negate and destroy the card, which will then special summon itself and driver from your deck, and give you 2 free monsters on the field while also negating one of your opponent's effects. And that's the main benefit of Psyframe Gear Gamma, being able to negate one of your opponent's hand traps during your turn while going +2 in the process, as having 2 monsters on the field is just incredibly useful for pretty much every deck, especially if you can use those materials to go into Crystron Huggy Fibrax, and of course, Borreload Savage Dragon, which has an excellent negate. And with hand traps being so prevalent in pretty much every meta deck, this situation actually comes up a lot more often than you'd think, which is why Psyframe Gear Gamma sees so much competitive play. It's one of the few cards that can negate and destroy while also granting you advantage. Although it is limiting in how you can use the effect since you can't use it at all if you control a single monster on your side of the field. And at number 4, we have Red Reboot. This is another one of those very rare hand traps that is actually a trap card, and basically has the effect where, if your opponent is activating a trap card, you can negate the activation of that card and then set it face down. Then, your opponent gets to search out and then set one other trap card from their deck, but for the rest of the turn, your opponent cannot activate any trap cards. And you can activate this card from your hand by paying half your life points. So technically, the effect doesn't actually get you any advantage at all, as you go -2 in card advantage when you use Red Reboot, as your opponent gets a free search of any trap card from the deck, in addition to the original trap card not actually being destroyed or sent to the graveyard, just set back face down. And even with all the advantage it gives your opponent, you still have to pay half your life points to use it. And Red Reboot is so good that it's kind of overpowered, and limited to 1 copy on the ban list. And the reason for that is because it's a counter trap card. Counter trap cards hold the distinction of being the fastest cards in the game, where if you activate Red Reboot, your opponent can't negate the effect of Red Reboot unless they have another counter trap card. So if your opponent has a full board of monsters with negates, like Borreload Savage Dragon, and they're trying to activate a trap card, you can stop that without fear of any of your opponent's monsters trying to stop Red Reboot, since it's too fast to be responded to. The other thing that makes Red Reboot broken is that it stops your opponent from activating trap cards for an entire turn without any setup. So if you're trying to push for game and your opponent has a full back row trap cards, none of that matters unless they specifically have a counter trap card which can negate Red Reboot. Otherwise, you're about to shut down your opponent's entire back row for the entire turn, and then just win and ignore whatever resources they get from Red Reboot. Red Reboot is like the modern version of Cold Wave, except a slightly better because it's spell speed 3 and can't be negated easily. And Cold Wave is a banned spell card which just shuts down all of your opponent's spell and trap cards for a turn, although Cold Wave requires it to be used preemptively, whereas you can just save Red Reboot in your hand until you need it. And it's so good at countering trap decks that it's actually better than cards like Jinzo or Royal Decree, which are 2 cards that negate the effects of all trap cards basically forever. Because generally, you only need to negate your opponent's traps for 1 turn, and Red Reboot doesn't require any setup, and can be used from your hand, and is much harder to negate than Royal Decree or Jinzo. And pretty much any deck which plays a majority of traps fears Red Reboot more than anything, as it's probably the strongest trap deck counter in the game. And if one card is able to completely counter 1/3 of the cards in the game, you know it's pretty strong. And the only saving grace is that trap decks are not very prevalent. So Red Reboot is only limited to 1 copy, and it is still an absolute monster at that. And at number 3, we have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. This card can be activated when your opponent basically moves a card from their main deck to another location, whether they're adding the card from their deck to their hand, special summon a monster from the deck, or send in a card from the deck to the graveyard. You can use Ash Blossom in order to negate that effect. And because all 3 of those things are some of the most common things you do in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, and in fact, some of those things are some of the best effects in the game, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is almost always live if you have it in your opening hand. And in fact, Ash Blossom is kind of the reason a lot of rogue decks can't compete, because if your deck can't play through a single Ash Blossom, then it's never going to be meta. And what separates a good meta deck from a rogue or casual deck is how they can play through an Ash Blossom on their first turn. And because it's so good against pretty much every single deck in the game, it's also one of the most played hand traps ever, even though it was only released in 2017. And in fact, 2017 is kind of a hallmark year, as that's when a lot of the modern hand traps are released, as post-2017 is kind of the era of hand trap Yu-Gi-Oh!, whereas before they weren't nearly as meta-relevant as they are today. Hand traps absolutely still existed before 2017, and did see lots of competitive play, they just weren't in every single deck like they are now. And why is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring better than cards like Drone Lockbird, which just straight up stops all searching for the whole turn? Well, because Ash Blossom stops the triggering card. Drone Lockbird can only be used after an effect has already occurred, and sometimes that's not good enough, if your opponent's deck only needs to search a single time. And the rest of their combos for special summoning from the deck or just sending the cards from the deck to the graveyard, which Drone Lockbird doesn't lock out. Being able to negate 1 summon from Krishan Hucky Fibrax, or a selective mill from an Armageddon Knight, can win you the game in some cases. Although only in some cases, there have been some formats where Ash Blossom has seen less play, where it's not actually the most played hand trap in the game, just in the top 3. As it's kind of hard to determine which of the top hand traps are actually played more than the others, as I'm pretty sure Effect Veiler might be the most played hand trap in history, simply because it was just around longer. Although the next card on the list definitely gives Ash Blossom a run for its money, in the category of the most played hand trap in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, or at least from the last couple of years. And at number 2, we have Nibiru the Primal Being. This card has the hand trap effect where, during the main phase, if your opponent normal or special summoned 5 or more monsters this turn, you can then tribute all face-up monsters on the field in order to then special summon this card from your hand. Then, special summon a Primal Being token to your opponent's side of the field, whose attack and defense are equal to the combined original attack and defense of all the tributed monsters. And what's notable about Nibiru is the effect can be activated at any point once your opponent has reached the 5 summon threshold. It does not need to be activated immediately as soon as they're at 5 cards. So you can just wait until your opponent is done doing all of their combos in their main phase and is about to enter the battle phase in order to use Nibiru right before they enter the battle phase in order to give them a big rock token. And what makes Nibiru so good is the fact that a lot of monsters don't have any protection from being tributed, especially on a mass scale which doesn't target anything. Cards like Red Eye's Dark Dragoon can't be targeted or destroyed by card effects, can be very easily removed by Nibiru by having it tributed. And since the token you give to your opponent is basically a vanilla monster with lots of stats, it's very easy to just destroy that with any kind of removal, which is much better than trying to destroy all of your opponents individually, hard to destroy monsters or negates. Basically, resolving a single Nibiru on your opponent can actually win you the game most of the time. And Nibiru is kind of like Ash Blossom, where if a broken deck isn't able to stop Nibiru from tributing their monsters, then they can't compete in the modern meta. And Nibiru is so prevalent in the metagame that it even goes a little bit further, where if you're not able to get a monster negate on the field within your first 5 summons, then you probably aren't going to be able to do anything about Nibiru tributing your entire field. So a deck that's able to get negate on the field as early as possible is much more valuable than the ones that require more than 5 summons to do the same thing. And decks that aren't able to accomplish this, like the Hero archetype, are commonly joked in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community as ending on a rock token, because they just don't have an innate way to deal with Nibiru completely screwing over their combo plays. And since Nibiru is one of the few hand traps that actually has very high stats, It was able to situationally get over common hand trap counters like Neospace and Aqua Dolphin, who was able to rip hand traps in your opponent's hand that had less than 600 attack. And because Nibiru can basically win you the game if you're able to resolve the effect, it's definitely one of the best hand traps in the history of the game. And it kind of warps the game around itself, where decks are not competitive if they don't have a way to deal with Nibiru and need to special summon more than 5 monsters a turn. Although, even with how strong Nibiru is, it's not actually the strongest hand trap in the game's history, because the number 1 spot is just probably the strongest card in the game, period. And at number 1, we have Max C. This card has a hand effect where you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard in order to draw a card each time your opponent special summons a monster this turn. This card does have a hard once per turn on its effect, so you can't use multiple Max Cs in order to draw 2 cards every time your opponent summons a card. But there's no trigger on its activation requirement like Draw and Lockbird, so you can use it in response to your opponent performing any special summon in order to draw a card immediately. Now, in order to explain why Max C is one of the strongest cards in the game, I kind of have to explain what the strongest kinds of effects in the game are, because Max C's potential is not readily apparent if you just read the card effect like normal. You see, the strongest effect in the game is Victory Dragons, because if the effect resolves, you instantly win the match, which is a best 2 out of 3 duels that you do in competitive events. So it allows you to win another duel without ever having to do that duel, so you get to avoid your opponent's side deck. Since the effect is so strong, the card that is tied to it is currently banned, even if the only legal card which can do the effect is kind of terrible. The second best effects are cards which allow you to win instantly in the current duel, cards like Exodia or Final Countdown. Pretty much all of these have very tough conditions, because simply activating the effects of these cards and resolving them win you the duel. Now, the third most powerful effect is the ability to skip your opponent's turn. If they printed a card in the game which was to simply skip your opponent's turn, but then you lose at the end of that next turn, everybody would play 3 copies of the card in every deck and it would probably be banned for being too overpowered. There's a card in the game called the 6 Shinobi, which is a trap card that can only be activated if you control 6 Samurai monsters with different attributes, in which case you get to skip your opponent's next turn. The activation requirement for this card is crazy difficult to accomplish, because you have to set a trap card in order to gain the effect on your next turn, and of course you need a full board of 6 different kinds of monsters. There's also Arcana Force 21, The World, which has the effect that when it's summoned you get to toss a coin, and if the result is heads, then it gains the effect where during your end phase, you can send 2 monsters you control to the graveyard in order to skip your opponent's next turn. This card is always on the precedent of being overpowered, because if its effect is ever made too easy to accomplish, then pretty much everyone would use it. As it is now though, it's kind of a joke card because it's too hard to actually use reliably. Now, one of the top 10 best effects in the game is to draw cards generically without downsides. Upstart Goblin is limited to 1 copy, and all it does is allow you to draw 1 card at the cost of giving your opponent 1,000 life points. And the reason this card is so good is because it allows you to basically play a smaller deck and cycle through your cards faster. Pot of Greed is banned because it allows you to generically go +1 in card advantage, which is just super good in pretty much every deck, because that +1 in card advantage could bring out a card that allows you to go +5 if you use that card to go into something like Magical Musketeer Max, which has the effect to allow you to go +5 in card advantage and only requires a single monster on the field as its materials. There's also super powerful cards which can just win you the game on their own, like Nibiru the Primal Being, Red Reboot, Drone Lockbird, Evenly Matched, Lightning Storm, or Dark Ruler No More. Very powerful cards that only require a single card from your hand to completely turn the duel around. So, how does this all relate to Max C? Well, if you chain Max C to one of your opponent's special summons of a monster, like them summoning a Neospace Connector for example, there's a good chance your opponent will just stop their turn right there, because they'll know, if you get too much advantage from the activation of Max C, then no matter what plays they put on the board, they just won't be able to play through the massive amount of advantage you're about to generate. Because there's lots of 1-card game changers in the game, and the more cards you draw, the more chances you have at drawing a game changer hand trap which can just stop their plays anyway. Like drawing into a Nibiru, or an Effect Veiler, or a Drone Lockbird. It is just literally better for them to not play through Max C, and just end their turn and hope that you don't have another Max C on your next turn. And the player who used the Max C doesn't lose any card advantage doing this, because the best way to use Max C is right when they're about to special summon a monster. So, because of how the metagame works, and because of all the powerful cards you can draw into, and the extra advantage you can get in archetypes with just a single extra card, the activation of Maxi is akin to using the Six Shinobi and Upstart Goblin all in one, except without any of the downsides of either of those two cards or the crazy activation requirements, as you can just use Maxi whenever. Basically, Maxi allows you to skip your opponent's turn without losing card advantage, and without having any kind of setup. And this is what makes Maxi one of the strongest cards in the game. It's possible to play around Nibiru because you have 5 summons before you have to get a negate on the field. Maxi can be used immediately before your opponent gets a chance to get any monster negates on the field. In fact, unless your opponent has some kind of anti-hand trap support, like Call by the Grave or Crossout Designator, then they just kind of had to skip their turn, or lose to the amount of advantage you're about to generate. So while on surface level, Maxi's effect doesn't seem that overpowered, as all you're doing is drawing a card every time your opponent summons, it's actually so ridiculously good that the card is banned and should probably never be unbanned, because the entire game would basically be decided by whoever is able to draw Maxi in their opening hand, or if you're able to play a deck that doesn't require you to special summon too many monsters, or it would just kind of create an arms race of playing a whole bunch of anti-hand trap support cards in your main deck. Kind of like what's the case over in the OCG where Maxi is unbanned, and the metagame is completely different because of it. In fact, it's to the point where people don't even play Maxi anymore, because everybody is so afraid of Maxi that all decks are kind of playing around it already by default. So there's no reason to even have it in your deck anymore.